For an entire decade, he has diligently cultivated affection in the eyes of others, and upon reaching the pinnacle of this admiration, Uchiha Madara finds it increasingly difficult to remain indifferent. However, when he musters the courage to confess his feelings, the recipient merely presents him with a token of platonic friendship. Madara, you are truly wonderful, but we are merely friends. Uchiha Madara's face turns crimson with embarrassment. To hell with friendship. What kind of friend shares life and death, honor and disgrace? Who else could possibly treat me with such kindness throughout my life, if not you? The entire shinobi world anticipated our union, yet you declare that we are just friends. Chapter 1. The Confession. Within the grand residence of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Izuna, adorned in a black kimono, traverses its corridors. Despite his excellent mood, not a hint of emotion graces his countenance. Numerous clan members cast curious glances in his direction. Yet, mindful of Izuna's status as the second strongest in the Uchiha lineage and the fact he is heading towards the patriarch's quarters, they can only speculate. As he pushes open the door, a flicker of confusion crosses Uchiha Izuna's eyes. Where's his brother? Today marks the Uchiha clan's firework festival. His brother, no matter how busy, would not be training or attending to family matters. The only plausible explanation is that he has ventured out to find someone. Upon contemplating his brother's penchant for associating with Senju Hashirama, Izuna's expression darkens. Damn it! Even at this time, he is vying for my brother's attention. He strides away with heavy footsteps, the sound of his wooden sandals echoing. A gust of wind sweeps through, lifting his dark hair and making the clan's emblem, embroidered on the back of his kimono, glimmer brilliantly. The Uchiha clan, a prestigious name in the shinobi world, boasts a lineage of Sharingan that instills fear and reverence. Eventually, an unspoken rule emerged on the battlefield. Do not gaze directly into an Uchiha Sharingan. Should one encounter Uchiha Madara or Uchiha Izuna, to prevent intelligence leaks, one must resort to self-destruction. Yet, amidst this world, there exists an individual unafraid of the Sharingan. The Hokage of Konohagakure, Senju Hashirama, the only person Madara acknowledges as a true friend and the most illustrious leader of the Senju clan in a century. He dares to meet the gaze of the Uchiha head, leaving the fearsome Uchiha Madara at a loss, and smiles at Izuna, saying, "Eat more, strive to grow taller." In pursuit of his ideal of peace and to safeguard those he cherishes, Senju Hashirama tirelessly endeavors to win the favor of the Uchiha clan, and over the years, the long-standing animosity between the Senju and Uchiha clans begins to wane. After all, the bond between the two clan leaders is so profound that even the attempts of Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Izuna to sow discord prove futile. Naturally, they are ineffective, for Hashirama holds Izuna dear, and time has demonstrated the weight of trust. Reflecting on the expressions of his clansmen whenever Hashirama is mentioned, Madara's lips curl into a smile, his eyes sparkling with amusement. Although his kaleidoscope may impair his vision, he perceives the man before him with utmost clarity. Uchiha Madara silently apologizes to Izuna, realizing he cannot attend the firework festival with him. Now, he intends to enhance this relationship. Hashirama, he begins, but before he can finish, Senju Hashirama suddenly sneezes, rubbing his nose as he remarks, "Could it be that my younger brother holds a grudge against me?" Uchiha Madara raises an eyebrow, his typically defiant demeanor slightly faltering. Surely, Izuna would forgive him? The air in Konoha is refreshing. Standing beside the cliff that once overlooked the entire forest, Senju Hashirama takes a deep breath, his cheerful smile a stark contrast to the Uchiha's reserved nature. The moment you mention our usual meeting place, I immediately thought of this spot. Indeed, it is our favorite. Madara, Konoha is truly beautiful, isn't it? 3 years have passed, and who would have imagined that we once fought fiercely against one another? Peace is drawing ever closer to Konoha. Senju Hashirama routinely imparts his ideals of peace to Madara, his eyes gleaming with fervor. When discussing his dreams, he possesses an unyielding innocence, as if nothing in the world could deter him. Uchiha Madara patiently awaits the conclusion of his discourse, until Hashirama pauses, puzzled, and inquires, "Madara, why are you so quiet today? You appear rather solemn." The emotions of Senju Hashirama were vividly etched upon his visage. Uchiha Madara coolly remarked, "It is not that I speak too little, but rather that you speak far too much." The label of loquacious was affixed to Senju Hashirama, instantly rendering the esteemed first Hokage of the ninja world pallid and dispirited. "I am not loquacious. It was Tobirama who said that these words have a remarkable effect. I am utterly fatigued by your incessant chatter." Uchiha Madara retorted irritably, pondering why Hashirama incessantly felt the need to lecture him. He could recite them verbatim at this point. Before long, Senju Hashirama was rejuvenated, a radiant smile adorning his face as he declared, "Let us embark on a journey to other nations to promote our cause together." Uchiha Madara interjected, "You are aware of how many times you have been expelled, are you not?" Instinctively, Senju Hashirama grasped his meaning, brimming with confidence. "It matters not. They cannot expel me. Together, we can conquer the entire ninja realm." Under the weight of his conviction, Uchiha Madara could not help but chuckle heartily. The burdens of Konoha had kept friends apart for over half a month, yet upon their reunion, Uchiha Madara reverted to his usual demeanor. In the presence of Senju Hashirama, he was never the stoic leader of the Uchiha clan. The guards near Hokage Rock pricked up their ears, astonished to witness Uchiha Madara smiling. Indeed, prolonged companionship with the Hokage had seemingly imbued him with a touch of cheerfulness. Once the laughter subsided, Uchiha Madara took a step closer to Senju Hashirama, stating, "I have a question for you. Simply respond with yes or no." Undeterred by his imposing demeanor, Hashirama readily nodded. "Speak. Do you wish for me to become the second Hokage?" "Yes. My prior decision not to appoint you as the first Hokage fills me with remorse." Silence. "We shall discuss other matters later." Senju Hashirama gazed at him with lingering disappointment, questioning why Madara's demeanor was so assertive today. Subtly, he sensed something amiss. What could it be? Uchiha Madara, unconcerned with Hashirama's lamentable emotional intelligence, coldly inquired, "Do you have feelings for Izuna?" Senju Hashirama promptly replied, "Indeed, he is your brother, and I shall regard him as family." Uchiha Madara pressed, "Even if Tobirama disapproves of my relationship with Izuna?" Senju Hashirama furrowed his brow. "Tobirama merely harbors some biases against the Uchiha clan. With more interaction, I shall endeavor to gain his acceptance of you." The situation was growing increasingly precarious. "Did you save Izuna from Tobirama out of consideration for me?" "Yes." "Do you wish for me to remain in Konoha, even if the Uchiha and Senju clans may clash in the future?" "Yes." "If you had to choose between Konoha and me, would you select me?" "Well." Senju Hashirama hesitated for 2 or 3 seconds, and under the pressure of his adversary's murderous intent, he broke into a cold sweat and exclaimed, "Yes, it is you." Good heavens! If he chose Konoha, would Madara not obliterate it in a fit of rage? Thus, Madara was of greater significance. Senju Hashirama feigned ignorance to the anguished cries of the Konoha seedlings within. Observing his change in demeanor, Uchiha Madara was somewhat satisfied. "Very well, the issues concerning Konoha and family have been resolved. The clan is no longer a concern." Senju Hashirama, perplexed, inquired, "What do you mean?" "It is nothing." Uchiha Madara dismissed his inquiry nonchalantly. "My Mangekyo Sharingan will inevitably succumb to blindness. Even a transplant of the 3 tomo from a blood relative will prove futile. Will you still require my presence then?" Despite the gravity of this revelation, he spoke so casually, disregarding the guards nearby who gasped in shock. As anticipated, Senju Hashirama's countenance fell, and he sorrowfully replied, "I will certainly find a method with Tobirama to treat your Mangekyo." His eyes were filled with urgency, as if it were not Uchiha Madara facing impending blindness, but rather himself. Such as Senju Hashirama, a man of his word. The sharpness in Uchiha Madara's gaze softened, and a peculiar light flickered within his eyes, a testament to his joy. He calmly regarded this man. Now, for the final question. Senju Hashirama was momentarily taken aback. The winds at the cliff's edge seemed to cease, the rustling forest fell silent, and the sunlight illuminating Konoha appeared to freeze in that instant. All was quiet, as if time itself had paused in everlasting beauty. "Do you harbor feelings for me?" Standing before Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara exuded an air of icy pride, his Mangekyo Sharingan having manifested unbeknownst to him, its crimson hue as vivid as blood. Surrounding them was no longer the reality of Konoha, but rather an ethereal realm reminiscent of the vast forest from over a decade ago. The mingling of shock and nostalgia in Senju Hashirama's eyes rendered him momentarily speechless. Here, 2 children once constructed their idealistic vision, speaking of protecting their brothers and altering the world. Uchiha Madara had nearly lost Izuna. Tobirama's flying thunder god technique was treacherous, inflicting grave injury upon Izuna. Had it not been for Hashirama's unparalleled medical ninjutsu, Madara would have lost his brother. Fortunately, fate had not played a cruel jest upon him. He reclaimed Izuna from the clutches of death without succumbing to the cursed Sharingan. Uchiha Madara sincerely informed his brother, "I have allied with Hashirama. Henceforth, there will be no war and no need for the Mangekyo to be utilized desperately. Izuna, I merely wish for you to survive." In his memories, Uchiha Izuna wept uncontrollably, clutching his brother's sleeve like a child. "Brother, I only wish for you to live." All enmity became inconsequential. What mattered was the well-being of those they cherished, free from the perils of life and death. This was the resolution of Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna after enduring trials of life and death. Eventually, they underwent the transplantation of the 3 Tomo Sharingan from their bloodline, acquiring a fleeting glimpse of light. Even if it leads to blindness, I shall harbor no regrets. The same applies to other matters. Uchiha Madara possesses an 80% certainty that Senju Hashirama will not refuse him, for their strengths are comparable, their status is harmonious, and he does not consider himself lacking in appearance. Although he has not evolved into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he is still youthful, and Uchiha Madara is confident in his ability to continue growing in other realms. Moreover, Hashirama has been exceedingly kind to him. Uchiha Madara has subtly inquired of others, and the level of kindness he receives can only be rivaled by that of blood relatives or lovers. A decade of unwavering consistency. He has fully acknowledged Hashirama's goodwill and tolerance. Hashirama, given the prolonged silence, Uchiha Madara urged him to provide a response that aligns with reason. Senju Hashirama glanced awkwardly at the sun overhead, its rays brilliant and the world within the Mangekyo Sharingan equally brimming with vitality and vigor. He found satisfaction in this resting place for a brief 3 seconds. Ah, indeed, it is the place he has long cherished. Concealing his crumbling heart, Senju Hashirama sincerely expressed, "Madara, you are remarkable, but we are friends." He is not attracted to men. Instinctively, Senju Hashirama offered Uchiha Madara a token of goodwill. Uchiha Madara, damn it, friends? What kind of friends share life and death, honor and disgrace to such an extent? Who could be so good to me in this lifetime, besides you? The entire ninja world believes we are destined to be together, and yet you label us as merely friends. Chapter 2. Heaven sees all. As the surrounding scenery faded away, reality returned. Upon the rock carved with the likeness of the first Hokage, Uchiha Madara's Sharingan vanished. His pitch-black eyes coldly fixed on Senju Hashirama across from him. Sweat beaded on Hashirama's forehead as he stammered, "Madara." The atmosphere plummeted to an icy stillness. A palpable tension that surpassed mere hostility enveloping them. Hashirama gestured subtly behind him, signaling the lurking ninjas to refrain from advancing. Perhaps it was the sincerity in Hashirama's gaze, or perhaps the unguarded nature of his demeanor that swayed Uchiha Madara, for the dangerously surging chakra emanating from him began to stabilize. Madara's lips twitched, his expression a tapestry of complexity. Hashirama silently exhaled in relief, poised to advise him against confounding friendship with love, when Madara impassively raised his right hand, placing it near his lips, biting down on the edge of his black ninja glove before casually pulling it off. His calloused fingers emerged, appearing pale and slender from frequent care. "Madara, why are you removing your gloves? Did you not say you prefer wearing them to protect your fingers?" Hashirama watched in a daze as Madara's every movement unfolded. The Uchiha clan excelled in fire release. Yet the hand seals for such techniques were intricate and demanded great dexterity and sensitivity. Thus, even Madara sought to safeguard his fingers. Before Hashirama could ponder further, Madara resolutely uttered a single word, "Susanoo." With a thunderous roar, a colossal figure ascended, shattering the rock, and obliterating the freshly completed statue of the first Hokage. The sky soon became awash with hues of fiery clouds, echoing Hashirama's anguished cries throughout the entirety of Konoha. "Quick, extinguish the flames." Madara was a master of fire release, and Konoha was replete with trees. Water release became indispensable in that moment, as all ninjas skilled in the technique hastily assembled to form a firefighting squad, averting the first fire disaster in Konoha. At the forefront was Senju Tobarama, renowned for his water release and space-time ninjutsu, the second in command of the Senju clan. Upon his arrival, he beheld Madara mercilessly pummeling his brother, and in an instant, fury ignited within him. Uchiha Madara. Ignoring Tobarama completely, Madara continued to assault Hashirama. Before Tobarama could intervene and alter the course of their battle, Madara seized the opportunity while Hashirama was distracted, setting fire to Hashirama's dark hair. He then leapt out of Tobarama's reach, his black kimono sleeves swirling sharply, the sound of his wooden sandals striking the ground resonating softly yet melodiously. Without a glance back, Madara departed. Hashirama, without a moment's hesitation, sought to pursue him, but a sudden chill enveloped him as a frigid column of water drenched him from head to toe. Tobarama's voice was calm, yet insistent. Extinguishing the fire takes precedence, brother. Despite the water release, Hashirama's long black hair was nonetheless reduced to a state resembling that of a dog's chew toy. Tobarama, unperturbed by Hashirama's plight, commanded, brother, return home at once. I shall not concern myself with your actions, but as Hokage, appearing bruised and battered is unacceptable. Lacking any semblance of authority, Hashirama, under the watchful eyes of the guards, dejectedly returned to the Senju clan's residence. Upon his return, Hashirama gazed into the mirror, mourning his appearance for a considerable time before decisively opting for a haircut. A fresh watermelon hairstyle took shape. Hashirama reminisced for a few moments, musing, Madara shouldn't be upset by this hairstyle, should he? When Tobarama, weary from his endeavors, sought his brother, he pushed open the door to find a man seated before the table sporting a watermelon hairstyle. The man turned his head, offering a radiant smile. His bangs arched above his eyes, and his white teeth gleamed against his sun-kissed complexion. Tobarama finally understood the sensation of his heart racing. Brother, a flood of sweet, naive memories from their childhood rushed into Tobarama's mind, twisting his expression into one of dismay. In the Senju clan's grand residence, Tobarama's roar erupted. Hashirama, tomorrow we are to receive envoys from foreign lands. You must change your hairstyle immediately. The clattering sounds of the commotion echoed through the door. The floor trembled beneath them as the guards hunched their shoulders, silently contemplating. Lord Tobarama, you bravely challenge Lord Hashirama once again. The following day, with such a ludicrous hairstyle, Hashirama had yet to face Madara's mockery when he was first met with ridicule from the foreign envoys. The esteemed Hokage of Konoha bore such a hairstyle, raising doubts about the reliability of their treaty. In response to the derision, a menacing aura emanated from Hashirama. The papers on the meeting table trembled imperceptibly. The atmosphere in the room grew unbearably tense, as if their hearts might leap from their throats at any moment. The envoy from the land of Earth changed color. Purple chakra flickered like dancing flames, nearing corporeality, horrifying the bodyguards accompanying the envoy. With a cheerful smile, Hashirama declared, trust me, it's all right. It's merely a shorter hairstyle for the sake of combat. This justification allowed the envoy to find a way to defuse the tension. As he retrieved a handkerchief to wipe his brow and hastily complimented, indeed, a ninja's battle can hinge on a mere moment, and for a powerful ninja such as yourself, long or short hair makes no difference. The terms of cooperation were swiftly agreed upon, and the envoy, along with his ninjas, retreated in haste. Akin to fleeing from a monstrous beast, Hashirama appeared forlorn. Tobarama, I merely wish to demonstrate that my prowess remains undiminished. Leaning against the shadows of the corner, Tobarama scoffed softly. However, the moment of levity faded, and he stiffly inquired, in the past, despite your quarrels, you never neglected your duties. Why did Madara not attend today's meeting? Hashirama hesitated. Perhaps he had other matters to attend to. He is not one to shirk responsibilities. Tobarama cast a sidelong glance at his brother, knowing he could elicit no truth from him. The first thing Tobarama did upon leaving the Hokage building was to seek out the guards who had been present with his brother the day prior. For safety's sake, the Hokage's guards were naturally from the Senju clan, and Tobarama refrained from prying into personal matters, simply asking, what did Uchiha Madara and my brother discuss yesterday? The unaware Hokage guard hesitated, his gaze shifting nervously. Realizing he could not escape the grasp of Lord Tobarama, he reluctantly divulged the details. After all, it was not the first time he had betrayed Lord Hashirama. Lord Hashirama, you will surely understand my predicament. A few minutes later, Tobarama threw his head back in laughter, exclaiming, heaven sees all. Despite Madara's veiled words, Tobarama understood their meaning. It was clearly a confession of affection towards his brother. Just when he had lost all hope for the two of them, his heart leaned toward Madara, only for Hashirama to reject him. At last, father won't rise from his grave in fury. He clapped the bewildered guard on the shoulder, his smile bright reminiscent of his brother's. This is a great achievement. I shall assign you an S-rank mission shortly. The guard, taken aback, stammered, thank you, Lord Tobarama. My word, Lord Tobarama without his usual stoicism is quite fearsome. Could this be yet another result of Lord Hashirama's influence? While Tobarama hummed joyfully on his way back, within the Uchiha clan, a heavy atmosphere lingered. Since the Cherry Blossom Festival concluded, Madara had maintained a brooding demeanor, causing Izuna, who initially intended to give him the cold shoulder, to grow increasingly concerned. Could it be that Senju Hashirama bullied my brother? Brother? Izuna cautiously inquired. Opposite him, Madara had reverted to his ninja attire, his expression frigid as he cradled a cup of tea, remaining seated for an entire afternoon. Madara's hair cascaded down to his waist, his head slightly bowed, the right side of his bangs nearly obscuring his eyes, presenting a visage both pale and striking. He does not fit the traditional mold of a handsome youth. In fact, many noble women perceive him as fearsome and intimidating, with brows that possess not a trace of gentleness, sharp enough to make one avert their gaze. If ordinary individuals find him daunting, female ninjas are even more acutely aware of the dangers posed by Uchiha Madara and dare not approach him. However, in the eyes of Uchiha Izuna, these women simply lack discernment. What use is it for a man to project superficial tenderness? He is not a spy, nor does he need to wield honeyed words to win favor. His brother, alongside Senju Hashirama, has quelled chaos and transformed the ninja world, forging a new era, far superior to any man whose vision is confined to women. Why has there been no woman by his brother's side all these years? Uchiha Izuna felt disheartened. Noticing that his brother was indifferent even to him, Izuna took a step back and said, "Brother, you didn't attend the Cherry Blossom Festival yesterday, did you?" Uchiha Madara showed some reaction, lifting his gaze to his brother. "I apologize, Izuna. I was." Madara's brows furrowed, exuding a sense of maturity. "I want to speak with Hashirama to clarify our relationship." Uchiha Izuna's mouth fell agape. How could his proud and aloof brother be the one to confess first? Madara, perceiving his astonishment, retorted with dissatisfaction, "Izuna, do you view me as so passive? By the time he speaks up, I might as well give up hope." Izuna quickly forced a smile. And then, "Brother, are you and Hashirama together?" In an instant, he abandoned the habit of addressing his brother by his full name. Unfortunately, this question struck a nerve. Even with Madara's usual composure, his expression darkened immediately. "Huh." Izuna stared in confusion as his brother stood up, emitted an ambiguous cold laugh, and turned to leave. "He rejected me." Just as he stepped out the door, Madara spoke lightly. Izuna's smile froze, and after a while, his mind replayed his brother's words. Rejected, rejected, rejected. Senju Hashirama rejected his beloved brother. How could this be? Uchiha Izuna gasped in disbelief. Wasn't Hashirama fond of his brother? He had even sacrificed a marriage alliance with the Uzumaki clan for him. Not daring to linger, he dashed out of the room, only to find that Uchiha Madara had already vanished without a trace. Gritting his teeth, Uchiha Izuna decisively sought out Senju Tobarama, who, in some respects, shared the same camp as him. He cornered Tobarama at the office entrance. "What's going on between my brother and Senju Hashirama?" Izuna asked directly, his emotions running high, causing his Sharingan to flicker into view. Being scrutinized by the kaleidoscope Sharingan was uncomfortable. Tobarama lowered his gaze. "Did he not tell you about his relationship with Madara?" Uchiha Izuna's face paled with anger. "I don't know much, but I cannot fathom why your brother would reject mine. There is no reason. Disinterest is simply disinterest," Tobarama said, glancing at his expression, confirming its sincerity, and internally reveling in the situation. Although he usually found Uchiha Izuna distasteful, today, the unfolding events made him regard him with unexpected favor. Didn't he reject the marriage alliance? How could he not like him? Don't flatter yourself. My brother rejected Mito because if there is no marriage, she will become the next head of the Uzumaki clan, and given Mito's relationship with my brother, the ties between the Senju and Uzumaki clans would only strengthen. Tobarama retorted bluntly, successfully enjoying the sight of Izuna's face darkening. Uchiha Izuna clenched his fists, furious. Leaving Tobarama behind, he turned to confront Senju Hashirama. The Hokage's residence will not know peace today. Tobarama mused lightly, detached from the chaos as he continued with his work, for he knew that Izuna's strength was insufficient to harm his brother. Outside the village, not far away, Uchiha Madara, seeking solace along the Southie River, felt a flicker of movement in his gaze towards the thicket and irritably inquired, "What is it?" He had made up his mind. Even if the Uchiha clan's estate were to be engulfed in flames, he had no desire to return today. A member of the Uchiha clan knelt before him, reporting, "Lord Madara, Lord Izuna, and Lord Hashirama are fighting." Madara's footsteps halted, and he vanished in an instant. What nonsense! How could Izuna stand a chance against Hashirama? Chapter 3, The Consequences. From a great distance, Madara could see smoke rising from the top of the Hokage building. In just 2 days, Konoha had experienced 2 fires. Countless ninjas rushed across rooftops with scrolls, quickly relocating vital documents to avoid the fallout from the battle. The villagers of Konoha, accustomed to various spectacles, emerged to witness the commotion, pointing at the flustered ninjas, remarking on how this was the 3rd or 4th time this ninja lord had caused such chaos. Madara was too exasperated to even sigh, stopping a rushing ninja. What has transpired inside? The leaf ninja, startled when halted, quickly recognized Madara. "Lord Madara, please. You must come and see. Your brother is fighting with Lord Hashirama, and the Hokage building is about to burn down." Madara narrowed his eyes. a dark glimmer flashing in his pupils. Hashirama fought Izuna. The ninja shook his head vigorously. No, no. If it weren't for Lord Hokage not fighting back, the Hokage building wouldn't be in such a predicament. Inside the Hokage building, Senju Hashirama attempted to persuade Izuna to sheath his blade. Izuna, if there's an issue, you should talk to me instead of attacking right away. I almost thought it was an enemy assault. Uchiha Izuna lunged at Hashirama, aiming to strike him on the head with his long sword. You heartless bastard. Hashirama stumbled back. You hurt my brother's feelings. Yet you act as if nothing is wrong in front of me. Hashirama's expression changed dramatically as he lunged forward to cover Izuna's mouth, but Izuna, consumed by rage, shouted, Get away. Are you afraid of others hearing you refuse my brother? If it's over, let it end quickly. So it doesn't hinder my brother from finding a wife. Ninjas inside and outside the Hokage building slowed their movements, straining their ears. This was an unprecedented scoop. Had the Hokage finally abandoned Uchiha Madara and embarked on the path of a conventional life winner? Inside the Hokage office, after ensnaring Uchiha Izuna with wood release, Hashirama found the office nearly in ruins. He approached the averted gaze of Uchiha Izuna and earnestly said, Madara and I are friends. How could we have the relationship you imagine? The ninjas outside instinctively pressed against the wall to eavesdrop. At the end of the corridor behind them, Uchiha Madara, expressionless, observed the idle ninjas, emanating a hint of murderous intent. The ninjas, who had been grinning lewdly, fled in panic upon spotting him. Madara had no desire to deal with them and continued forward, his footsteps audible to the two inside the Hokage office. One exclaimed joyfully, Brother, while the other twitched his lips, silently thankful he hadn't struck Izuna. Pushing open the door, Uchiha Madara stated, Senju Hashirama. Hashirama looked at him innocently, unaware that the vines binding Uchiha Izuna had vanished. Izuna glared fiercely at Hashirama, then moved to stand beside his brother. Brother, I told you this guy has ulterior motives. He is deceiving the Uchiha clan. Madara's tone hardened. Silence, Izuna. Uchiha Izuna pouted. Taking in the surroundings, he noted the Hokage office was practically demolished. Hashirama would have no choice but to spend the day repairing it. He felt a twinge of guilt for the destruction that lasted all of 3 seconds. Madara did not reproach Izuna but instead fixated on Hashirama's hair, exclaiming, What an eyesore. Upon noticing his change in hairstyle, Senju Hashirama raised his thumb in approval, exclaiming, Look, doesn't it evoke a sense of nostalgia? The aesthetic sensibilities of the Uchiha brothers took a severe blow, causing them to collectively step back. Uchiha Izuna managed to utter with great difficulty, terrifying. He has completely disregarded such a ghastly hairstyle. Uchiha Madara responded with a nonchalant tone, mundane. A hearty laugh erupted from Senju Hashirama, dispelling the earlier tension. You remain unchanged. He was still the same child from many years ago, challenging him to a stone-skimming contest by the banks of the Southern He River. Uchiha Madara showed no trace of amusement as he instructed Izuna, Let us go. Izuna followed his brother with a smile, turning back to mockingly glance at Hashirama. Look, who is reminiscing with you this time? Enjoy your solitary laughter. Hashirama, feeling downcast, began repairing the Hokage office, grateful for the quick construction that would release afforded. When Senju Tobirama arrived, he was greeted by the sight of Hashirama, resembling a watermelon overrun with mushrooms, or rather, a brother who appeared as if he had just endured a heartbreak. What a farce. Tobirama stated bluntly. Disappointed? Who is disappointed? Hashirama immediately straightened up, declaring, Madara and I are brothers, dear friends. Never have I considered us as lovers. Tobirama, his genuine brother, suddenly felt the urge to punch him. Who on earth considers Madara a brother? Hashirama wiped his face, disregarding Tobirama's naturally antagonistic expression, and threw an arm around his brother's shoulder, saying, Come on. Today's work is on hold. Let us return and enjoy some mushroom rice. Among the Senju clan, the elders were even more concerned about this matter than the parties involved. Upon hearing that Hashirama harbored no feelings beyond friendship for Uchiha Madara, they became invigorated. A union, exclaimed one elder, slamming the table in excitement. Keep your voice down. You don't want to scare off the clan leader, remarked a more rational elder, calmly sipping tea. Do you know how long I've awaited this day? I yearn to see Hashirama's children born. They shall undoubtedly be exceptional shinobi. This elder was lost in his fantasies, eagerly anticipating the grimace on their rival's face. Simultaneously, the Uchiha clan convened for a meeting in the dimly lit conference room. The candlelight cast a somber glow on each elder's countenance. What to do? It would be beneficial for Lord Madara to let go of his affections, one elder remarked. I fear his heart is hopelessly tethered to Senju Hashirama. Surely not. The elders exchanged glances, reminiscing about the profound bond between Hashirama and Madara, a friendship that was truly monumental. Clearing his throat, the eldest elder, leaning on his cane, declared, Now we must consider how to ensure that Lord Madara's exceptional lineage continues. The second elder gently added, "Isn't there's still Izuna?" They felt quite confident about this, knowing that Senju Tobarama was quite vocal about his disinterest in marriage. The Uchiha clan was never one to fear a lack of suitors. On the training grounds, Uchiha Izuna, utterly exhausted, had been subjected to a thorough beating from Madara, both mentally and physically, that evening. Under the pretext that even Hashirama had not taken the match seriously and still lost, Izuna wore a sorrowful expression, thinking how frightening a heartbroken brother could be. To comfort his brother, Izuna mustered his spirits and volunteered to prepare his favorite dessert in the kitchen. In the living room, after a simple dinner, Madara sat diligently polishing his kunai, placing each meticulously maintained tool into his ninja pouch. Izuna watched his brother with chin resting on his hand, reminiscent of their childhood, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness even though it was just the two of them remaining in the house. They bore the burden of the seemingly cursed Sharingan, yet managed to thrive. How wonderful, Izuna thought. Madara, noticing his brother's distraction, called out, "Izuna, I have a mission tomorrow." Izuna's eyes brightened. "Make sure you return early." He held an unwavering trust in Madara. Madara raised an eyebrow. "Of course. I won't waste time on trivial matters." Their plans for a respite outside the village were finalized without the thought of informing Hashirama, as they intended to depart directly upon receiving their mission in the morning. The following day, Hashirama hurried to the Uchiha household only to discover it deserted. Where has Madara gone? He wondered, only to be met with a multitude of hostile glares from the Uchiha children. Hashirama tousled the hair of one little Uchiha, unperturbed, and inquired, "I'm looking for Madara. Do you know where he might be?" The tiny Uchiha vehemently protested, "Lord Madara certainly does not wish to see you." Hashirama felt disheartened. Even the tiniest of children shared this sentiment. Was Madara truly unable to forgive him? Is it impossible to be friends if we cannot be lovers? Unable to locate Madara, and with Izuna refusing to see him, Hashirama left, his spirits dampened, sporting his unwieldy hairstyle. As he stepped out, the Leaf Village residents greeted him with a peculiar kindness, their gazes laden with meaning. Upon arriving at the Hokage building, he was inexplicably whisked away by several clan leaders for drinks, all eager to discuss the latest gossip surrounding him and Uchiha Madara, while simultaneously promoting their daughters, a pressing matter indeed. Hashirama's frustration mounted, and upon passing a gambling den, he impulsively stepped inside. The moment he entered, a gambler exclaimed excitedly, "The big sheep has arrived." Everyone turned to the entrance, only to find the esteemed, respected, yet notoriously unlucky Hokage, glaring at them with a dark expression. A strange silence fell over the room. The guests internally cursed. "Why did you speak so recklessly? What if we scare off the big sheep? Clearly, you don't welcome me." Hashirama, already in a foul mood, felt even more aggrieved. Dropping the curtain at the entrance, he turned and left. Within the land of fire, Uchiha Madara had taken on a mission to deal with a traitor from the Leaf Village. This task should not have required his involvement. The deployment of a Super Saiyan signified a matter of national war. However, in Madara's foul mood, anything was possible. Swiftly dispatching the traitor, who possessed strength at the level of a Kage, Madara strolled the main street of the land of fire's capital, tearing off his unsightly forehead protector and stuffing it into his ninja pouch. With his raven hair and Uchiha clan's emblem emblazoned on his attire, passers-by could not help but stare. His gaze instinctively wandered towards a gambling den. He paused, thinking wryly, "I truly cannot erase Hashirama's influence." In a fit of irritation, Madara entered the establishment. 10 minutes later, the den was filled with wails of despair as Madara calmly deposited his winnings into a scroll, sweeping away without leaving a trace. Behind him, the owner of the den lamented, "Why didn't the big sheep show up?" Previously, Madara's appearances always coincided with Hashirama's significant losses, balancing the books for the gambling den, which reveled in the spectacle of two Super Saiyan playing. However, now, oh dear, why had Madara also developed a gambling addiction? How would the den survive this? "Quick, put up a sign at the entrance. Uchiha clan members prohibited. I never want to see another Sharingan again." Chapter 4, The Sharingan. Madara's mission stirred up heightened vigilance in other nations over the next 3 days. Particularly concerning was his leisurely stroll along the borders, frequenting the Kabukicho district and gambling houses, sending shivers down the spines of spies lurking in nearby cities. The land of fire fell silent, countless eyes scrutinizing Madara's movements, while a portion of the attention turned toward the Leaf Village. "Hey, Hokage, your good brother has ventured into Kabukicho, in the heart of Konoha." Senju Hashirama found himself beset by an overwhelming sense of vexation. "Tobarama, why is it that every recent diplomatic correspondence must mention Madara's whereabouts? While it brings me joy to know of his affairs, do they truly believe I am unaware of the scrutiny cast upon Konoha?" Senju Tobarama sat at the table, casting a sidelong glance with his narrow, fox-like eyes, fully aware of the underlying truth, rendering further inquiry unnecessary. Hashirama's smile faltered. Although he and Madara shared a bond of friendship, why did the entire shinobi world presume they were destined to be together? He sighed, weary of such trivialities. I heard from Izuna that Madara will return this afternoon. Let us go and welcome him. Absolutely not. Tobirama was about to refuse when he suddenly recalled Izuna's furious visage. This second of the Senju clan, possessing more insight than most, regarded his elder brother with suspicion. Brother, if Izuna despises you, why would he divulge Madara's itinerary to you? Hashirama scratched the back of his head and burst into a radiant laugh. With my prowess, entering and exiting the Uchiha compound is hardly a challenge. Eavesdropping is equally simple. The only downside is that I was clawed by an Uchiha cat, reputedly one of Madara's pets. Tobirama, unable to tolerate the implications of his brother's laughter, slammed his hand on the table in frustration. Brother, if you wish to avoid further misunderstandings, you must maintain your distance. Hashirama turned his head away, exclaiming, how beautiful and blue the sky is. Outside the window of the Hokage's office, the once mighty Hokage rock lay in shattered ruins. A desolate testament to the violent events that had transpired there. In the afternoon, a figure adorned in a Hokage hat and a flowing white ceremonial robe appeared at the entrance of Konoha. Children swarmed around him, chattering incessantly. Hokage-sama. Who are you waiting for? Hokage-sama. I'm 10 this year. Can I marry you when I grow up? Wah. I want to see flowers. Can you conjure another one? Hashirama felt increasingly flustered by their inquiries. Were children today truly so mature in matters of the heart? At his age, he had been playing by the river with Madara. Upon spotting a familiar figure approaching from afar, Hashirama swiftly created a wood clone and discreetly made his way to Uchiha Madara. As Madara noticed his arrival, he tossed a completed mission scroll in Hashirama's direction. Startled, Hashirama instinctively opened the scroll, only for a loud bang to erupt as a rogue ninja's severed head materialized in his palm, bloodied and still, the terror frozen in the eyes of the deceased. Without a moment's thought for the blood staining his hands, Hashirama hastily sealed the head back into the scroll and sprinted to catch up with Madara, who was heading into Konoha. Wait for me. Ahead of them, Uchiha Izuna leaped into Madara's embrace, calling out, Brother. The murderous aura surrounding Madara dissipated, and he replied in a gentle voice, Izuna, you've grown. It's no longer suitable for you to cling to me like that. Izuna's eyes crinkled in delight, a blush creeping across his delicate features. Meanwhile, Hashirama felt an overwhelming sense of envy as he observed the affectionate exchange between the brothers. Madara, he murmured, his eyes brimming with unshed tears. Madara, seemingly oblivious, affectionately ruffled Izuna's hair, stating, Your hair has grown. I'll trim it when we return. Izuna took his brother's hand, joyfully leading him home. Hashirama stood frozen, while his wood clone cast a sympathetic glance at his original self, chuckling as it prepared to address the myriad issues presented by the children. Once the Uchiha brothers departed, Tobirama emerged from the shadows, guiding his foolish elder brother away. Come on, how long do you intend to linger here? Hashirama followed his younger brother, crestfallen, lamenting the absence of brotherly affection, while Tobirama only offered him a dismissive glance. Hashirama, why can't you treat me like Izuna treats Madara? Tobirama turned back, scoffing, dream on. Without me to keep you in check, you'd sell the entire Senju clan and Konoha to that scoundrel Madara? Under the blazing midday sun, the two brothers made their way along the Naka River towards the Uchiha clan's territory, having successfully irked Hashirama. Izuna's spirits soared as he regaled his brother with tales of events that transpired during his absence, his demeanor buoyant and in stark contrast to the rumors surrounding him within the clan. Madara's gaze fell upon the shimmering waters of the river, occasionally responding with a soft hum. Gradually, the sunlight blurred his vision, and he seemed to glimpse a dull gray stone skimming across the surface, destined for the opposite bank. With a sudden plop, the stone sank beneath the surface. The unexpected sound jolted Madara from his reverie, and he noticed several children from the Uchiha clan playing the game of stone skipping 100 meters away. Brother? Izuna observed Madara's gaze, chuckling as he explained. The leader is a child from the elder's family. I believe his name is Uchiha Kagami. Madara lowered his gaze, remarking softly, their technique is rather lacking. Izuna couldn't help but chuckle. If memory served correctly, his brother was indeed quite skilled at stone skipping. In a voice barely audible to Izuna, Madara murmured, Hashirama is even more adept than I. Therefore, he will always be a step ahead of me. I must surpass him. Otherwise, I will forever be overshadowed by Senju Hashirama. The family monument bore the inscription, above the Mangekyo Sharingan lies the eternal Mangekyo, and beyond the eternal Mangekyo lies an even more mysterious and fearsome realm. As the shadow of dark power loomed, It stirred the negative emotions buried deep within. When Madara gazed into Izuna's eyes, the obscure expressions within him suddenly crystallized. No, he could not entertain thoughts of further evolving his Mangekyo Sharingan. Even in the most perilous and desperate moments, he had never contemplated seizing Izuna's eyes. How could he even consider such a thing now? Brother? Izuna, let us return. Madara grasped his brother's hand, revealing a smile free of shadows. Thoughts of surpassing Hashirama could wait. The most pressing matter at hand was to return and enjoy a meal that wasn't merely soldier pills. The two brothers decisively swept into the three-colored dumpling shop of the Uchiha clan, and after devouring the overly sweet confections that the Senju clan would surely deem cloying, their spirits lifted as if they were soaring. Accustomed to playfully disparaging the Senju clan, Izuna earnestly remarked on their way home, "Brother, the Senju clan is quite unpleasant." Madara chuckled. "In what way?" Izuna's face contorted with disdain. "They prefer salty and spicy food." Chapter 5, The Nine Tails. Upon returning to the village, the matter of confession faded as if it had never occurred. Regardless of how Hashirama endeavored to mend their relationship, Madara remained aloof, creating an ever-widening chasm between them. And their encounters diminished significantly. Initially, Tobirama felt a sense of relief that Madara had the self-awareness to refrain from further bothering his elder brother. However, after some time, he began to sense something amiss. Why was his foolish brother becoming increasingly distracted? And why was he visiting the Uchiha clan more frequently? Wasn't he agreed that they would part on good terms? No, it wasn't a breakup. It was a lifelong friendship. Tobirama harbored resentment, and upon investigation, he learned that his brother had been consistently met with cold shoulders. Madara had severed all private communication, spending his days either at the Uchiha compound or undertaking solitary missions, seemingly tempering his rebelliousness and becoming even more inscrutable. Before Tobirama could decipher Madara's intentions, Hashirama could no longer contain the oppressive atmosphere. Bursting into the Uchiha residence with a stack of scrolls in hand, "Hokage-sama, you cannot enter." The Uchiha clan members hurriedly attempted to block him, only to find their efforts thwarted by a mere wooden figure, as Hashirama's true self had already dashed inside. "Madara, I've come to see you," he bellowed. Inside the estate, Izuna paused mid-bite of his dumpling, casting a sidelong glance toward the door. "Who invited you?" Senju Hashirama entered with a cheerful demeanor, presenting a bag of delectable sweets to Izuna, then glanced around, inquiring, "Where's Madara?" "I heard he returned from a mission." As he spoke, a shadow of concern flickered in Hashirama's eyes. Madara's gaze had been tainted by the corruption of dark power, and the relentless missions he undertook weighed heavily upon him. Uchiha Izuna, aware of his brother's perceptiveness, shrugged and replied, "He just got home. Surely he's in the bath now." Hashirama chuckled awkwardly. "Oh, is that so?" Although he couldn't quite grasp the source of his embarrassment, he felt increasingly uneasy in Izuna's presence. In the bathroom, Uchiha Madara leaned his forehead against the cool wall, eyes closed, the chill of the surface providing a momentary respite for his fevered brow. Unlike Izuna, who often lingered in their clan's compound, Madara, as the clan leader and the sole Uchiha capable of restraining Hashirama, had endured extensive hardships on the battlefield that had severely impaired his vision. He sensed the limits of his sight drawing near. Should he continue down this path, no matter how many pairs of 1-tomo to 3-tomo Sharingan he acquired, he would inevitably evolve to the Mangekyo Sharingan, and within 3 days, succumb to blindness. Madara donned a bathrobe, fastening the sash before reopening his eyes, their sharpness restored. He made his way to the living room where Izuna resided, not needing to glance in that direction, for the vibrant chakra radiating from Hashirama signified his presence. Hashirama, with his mouth full of Uchiha delicacies, grinned, bits of food escaping as he exclaimed, "Madara, let us capture the tailed beasts." Beside him, Izuna choked on a dumpling. "What? Tailed beasts? Hashirama wants to drag my brother into such perilous endeavors." Madara poured a cup of tea for his younger sibling, saving him from the brink of disaster. Then turned back to Hashirama. "How many do you wish to capture?" Hashirama, detecting his agreement, replied excitedly, "All of them. From 1 tail to 9 tails, I desire them all." Izuna coughed again on the tea. Madara quickly patted Izuna's back, realizing he had little time to indulge Hashirama's grandiose aspirations. Hashirama squeezed in closer, unlike Madara's gentle approach. He delivered a decisive pat, effectively alleviating Izuna's distress. The force of Hashirama's hand left Izuna sore, glaring at the man whose strength was almost terrifying. "Be gentler." Hashirama shrugged nonchalantly. "I treat Tobirama this way, and he has no complaints." Izuna felt an inexplicable fear towards the bond between the Senju brothers. 10 minutes later, their conversation shifted to more serious matters. Hashirama presented a plethora of arguments to persuade Madara, asserting that capturing the tailed beasts would not only serve as a deterrent to other nations, but also reshape the landscape of Konoha. I've heard that one tail can manipulate sand, creating artificial deserts. 2 tails can cast illusions. 3 tails can amplify water-based chakra, and 9 tails can breathe fire. Izuna interjected. What on earth is this? Regardless of Izuna's internal grievances about Hashirama's zeal, he could not alter his brother's intentions. If Hashirama and Madara represented the pinnacle of the ninja world, then the 9-tailed beasts were the apex of existence. Fearsome creatures that had been deemed harbingers of doom for centuries. To elevate their prestige and gain universal recognition, they must overcome the challenge posed by the tailed beasts. Madara pondered. 2 tails seems quite fitting for our clan, but its rank is too low. I believe 9 tails holds greater value. Hashirama agreed wholeheartedly, saying, Whoever captures 9 tails shall claim it. He secretly contemplated sneaking a fox back to Konoha, believing that the daimyo of the Land of Fire would no longer dare speak to him with disdain. 10 days later, at the gates of Konoha, Hashirama stood up, decisively stating, We shall begin with 1 tail and proceed to 9 tails. Let us each prepare the sealing tools, aside from the designated 9 tails. All other tailed beasts will belong to Konoha. Madara smirked. To use 9 tails as bait, you are indeed placing a hefty wager. Hashirama replied confidently. I have faith in my abilities. Madara chuckled mockingly and addressed the clan members outside. Hokage, please escort our guest. A shadowy figure from the Uchiha clan appeared, kneeling before Hashirama and saying firmly, Lord Hokage, please. To ensure Hashirama would not resist, he activated his 3-tomo Sharingan. Hashirama's eyes glistened with emotion. He once could stay at the Uchiha household without a care, yet now, he was not even permitted an hour's stay. After Hashirama was ejected, silence enveloped the Uchiha estate. Izuna spoke up, Brother, the 9 tails is merely a verbal promise. Tobirama will certainly disagree with this endeavor, and you need not go to such lengths for Hashirama. Madara had no intention of discussing the matter further and shifted the conversation. You should get some rest, Izuna. Izuna glared at his brother for a long moment before Madara feigned indifference. You have not given up on Hashirama at all. Izuna stormed out, slamming the door behind him. In the dimly lit room, Madara suddenly felt warmth at the corner of his eye. Upon touching it, he discovered a viscous liquid flowing down. He wiped it absent-mindedly and rose to head toward his bedroom, each step precise despite the obscured vision. A year prior, he had begun to acclimate to the prospect of blindness, and fortunately, the peaceful environment following the establishment of Konoha provided him ample time. Hashirama, this may be the last thing I can do for you. Before Konoha's reputation had fully blossomed, the leaders of the Senju and Uchiha clans joined forces to capture the 9-tailed beasts and seal them within Konoha, igniting a whirlwind of excitement across the ninja world. Even the realm of ordinary people had heard whispers of these 2 distinguished figures, and Konoha became a dream haven for many. There was no place safer than Konoha. Even the legendary tailed beasts had submitted. The war-weary populace yearned for stability and peace, and the displaced rogues took a deep breath, hoping to settle in a powerful ninja village. 1 tail to 8 tail were sealed in various altars, while the fate of 9 tails was mired in bureaucratic disputes between the Uchiha and Konoha's upper echelons, resulting in half of its ownership belonging to the Uchiha clan and the other half to the Senju clan. Without mutual consent, no one could dispose of 9 tails at will. 3 years into Konoha's existence, Tobirama's statistics revealed that the population had surged tenfold compared to the previous year. He beamed with delight. The finances of Konoha, allocations from the Land of Fire, the number of mid to lower tier ninjas, and the volume of missions had all undergone a profound transformation. Konoha thrived, with a new Hokage statue re-emerging near the cliffs by the Hokage building, becoming a renowned tourist attraction. Hashirama was so preoccupied that he hardly had time to return to the Senju clan, much to the dismay of many elders who lamented the lost prospect of marriage. Meanwhile, Madara succumbed to blindness. Deep within the altar, 9 tails awakened, suddenly throwing back its head in laughter. Ha ha ha. Humans are but this. The control over 9 tails faltered, and the beast, sensing its newfound freedom, began to thrash wildly, attempting to escape the altar. However, Hashirama and Tobirama arrived just in time. Combining wood release and water release techniques, along with the spatial transfer abilities of Flying Thunder God, the brothers swiftly subdued the weakened 9 tails. Tobirama wiped his brow, perplexed. What caused 9 tails to go berserk all of a sudden? Hashirama sensed an ominous turn of events. You handle this. I must take my leave, Hashirama exclaimed, dashing towards the Uchiha clan's territory, kicking up clouds of dust. Tobirama shouted after him, What if 9 tails escapes again? A vibrant voice echoed from afar, resonating with the spirited energy of the Hokage of Konohagakure. If you run away, I'll catch you and give you a good beating. Senju Tobirama knelt down. At the dining table, the Uchiha brothers found themselves enveloped in an unusual atmosphere. Uchiha Madara's chopsticks grasped at emptiness. Before him lay an abyss of darkness, rendering him blind. The sudden loss of sight caught him off guard, filling him with a sense of inevitability that this day had finally arrived. Calm and composed, Uchiha Madara withdrew his hand. Today, he could forego the vegetables. Observing his brother's impassive demeanor as he consumed plain rice, Uchiha Izuna suppressed the sting in his eyes and served some dishes into Madara's bowl. Brother, your favorite dish. Uchiha Madara smiled faintly at Izuna, add a bit more. No adversity could bring him down, except for the moment when the door swung open with a whoosh, and Senju Hashirama rushed in, drenched in sweat. Madara, what has happened? Your eyes. Uchiha Madara continued to chew his food, intentionally ignoring Hashirama alongside Izuna. Fool, do you really need to point out that I'm blind? Chapter 6, A Piece of Meat. In the days following his blindness, Uchiha Madara experienced an odd tranquility. Occasionally, he would smile, startling Uchiha Izuna, who anxiously inquired, Brother, is something wrong? Typically, at such times, Uchiha Madara would stroke the head of a ninja cat and gently reassure, it's nothing. Uchiha Izuna's hair had shed a few more strands, troubled by this abnormality. He would rather his brother be angry or scold him than exhibit such peculiar behavior. For a normal ninja, the loss of sight was akin to losing one's life. While others deemed Uchiha Madara on the brink of madness, he remained composed, deftly managing subsequent matters. He entrusted family affairs to his younger brother and began to enhance his sensory training in his state of blindness, each step meticulously planned. In him, there was no trace of insanity or despair, only a serene composure. It was precisely this state that united the anxious Uchiha clan, swiftly collaborating with the higher-ups of Konoha to conceal the patriarch's blindness. As long as Madara was alive, the Uchiha clan possessed a power that could shake the very foundations of the ninja world. In the Hokage building, Senju Hashirama awaited the end of the workday. As the clock struck, he dashed away with a speed rivaling the flying thunder god technique. When Senju Tobarama pushed the door open and entered to find his elder brother, he was unsurprised to see an empty chair. Glancing at the clock hanging on the wall, he muttered, I'm glad I adjusted the time a bit. The guards in the shadows broke out in cold sweat upon hearing this. If the Hokage were to discover that he appeared punctual while consistently arriving late to the Uchiha residence, would he not be furious? When Senju Hashirama reached the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna had already begun their meal. The table was laden with a sumptuous array of dishes, yet not a single spicy item was present. Initially, Uchiha Madara struggled to lift his chopsticks, but now, his demeanor while eating resembled that of an ordinary person. Uchiha Izuna cast a glance at his brother's bowl, descending into melancholy. He specifically placed meat dishes before Madara, yet his brother simply wouldn't take any. Eating dumplings was far from nutritious, oblivious to his own plight. Uchiha Izuna munched on the dumplings, casting a resentful gaze at his brother, urging him to consume more meat. Uchiha Madara placed a piece of pork chop into Izuna's bowl. You're too thin, Uchiha Izuna. As Uchiha Izuna savagely bit into the meat, the last person he wanted to see, Senju Hashirama, arrived. Madara, I've come to mooch off your meal. Uchiha Madara maintained his gaze forward, unperturbed. Upon receiving Madara's tacit approval, Senju Hashirama eagerly changed his shoes and scurried to the kitchen, a bowl in one hand and chopsticks in the other. Taking a seat at the dining table, with a beaming smile, he immediately reached for the meat, taking a hearty bite that left him bewildered. Why is it so sweet? Uchiha Izuna gleefully remarked, Hokage-sama, don't waste food. Trembling, Senju Hashirama attempted to grab another dish, tasting it before asking mournfully, did you add salt? I did. Uchiha Madara nonchalantly sampled the same dish, thinking to himself, it's not particularly sweet. By the end of the meal, Senju Hashirama was utterly defeated by the Uchiha Patriarch's dinner. Uchiha Izuna stepped on him as he passed by. Humph, how dare you criticize my cooking? Once Uchiha Izuna departed the living room, Senju Hashirama sat up like a fish out of water, having not eaten enough and possessing a hearty appetite. He grasped Uchiha Madara's hand, attempting to deploy his most pitiful gaze. Madara, I want to eat mushroom rice. Uchiha Madara brushed his hand away, derisively retorting, what does that have to do with me? Senju Hashirama's suspended arm dropped, his spirits waning. He exuded an aura of negativity. Who's the one blind here? I'm not as despondent as you. Get up and go to the kitchen. After a long silence, Uchiha Madara looked at the despondent Hashirama. The latter leaped up in surprise, even going so far as to assist Uchiha Madara, but the next moment, he yelped in pain, receiving a swift jab to his eye. After dinner, Senju Hashirama was left limping, yet he had successfully filled his stomach. Delicious. Tears welled in his eyes. Madara's cooking is as good as ever. Internally, Uchiha Madara labeled him shameless, while outwardly, he coldly stated, you should be leaving now, Hokage-sama. After lightening the atmosphere, Senju Hashirama's expression turned serious. I'm worried about you. Madara. No need. Uchiha Madara dismissed his unnecessary concern. What one cannot accomplish alone, perhaps a multitude can. Taking a deep breath, Senju Hashirama spoke with conviction. Madara, if you're unable to resolve the issue of your Sharingan blindness, would you allow me to assist? Combining the strengths of the Uchiha and Senju clans, we are certain to find a solution. Uchiha Madara smirked coldly. What do you mean? Do you wish for me to relinquish my Sharingan for you to study the secrets of the Uchiha clan? Senju Hashirama, finding himself in a tight spot, responded. I merely wish to help you. Uchiha Madara retorted. Do you understand research? Senju Hashirama metaphorically took an arrow to the knee. Uchiha Madara continued. I know Tobirama is skilled in research. Can you guarantee that he won't harbor ulterior motives or tamper with my Sharingan? Another metaphorical arrow struck Senju Hashirama's knee. His brother was the bane of the Uchiha clan. Ultimately, Uchiha Madara nearly burst into laughter. Let us not even mention the Sharingan. I control the Nine Tails. And you merely seal it. The outcome would mean shared ownership? Senju Hashirama felt utterly defeated. The matter of the Nine Tails involved political struggles, and the higher-ups of Konoha would never agree to grant the Uchiha clan any authority. Yet, surrendering was not in Senju Hashirama's nature. He lifted his head, resolutely declaring, Madara, the Nine Tails is your summoned beast, and that will never change. Uchiha Madara chillingly remarked, Are you speaking as Senju Hashirama, or as the Hokage of Konoha? In an instant, Senju Hashirama knelt. Tears streamed down his cheeks. He was engulfed in regret. Why was his stance so wavering? Why, oh why? Having thoroughly demoralized Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara ceased his teasing, beckoning him closer. Come here. Senju Hashirama, bewildered, approached. The evening breeze was refreshingly cool as they stood in the courtyard, conversing leisurely. Their shadows cast upon the ground, resembling two disparate reflections. Only when Senju Hashirama moved closer did the warmth between them dispel the lingering chill. He gazed at Uchiha Madara, whose features were obscured in the dim light, both blurred and sharply defined. Even his thick-skinned self felt an unusual unease. Madara? Uchiha Madara replied, Mem. The courtyard fell silent. Senju Hashirama's body was as stiff as stone, his limbs unsure of where to rest. This was due to Uchiha Madara's embrace. It felt like a rare display of vulnerability. He remained silent, merely calming his breath, rendering Hashirama unable to push him away. Madara Hashirama stammered. In the corner, Uchiha Izuna, who was supposed to leave, peered anxiously, unwilling to leave his blind brother alone. Hashirama was indeed a natural dark horse. However, upon witnessing the embrace, Izuna jolted with surprise. His brother was so proactive. Oh heavens, why was Hashirama stirring such feelings in him? As if to confirm Izuna's inner turmoil, Madara tugged at Hashirama's collar, gripping his shoulder tightly. Hashirama was once again taken aback. A chilling sensation coursed from his feet to the crown of his head, making his scalp tingle. Wait, let's talk this out. Hashirama's flustered voice faltered, his face transitioning from a deep crimson to a sickly green. Madara bit down fiercely, sinking his teeth into the robust flesh of Hashirama's shoulder. The pain shooting through Hashirama's nerves. His muscles tensed instinctively, entering a defensive state. Ignoring Hashirama's futile response, Madara chuckled softly, tearing into the resistant flesh. The taste of blood slid down his throat. Madara calmly swallowed the flesh he had taken from Hashirama. Indeed, it was rather unpalatable, too tough. With a dismissive motion, he adjusted Hashirama's clothing and casually pushed him away, as if nothing had transpired. Hashirama stood there in a daze, blood streaming from his shoulder, staining his outer ninja vest and transforming the once white garment into a crimson tapestry. It wasn't just Hashirama who was left bewildered. Izuna was equally stunned. The difference lay in Hashirama's blank mind and trembling form, while Izuna's thoughts raced with a mantra, love breeds hate, love breeds hate, love breeds hate. In the deep of night, Hashirama staggered back to the Senju clan. Senju Tobirama, upon noticing the bloodstains on his brother, hesitantly inquired, Have you crossed paths with Madara again? Hashirama nodded, then shook his head. Tobirama, puzzled, asked, Why are you bleeding so profusely? Did he stab you, or did you throw yourself onto the blade? His suspicion was not unfounded, given their brother's notorious history, in the past, to secure an alliance with Uchiha Madara. Hashirama had even resorted to the foolish act of attempting suicide. With a pale face, Hashirama replied, Neither. After saying this, he stumbled back into the house, appearing as if his spirit had been ravaged by 10-tailed beasts. Chapter 7. The Power of the Sun. Following the incident, Hashirama dared not visit the Uchiha household the next day. Tobirama, noticing his brother's daily descent into the Senju clan study, where he searched for historical accounts of the Uchiha, was left bewildered. Initially disinclined to intervene, Tobirama found Hashirama's reckless tossing of books had resulted in ancient texts scattered everywhere, complicating his own research. Exhausted, Tobarama asked, "What are you searching for? I can assist you, if you wish." Hashirama's eyes sparkled with hope as he pleaded, "Tobarama, you're the best. Please help me find information on the Mangekyo Sharingan." Tobarama snorted, understanding his brother's intent to restore Madara's sight, and proceeded to select several books. "Go read them yourself." "Wow!" Hashirama exclaimed, dashing off as if he had found treasure. Tobarama squinted at his brother's retreating figure, realizing he needed to investigate what transpired. Since Hashirama returned home bloodied, his emotions regarding Uchiha Madara had shifted drastically. He consistently diverted conversations and avoided the Uchiha clan. It was evident that not only Uchiha Izuna was anxious about Madara's blindness, but so too was Hashirama. Something was amiss. During Hashirama's late-night reading sessions, hoping to discover a shortcut to resolve the blindness, Izuna grew increasingly worried that Hashirama, that scoundrel, had not come to comfort his brother's spirit. Observing Madara's solitary state, Izuna couldn't bear it any longer. To cheer his brother up, he resolutely sought out Hashirama, unbeknownst to Madara. Thus, he encountered Tobarama at the Hokage building. A fateful clash. Izuna rolled his eyes, unwilling to see him, and headed towards the stairs. Tobarama called after him, "Izuna, wait." Unfazed, Izuna continued on, coldly responding, "What is it?" Tobarama inquired, "What happened between Madara and your brother?" "Just a trivial matter." Izuna dismissed it casually, determined not to confront the Senju brothers openly. "I was just going to find Hashirama. If you wish to know more, you may accompany me." Tobarama pondered the nature of this trivial matter and followed Izuna into the Hokage's office. Guards in the shadows became alert. Izuna had a history of causing trouble at the Hokage building. Nevertheless, today, Izuna exuded calm and composure, contrasting sharply with Hashirama, who appeared uncomfortable and said awkwardly, "Izuna, Tobarama, what brings you both here together?" One Izuna was already quite the challenge. Now there was an additional Tobarama. Tobarama felt as though he was about to witness an intriguing show. His brother, usually so brazen, seemed anxious and hesitant. In front of the two brothers, Izuna stiffly addressed, "Lord Hokage, please visit the Uchiha clan tonight. We have matters to discuss." Hashirama hesitated. "Was it you or Madara who requested this?" Izuna, with an uncharacteristically gentle smile, replied, "Who would you prefer it to be, me or my brother?" Hashirama felt a sudden pang in the area of his shoulder that had begun to heal. Reluctantly, Hashirama nodded. "Regardless of who invited me, I shall attend, rest assured." Satisfied with this response, Izuna turned to Tobarama, cheerfully stating, "Make sure to replenish his blood these next few days." He left with a spring in his step, unconcerned about pushing Hashirama forward. After all, it was merely a few pieces of flesh and a bit of blood. In the Hokage's office, Tobarama echoed Izuna's words, remarking playfully, "Replenish his blood?" Hashirama wiped his face, insisting, "It's nothing. You needn't overthink it." Tobarama clicked his tongue, skeptical. During the evening visit, Tobarama shamelessly accompanied Hashirama, who was trembling throughout the meal, fearful that Madara might do something unexpected in front of his brother. Contrary to Hashirama's worries, Madara treated Tobarama with more seriousness than he did with Hashirama. Hashirama felt dejected. Izuna shot daggers at Tobarama, knowing he wanted Hashirama, not this guy. Tobarama pretended not to notice, subtly probing Madara's condition, but his discreet inquiries were effortlessly deflected by Madara. This seemingly indifferent attitude infuriated Tobarama, even in blindness. Why was he so haughty? Frustrated, Tobarama left without courtesy, taking his brother with him. Madara offered no reaction, to prevent light from further affecting his eyes. He had covered them with a black cloth, his expression becoming increasingly indistinct. In the Uchiha clan's grand residence, Izuna left the dishes untouched, bowing his head in apology. "Brother, I'm sorry, I invited them over without permission." Madara calmly replied, "There won't be a next time." Izuna opened his mouth, struggling to swallow Hashirama's name. Yes, it was undeniable. After his brother lost his sight, he instinctively believed that Hashirama could assist. The man accomplished a myriad of astonishing feats, even managing to dissolve the deep-seated enmity between two clans, perhaps even addressing the conundrum of the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Yet, as the days passed, Uchiha Izuna felt a chill in his heart. There was no remedy. His brother remained in a state of blindness. Tears uncontrollably brimmed in Uchiha Izuna's eyes as his hands clenched into fists. Before the tears could cascade down his chin, fearing that his brother might hear, he hastily wiped them away with his sleeve and spoke in an entirely composed tone, "Brother, please rest. I will tidy up the dishes and return to my room." Uchiha Madara replied, "Go ahead." The candlelight flickered momentarily as the wooden door creaked open, and after the sound subsided, tranquility enveloped the room once more. Once he was certain Izuna would not return, Uchiha Madara rose, his black kimono trailing down to his ankles, a remarkably traditional attire. However, for someone accustomed to the grandiose battles like Uchiha Madara, it felt somewhat constricting. Yet, recalling how Hashirama donned his kimono daily without issue, he wore it at home, considering it an opportunity to test his adaptability. Uchiha Madara pushed open the door, mentally counting his steps as he made his way to a particular destination, the Nanha Shrine. Situated downstream of the Nanha River, this shrine, belonging to the Uchiha clan, had stood for centuries, harboring all the clan's secrets. Beyond ordinary items like scrolls, the most precious artifact within was an uninscribed stone tablet. Its revelations, if made public, would incite turmoil throughout the shinobi world. Entering the shrine's secret chamber, Uchiha Madara tore off the black cloth binding his eyes and, utilizing the remnants of his waning ocular power, gazed upon the tablet. The inscriptions chronicled the words left by the Sage of Six Paths for the Uchiha clan. Only the Sharingan could perceive its contents, and the revelations varied with the different levels of the Sharingan. Recently, Uchiha Madara had caught a fleeting glimpse of the next tier's contents. However, due to the limitations of his ocular power, even at the peak of his kaleidoscope Sharingan, the insights remained exceedingly vague. The tablet spoke of a realm beyond the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, known as the Rinnegan. The condition to attain the Rinnegan was a fusion of yin and yang powers, thus acquiring the essence of all things. Though Uchiha Madara could not evolve into the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, a wild thought ignited within him. The Rinnegan of the Sage of Six Paths. The yang power was straightforward, referring to the Senju clan's wood-release chakra, while the yin power pertained to the Uchiha's chakra. If he could devise a method to merge the two, achieving the balance of yin and yang was within reach. At that point, not only would ocular power depletion be a trivial concern, but even Hashirama, known as the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths, might not stand a chance against him. After a brief period of contemplation, blood tears once more streamed from the corners of his eyes. Unbeknownst to Izuna, he had already reverted to his original eyes. Uchiha Madara realized that to study the wood-release cells, he could not remain in Konoha. The matter of bloodlines was of utmost importance. As long as Hashirama opposed their union, he could not conduct his research openly. For the Senju clan would never consent to the Uchiha clan leader merging with the wood-release bloodline. He had initially envisioned a scenario where he and Hashirama, both mutually fond of one another, would seamlessly unite, free from troublesome complications. Uchiha Madara coldly declared, "Hashirama, you have forced my hand. If you dare to reject me, be prepared for the consequences. I have already afforded you an opportunity." Half a month later, Uchiha Madara abruptly departed from the village, causing a considerable uproar in Konoha. Upon discovering a letter left by his brother, stating that his return was uncertain and that he had left the village for leisure, Uchiha Izuna was beside himself with rage. Leisure? He was well aware that recently, during the capture of the Nine Tails, his brother had been wandering with Hashirama for half a year. He felt an overwhelming urge to drug his brother the night before, to incapacitate him and replace his eyes. Where could his brother possibly go in such perilous times? Hashirama, you must bring my brother back. Uchiha Izuna anxiously paced, the tomo in his Sharingan spinning incessantly, yet his speed and perception were insufficient, leaving him to await news from Hashirama. The Hokage of Konoha had abandoned all duties, racing out of the village. According to reports from the clan's ninja hawks, he had already reached the border of the Land of Fire. At the border, Hashirama shouted at the last known location of Uchiha Madara, "Madara, come out." He was somewhat frantic. Uchiha Madara, concealed in the shadows, curled his lips into a smirk, walking away without a backward glance. As if gripped by a sudden premonition, Hashirama glanced towards the direction Madara had departed, instinctively preparing to pursue. In the next moment, a group of ninjas from other nations appeared, blocking his path. Hokage of Konoha, are you attempting to provoke the Wind Country? Hashirama's head throbbed painfully. Step aside, this does not concern you. I am searching for someone. These ninjas refused to heed Hashirama's words, resolutely obstructing him and making it clear that he could either pass over their corpses or first send a notification to the daimyo of the Wind Country. Only upon the daimyo's approval for the Hokage of the Fire Country to enter the Wind Country would they allow him to proceed. Hashirama inwardly lamented. This was the downside of being Hokage. Every matter escalated to a diplomatic issue. Chapter 8, Brothers. 3 years later, within an underground base, a right hand clad in black gloves emerged, grasping the Uchiha fan that hung on the wall, cloaked in dust. Uchiha Madara tilted his head, his long black hair cascading over his cheeks, while his Sharingan glowed ominously in the dark. As the chill of awakening dissipated, a self-satisfied smile graced his lips as he deftly secured the Uchiha fan against his back. The chains rustled as he appropriately fastened them at his waist. The Uchiha fan, a weapon inherited from the Uchiha clan, resembled a fire fan, nearly the height of an average man, with a black chain attached beneath the grip. Unless one possessed immense strength and exceptional taijutsu skills, they would not even qualify to wield such a weapon. Fortunately, Uchiha Madara had achieved a level in taijutsu, ninjutsu, and jinjutsu that far surpassed ordinary ninjas, with even his weakest taijutsu having reached new heights through years of combat against Hashirama on the battlefield. Stepping out of the place where he had experimented with the wood release cells, he emerged into the forest, where fragmented sunlight kissed his skin, imparting a slight warmth. To restore his vision in the kaleidoscope Sharingan, Uchiha Madara had spent 3 years here, during which he had communicated with Uchiha Izuna only once or twice to reassure him of his well-being. As for the anxious Hashirama, Uchiha Madara had successfully left him waiting for 3 years. Now, his Sharingan had fully recovered. Before returning to Konoha, he needed to validate his findings. At the altar of the Land of Fire, the subdued Ninetales stirred, catching a whiff of a familiar scent. Outside the altar, muffled grunts echoed. Minutes later, the seal on the altar was lifted. The Ninetales, unable to contain its excitement, was met with the sight of a human so small they resembled an ant, yet terrifying enough to instill fear. Uchiha Madara. Startled by the Ninetales' roar, Uchiha Madara furrowed his brow, his dark eyes swiftly shifting back to the state of the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Ninetales, you truly are incorrigible. The arrogant Ninetales immediately froze, its crimson beastly eyes reflecting the illusory image of the Sharingan. It lay motionless on the ground, while Uchiha Madara stood before it, as if he were its master. Contract, summoning. Boom. The summoning beast contract that had not been signed during the capture of the Ninetales was now formalized by Uchiha Madara, and the Ninetales became entirely the property of the Uchiha clan. In the village of Konoha, Senju Hashirama received alarming news that incited his anger within the Hokage's office. Which fool has unleashed the Ninetales? He fumed, realizing he would have to embark on yet another mission to recapture the beast. The emotionless altar guard delivering the report stated flatly, it was Lord Madara. What? Hashirama's lips twitched in disbelief as he glanced around nervously before reclaiming his seat. Oh, it's Madara. That makes sense. He has always had a peculiar fondness for that red fox. He wished he could retract his earlier words, and, feeling somewhat guilty, commanded his subordinates, not a soul is to divulge what I just said. The ninjas both inside and outside the Hokage office bowed their heads, stifling their laughter. In a moment of relaxed vigilance, when they turned back to the Hokage's seat, they found that their esteemed Hokage had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a wooden clone that revealed its true nature. It was clear that Hashirama had made a hasty exit before uttering those words. Quickly, notify Tobarama. The Hokage has dashed off to confront Lord Madara. Chaos ensued in the Hokage office as Senju Hashirama sprinted swiftly out of Konoha, heading straight for the altar of the Ninetales. Madara. The nearby birds took flight as a shadow darted through the trees, moving with the swiftness of lightning. Wherever he went, a radius of 1,000 meters fell under his perceptive grasp. Having already left the altar, Uchiha Madara turned back, still echoing the fervent voice of a certain individual in his ears. A suppressed emotion, long dormant due to the passage of time, surged to the forefront. Madara could even feel his fingers trembling slightly, as the exhilarating desire for battle resurfaced within him. Once again, he affirmed his affection for Hashirama. Hashirama could only perish at his hands, just as he could only meet his end at Hashirama's. In the entire ninja world, only they could truly compete against one another. This realization prompted Madara to halt his steps, shedding his Uchiha fan and gripping it firmly, entering a state of heightened alertness. A gust of wind rustled through the leaves as Senju Hashirama appeared on a branch a few meters away. His short, black hair had grown back to shoulder length. In his hurried appearance, his white ceremonial robe billowed elegantly in the wind, and the traditional attire of the Senju clan lent him a gentle grace. His smile was so radiant that it pained Madara's eyes. Subsequently, Madara's gaze lingered imperceptibly on Hashirama's hair. Ah, it had grown longer. Observing Madara's reaction, Hashirama exclaimed in astonishment. Madara, let us talk this over calmly. Don't incinerate anything. That hair took me ages to regrow. Madara scoffed internally, thinking, who cares about your hair? Hashirama held his tongue, knowing that Madara was clearly displeased and feigning indifference. Enough of this idle chatter. Accompany me in battle. Madara interjected, summoning the colossal Ninetales. Hashirama decisively removed his Hokage hat, grinning broadly. All right then. If I don't beat you back, I want to call myself Senju Hashirama. Thus, a cataclysmic battle erupted outside Konoha, the shockwaves reverberating through the village. The townsfolk, accustomed to years of peace, rubbed their eyes in disbelief as they beheld the sight of a fox with 9 tails, alongside a gigantic wooden dragon and wooden golem. They were utterly stupefied. Is this truly a battle of ninja caliber? Even the sage of 6 paths would pale in comparison. The clash continued for an entire day and night. Meanwhile, Senju Tobarama had his own troubles, as Uchiha Izuna barged into the Hokage office, landing a punch as he exclaimed, "Your brother dares to bully mine." While Izuna could not match Hashirama's strength, it did not prevent him from taking out his frustrations on Tobarama. Tobarama felt utterly wronged. What was he to do? Madara had initiated this confrontation, and now they were embroiled in conflict where no one could intervene. "Izuna, if your brother can fight mine, it means he has regained his sight," Tobarama shouted. "Huh." Izuna abandoned Tobarama and dashed to the window to observe the battle outside. The true instigator returned to Konoha as dawn broke, but this time Uchiha Madara led the way, with Hashirama trailing behind, flustered and incessantly pleading, "Madara, let us be friends again. I promise the Nine Tails will belong to you, and I will treat Izuna like a true younger brother." Madara clenched his jaw, hissing, "Shut up." Hashirama hung his head, appearing as pitiful as a defeated rooster. Yet, in reality, he had triumphed. What irked Madara the most was that Hashirama's stamina and recovery far surpassed his own. In a prolonged battle, he would have no chance of victory. From the window of the Hokage office, Madara spotted Izuna, and a wave of relief washed over him. Izuna, his dear little brother, leaped down from the window. "Brother." After 3 years apart, Izuna embraced Madara fiercely, causing a crack to echo through Madara's bones. The intensity of the embrace was palpable, and Madara could do little more than pat Izuna's head in consolation. Hashirama, watching from behind, enviously remarked, "Izuna is so affectionate toward you." Madara's veins throbbed. He was acutely aware of Hashirama's barely concealed laughter. Tobarama would never dare speak to Hashirama in such a manner. Once the Uchiha brothers departed, Tobarama emerged slowly from the Hokage office, tauntingly asking, "Have you seen enough? Don't become a stone waiting for your husband." Hashirama retorted, "He and I are friends. Not in the way you're suggesting." Tobarama rolled his eyes and headed home, where Hashirama immediately followed, pleading, "Tobarama, I need to take a day off tomorrow. Could you cover for me?" Tobarama wore an expression of deep discontent. "Ancestors above, what must I do to make my brother abandon this desire to befriend Uchiha Madara?" The Uchiha clan, known for their amiable bond outside, began to tally accounts once they returned to their own territory. Izuna, with a hint of melancholy, remarked, "Brother, what is it that requires you to hide from me for 3 years? Am I not worthy of your trust?" Madara sighed, "It's not like that. I feared you would come to see me, and our movements would be revealed to Hashirama." Izuna was both angry and frustrated. "Once again, it's Hashirama, that accursed Senju Hashirama. Rest assured, I have found a way to resolve your blindness." Madara revealed a long-awaited ease in his demeanor. It seemed that the 3 years had tempered his restlessness. "I still need to test the compatibility, Izuna. Focus on your health and refrain from using your Sharingan. That way, I won't have any lingering worries." Izuna's eyes brightened, his anger dissipating significantly. "Is it a permanent solution to my blindness?" Madara replied, "It should be." Within him, Hashirama's would-release cells had fused with his own, allowing him to utilize some minor would-release techniques, sufficiently balancing the dark power of the Sharingan. However, he regretted that his Mangekyo Sharingan had not evolved. Madara took Izuna's hand, leading him outside. "I need to examine the stone tablet. Come with me." At the Nanga shrine, the two brothers, reunited after many years, bore expressions vastly different from those of their youth. Madara conveyed all he had seen to Izuna, who gazed in astonishment, his eyes wide. After painstakingly piecing together the implications, he trembled as he asked, "Brother, did you bite Senju Hashirama for that piece of meat?" Madara remained unfazed, responding, "Yes." Izuna, clutching his heart in shock, pointed out the crux of the matter. "You have fused with Hashirama's power?" Madara nodded, affirming that this was the only way to resolve the issue of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Izuna appeared dazed, as if he could see the intricacies of his brother's tumultuous relationship with Senju Hashirama. In the past, when Hashirama expressed his desire to be brothers with Madara, he was met with disdain and scorn. Yet now, with Hashirama's flesh and blood nearly coursing through his brother's veins, it would not be an exaggeration to call them family. How terrifying. Izuna spoke with a heavy heart. "Brother, you must not let Hashirama discover that you possess his cells." Madara raised an eyebrow. "I won't let him know, as it could jeopardize the relationship between the Uchiha and Senju clans. I have no intention of severing ties with him just yet." "No, brother, you misunderstand." Izuna grasped Madara's hand, his eyes brimming with tears. "He has already sent you a friendship card. If you harbor cells akin to his would-release, he will surely send you a brother card in the future. The blood ties will only provide that stubborn fool with more excuses to reject you." Madara's expression froze. "The notion of you are a good person, and we are friends, evolving into in the future, we shall be brothers," seemed to have solidified into an inevitable fate. Chapter 9, The Izakaya. News of Madara's restored vision spread throughout the Uchiha clan, invigorating their spirits. To further celebrate, Izuna unhesitatingly returned the position of clan leader to his elder brother, allowing himself, the acting clan leader, to finally step down. With his newfound freedom, Izuna strutted over to Tobirama, taunting him about still diligently cleaning up the mess left for Madara. A vein throbbed on Tobirama's forehead. Izuna walked away with a triumphant toss of his braid, the Uchiha fan symbol on his back piercing Tobirama's eyes with a painful reminder. Why is it that the Senju family always seems to betray their brothers, while the Uchiha family dotes on theirs? Such a vexing contrast. That day at the Hokage office, Hashirama lamented, "Why are there still so many tasks left undone? Tobirama, where are you?" "What? He has gone on vacation." The irony of Hashirama's joy quickly turned to despair as he faced the reality of his brother's sudden retreat. However, no challenge could deter Hashirama, summoning a wood-release clone. He set off to find Madara, adorned with a freshly crafted Konoha headband. Alas, upon arrival, his wood-release clone was incinerated by Madara's fire-release technique. Madara picked up the quality Konoha headband, letting out a cold huff of dissatisfaction towards his clan members. "Do not allow unidentified individuals to enter." The guards hidden in the shadows exchanged glances. So, in Madara's eyes, the Hokage had become an unidentified individual? The wood-release clone-s sensations reached the original, causing Hashirama to exclaim, "It's so hot, so hot." He fanned himself vigorously, attempting to dispel the burning sensation. His dramatic display garnered no sympathy from the ninjas present. Rumors of Hashirama's resilience against tailed beast bombs had long circulated among the elite shinobi. Oh, right, the title of Jonin was a new rank established by Tobirama, just beneath that of the Kage. As for those extraordinary elite who did not fit within the ranks, Tobirama dismissed them with a wave, declaring, "Do not concern yourselves with them, they are not human." With Madara's return, Konoha's strength surged to its zenith, causing the envious nations and newly established ninja villages to retreat into their shells. The daimyo of the Land of Fire, allied with Konoha, wore a satisfied smile, leading some to believe he would soon welcome another son. Everything seemed to progress towards a brighter future. Nations sought to emulate Konoha, establishing their own ninja villages, signaling an end to chaos and an impending balance of power. Meanwhile, Madara conducted experiments using a portion of Izuna's blood. The fusion with Hashirama's cells ended in failure. All cells perished, exhibiting extreme rejection. "Impossible. Izuna and I are brothers. How could it have failed completely?" Madara's countenance darkened, the ease of the past few days evaporating. He had been over 80% confident in successfully merging Izuna with Hashirama's cells to counteract the damage to his eyesight. Yet reality revealed that only he could restore his vision. Considering the hopeful Izuna, Madara clenched his lips, his teeth nearly grinding against each other. Why must the Uchiha always be denied a favorable conclusion? Why must there always be a choice between two paths? A torrent of violent chakra erupted, the mingling aura of murderous intent and fury causing the instruments on the table to hum ominously. In this secluded research chamber, none could fathom the extent of Madara's emotional turmoil, nor the despair that transformed his hope into bitter hatred. After appending the instruments on the table, Madara strode out with purpose. In the Hokage office, Hashirama, working late, stifled a yawn as his head drooped, on the verge of dozing off. In that moment, he truly understood Tobirama's worth. "Brother, I was wrong, please come back." Hashirama's earnest call, however, could not summon the ever-resilient Tobirama, who shielded himself from any signs of weakness. Yet, Hashirama felt a surge of joy as a familiar chakra emerged within his sensory range. Straightening with renewed vigor, he awaited the inevitable entrance, and sure enough, the door swung open with a resounding bang, revealing a stoic Madara. "Madara, visiting at this hour, what brings you here? Follow me." Madara's icy tone cut through the air, whisking Hashirama away from his duties. The guards on duty felt a profound sense of concern. Such a strong bond. Why would the Hokage refuse Madara? Together, they could benefit all of Konoha. Leaving the oppressive Hokage office, Hashirama felt rejuvenated. "Are we not going to grab a late-night snack first?" Madara remained silent, his mood profoundly bleak, indifferent to the day's meals. However, Hashirama discerned something amiss in his brother's expression, promptly insisting, "Madara, let us discuss whatever is important later. Right now, the priority is to fill our stomachs." Most establishments were closed at such a late hour, but one izakaya remained lit. Madara hesitated as Hashirama pulled him inside. With a sly grin, Hashirama remarked, "Ah, I almost forgot about your poor tolerance for alcohol. I'll order you some juice." Madara promptly shook off his hand and entered independently. The izakaya's owner, startled by Madara's imposing presence, quickly recognized the amiable Hokage following behind and greeted them with a broad smile. "Hokage-sama, Are you out for a late-night meal again? Hashirama sighed. Indeed. How? Please bring me another serving, and remember, no chili, it should be sweet. The owner glanced at Madara, instantly understanding. This family had a penchant for sweetness. Out of respect for their past camaraderie, the owner quietly advised Hashirama, consuming too many sweets isn't good for your health. Hashirama beamed, I think so too. Yet the owner's next comment, eating too much spicy food is also bad for health, left Hashirama momentarily speechless. Madara snickered beside him. He was accustomed to Hashirama's knack for making friends wherever he went, opting for a seat by the window. Unlike the Uchiha, who preferred to huddle in corners or sit near the entrance, both he and Hashirama could ensure their escape from any perilous situation, regardless of their seating choices. After a short while, Hashirama returned with a bounty of food. The spread was far more lavish than his earlier words suggested, as Hashirama had footed the bill himself, celebrating their reunion as long-lost friends. Observing the array of his favorite dishes, Madara realized that Hashirama had taken meticulous note of his preferences. Even details that Izuna might overlook were carefully accounted for, often done instinctively rather than intentionally. What a foolish man. The incessant chatter was deafening. Having consumed a modest amount of alcohol, Uchiha Madara rested his right hand against his forehead, seated in his chair. Senju Hashirama retrieved a forehead protector from his sleeve, cautiously unfurling it before standing and approaching Madara. As the cool metal made contact with his forehead, Madara raised his gaze, and in the dim light of the izakaya, he beheld the first Hokage grinning like a mischievous fox, a sight that struck him as rather insufferable. He reached out, feeling the forehead protector adorned with the emblem of Konoha, a single leaf positioned prominently at its center. You named it, Konoha, Hashirama declared, fearing rejection. Madara exhaled wearily, fully aware of his reflection's unsightliness even without a mirror. I apologize, Madara, Hashirama expressed, voicing a long-held regret. The title of Hokage was rightfully yours. But Tobirama insisted on a democratic vote, and I was thrust into the position. I promise, the next Hokage will be you. Madara averted his gaze, dismissively retorting, spare me your promises. When has Tobirama ever yielded to you? Hashirama sighed despondently. My brother is more domineering than my father. I truly am at a loss. Why can't Tobirama possess a temperament like yours? Your father? Senju Butsama? Madara shot him a sidelong glance. Do you dare utter such words to Tobirama? Hashirama swore to the heavens, absolutely not. With the conversation flowing freely, Hashirama leaned on the table, chuckling as he reminisced about the past. But my father would simply strike me if I argued with him, and he always hit my face. Tobirama, on the other hand, would ignore me if he couldn't win an argument. Recently, he's become even more insufferable, taking leave and leaving me trapped in the Hokage office. Their conversation meandered, memories of their youth vividly resurfacing. Hashirama downed drink after drink with great bravado. Madara nudged his arm, urging him to cease. Stop it. Hashirama rested his chin on his arm and suddenly remarked, Madara. The calmness of his address caused Madara's heart to flutter. Hashirama gazed at his dear friend, his eyes curving with the steadfastness of one who has traversed countless battlefields. I will never marry. Do you think that will comfort me? Madara restrained the impulse to hurl his drink at him, resisting the urge to resort to violence. That's not it. Hashirama seemed oblivious to Madara's frustration, tilting his head, his long black hair cascading down. I know you're not one to easily give up, but I genuinely have no romantic feelings for you. The Senju clan has never had instances of male ninja being together. Hashirama belched, scratching his face in embarrassment. By the way, you're the first one to confess to me. Madara, I'm quite touched. Madara's feelings of affection were swiftly extinguished by his words. Impossible. He spat the word through clenched teeth, utterly disbelieving that no one else had confessed to Hashirama. Hashirama declared with utmost seriousness, girls under 14 don't count. Madara retorted. So all those who confess to you are mere children? How pathetic. After the izakaya closed for the night, Madara stepped outside, his steps slightly unsteady. Hashirama, seemingly devoid of shame, slung an arm around Madara's shoulders, stumbling alongside him. On several occasions, Madara had to redirect him onto the correct path, exclaiming, Enough. I can hardly stand you right now. Seeking you out tonight was my gravest error. Hashirama chuckled to himself, muttering, Madara 1T ignore me. I know you want to hit me. A sudden impulse snapped within Madara's mind. He delivered a punch straight to Hashirama's gut. With Hashirama now incapacitated, Madara hoisted him over his shoulder, making his way to the Uchiha compound. Upon arrival, the guards of the Uchiha clan were taken aback. Chief. Madara ignored them, harboring his anger as he strode toward the Nanga shrine. In the shrine's basement, he released Hashirama, who landed with a thud on the floor. Hashirama continued to snore. Madara stepped on his calf, demanding, Stop pretending to be asleep. I have something to discuss with you here, if you don't want to see it. You 1T have another chance. Hashirama sat up groggily, scanning the room until his eyes landed on a peculiar stone tablet. What is this? This is a family heirloom of the Uchiha clan, inscribed with secrets only visible to the Sharingan. Madara ignited a candle in the hidden room, moving closer. His Sharingan activated as he fixed his gaze upon Hashirama. Hashirama, I will reveal the secrets of the Uchiha clan to you. You must help me. The next day, the tale of the Uchiha clan leader carrying the Hokage back to their compound spread like wildfire, especially since many had witnessed the Hokage yawning, teary-eyed. As he returned to the Hokage office after a night's stay, the residents of Konoha regarded Hashirama with peculiar glances. Yet, oblivious to their scrutiny, Hashirama remained unperturbed. In stark contrast, his brother Tobirama, sensitive and perceptive, upon learning of the events, wore an expression that sent chills down the spine of the reporting ninja, who stammered. Lord Tobirama, the situation is as follows. Lord Hashirama has already gone to work. Tobirama twisted his lips into a mocking smile, who claimed to dislike Uchiha Madara. Madara has scarcely returned, and already they've stirred up such scandalous gossip. Breaking his vow of solitude, Tobirama ambled toward the Hokage office at noon, carrying a casually purchased lunch. The ninja who opened the door for him averted his gaze, hastily bowing his head, unwilling to provoke the extremely irritable Tobirama. Inside the Hokage office, a disjointed conversation ensued. Where were you last night? At Madara's house. He finally allowed me to stay. You ran to the Uchiha clan in the dead of night? Yes, Madara called for me. This ramen tastes fantastic. Bang. The sound of a fist striking the table echoed as Tobirama snapped. Save the ramen for later. Answer my question first. Hashirama, looking quite aggrieved, lifted his head from the ramen bowl. Tobirama, what exactly do you want to ask? Can it wait until I finish? Before Tobirama could retort, the door swung open, revealing a delicate hand, followed by the rustle of white kimono sleeves and the sound of wooden clogs. With her stunning red hair elegantly styled, Uzumaki Mito entered, smiling brightly. He simply wants to know if you and Madara spent the night together. Hashirama's face lit up with delight. Mito, you're here. Tobirama clenched his teeth, realizing his brother had automatically ignored the key details. Chaos erupted in the Hokage office, while the Uchiha clan elders wore expressions of deep concern, casting worried glances at their formidable leader. In response, Madara tossed out a curt remark. This is infuriating. Not to mention that he and Hashirama had barely begun anything. Even if they did, it was none of these elders' business. Uchiha Izuna, fully aware of his brother's disposition, knew that if there were truly an issue, Hashirama would have fled in a panic rather than emerged unscathed from the Uchiha compound. He exchanged a few cordial words with the elders, employing the gentle yet assertive approach he had honed over the past 3 years, leaving them speechless before promptly seeking out his brother. In this vast world, the elder brother reigned supreme. Uchiha Izuna's performance pleased Madara immensely. His brother was far superior to that white-haired fool, giving him no cause for concern. The only headache was that Izuna regarded his life as more precious than anyone else's. As Madara contemplated the premature demise of his previous experiments, he sighed inwardly, no longer regretting his clandestine alliance with Hashirama in the study of bloodlines. No matter the cost, he could not allow Izuna to follow in his footsteps. He had sworn to protect his remaining brother since their childhood. Uchiha Madara inquired, Izuna, how far can your eyes see clearly? Uchiha Izuna hesitated before replying, 200 meters. His brother's gaze narrowed, prompting him to quickly amend his response, 100 meters. Uchiha Madara approached him, grasped Izuna's hand, and pointed towards a specific spot outside the window, asking, how many chicks are there in that bird's nest? Uchiha Izuna stammered, eventually uttering under his brother's icy stare, 3? Uchiha Madara gently called his brother's name, revealing a smile that instilled fear in their enemies. Overwhelmed by that smile, Uchiha Izuna felt his knees weaken, realizing his mistake. From today onward, you are forbidden from using your Sharingan, Madara declared. Yes, Izuna replied, his face a mask of despair. After this incident, Uchiha Izuna spent the afternoon observing the bird's nest, only to discover that there were no chicks, just a few eggs. Uchiha Izuna knelt in defeat, unable to hide from his brother the deteriorating condition of his eyesight. In the months leading up to Uchiha Izuna's complete blindness, Uchiha Madara celebrated a lively 20th birthday. According to the customs of ninjas, birthdays were rarely celebrated. Yet he had a brother overly attached to him, a friend who loved to create a stir, and Tobirama, who frequently disapproved of him. Reflecting on the chaos of his birthday, Uchiha Madara shook his head, realizing his tolerance for them had grown significantly. The peaceful evolution of events could largely be attributed to Hashirama. Unbeknownst to him, the shadows of Hashirama had increasingly intertwined with his life, to the point where the fates of Uchiha and Konoha became inextricably linked, leaving no room for the notion of separation. If the Senju clan were to dominate, It would adversely affect the Uchiha clan. Thus, it was essential to keep Tobirama in check. After all, Hashirama would support him. Uchiha Madara cast a glance at Hashirama, who was convening a meeting concerning the matter of the tailed beasts. Upon sensing Madara's gaze, Hashirama flashed a bright, confident smile. Madara, intrigued, chuckled. No longer opposing Hashirama's decision to distribute the tailed beasts to other nations. They're merely tailed beasts. If we lose them, we can always recapture them. Indeed, Madara thought. Hashirama understands me. After the meeting, a dejected Hashirama looked at Madara with teary eyes, as if he had endured immense suffering. Uchiha Madara turned away, dismissing his feigned sorrow, thinking it was Tobirama who was truly enraged. Hashirama rested his arms behind his head, asserting that Tobirama was simply too cautious. With the two of us here, who could Konoha possibly fear? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara's eyes flickered. It was as if he was weighing a long-held ambition, leading him to eventually ask, "Why choose this arduous path, Hashirama? We could persuade those who disagree and hasten the arrival of peace. Are you suggesting we use force? Is that not feasible? If we gather all 9-tailed beasts and unite, who could possibly stand against us?" Hashirama looked at his friend, astonished to hear such candid thoughts. Uchiha Madara retorted, "Isn't that a shortcut?" "No," Hashirama replied gently, unperturbed. "Peace is the hope of all. If we incite war, we position ourselves against everyone. Madara, we may be powerful, unafraid of the tailed beasts, but in the face of the world's might, we remain insignificant." Uchiha Madara frowned. In the eyes of feudal lords and nobles, ninjas were merely tools. Hashirama smiled, "But we are not. It is precisely because we recognize this that we strive to change perceptions, to have the world acknowledge the ninja profession." Hashirama conveyed his sincere thoughts to Uchiha Madara, who, despite his disagreement with Hashirama's aversion to world domination, realized that all his calculations were futile in light of Hashirama's stance. Madara shot Hashirama a disapproving glance, saying, "Is your ambition merely to establish a village and become a useless leader?" Hashirama, unashamed, replied, "Being a leader is wonderful. There's money to be made, no battles to fight, and plenty of time to indulge in gambling." Uchiha Madara paused. "How is Konoha's finances?" Hashirama glanced around, laughing. "What are you talking about? That is not my concern." As their conversation concluded, Hashirama dragged a reluctant Madara to a gambling den, where with the support of friends, even a big fish could transform into a cunning wolf. With the need to care for his blind brother, Uchiha Madara did not squander too much time. After helping Hashirama a few times, he withdrew, leaving the gambling den owner looking at him with despair, as if witnessing a powerful figure descend into a life of cheating for the Hokage. Hearing Hashirama's boisterous laughter after winning, Madara felt his face heat up, inexplicably embarrassed. Leaving behind the shameless Hashirama, Uchiha Madara returned home to find his brother's eyes covered with a white cloth, stumbling as he practiced walking in the dark. Uchiha Madara felt a pang of guilt for having spent time gambling instead of attending to Izuna sooner. Approaching him, Madara supported Izuna and shared his previous training methods. "Izuna, you must learn the sensory techniques of a ninja." "Brother," Uchiha Izuna exclaimed joyfully, listening intently to Madara's careful explanations, happily absorbing the sensory techniques passed down from the Senju clan. Uchiha Izuna was not surprised that his brother knew so much about the Senju family. After all, Hashirama had been a true friend to Uchiha Madara, and it was this bond that made him accept deep down that he was destined to have no sister-in-law, potentially gaining an older brother named Hashirama instead. As training progressed, Uchiha Izuna leaned against his brother, exhausted. Uchiha Madara effortlessly lifted Izuna onto his back, startling him into a soft gasp as he clung to Madara's neck, wondering if it was too childish. Madara dismissed the thought, stating, "You are my brother. Who dares to criticize?" He carried his brother back to their room, while other Uchiha clan members looked straight ahead, none daring to mock Madara for his evident affection for Izuna. They all understood that the Uchiha clan was now left with only Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna, with the young Madara shouldering the entire clan's burden, even having to face Hashirama one-on-one despite being a year younger. It was said that the clan leader had several other brothers, all of whom were lost in battle, meeting tragic ends. The horrors of a chaotic world could only be truly understood through personal experience. Uchiha Izuna's eyes, hidden beneath the cloth, grew misty as he whispered against his brother's neck, "Brother, Hashirama is a jerk." Uchiha Madara entered the courtyard, responding, "Indeed." In the distance, the ever-innocent Hashirama sneezed multiple times, wondering, "Who is cursing me now?" Resuming his work, Tobirama buried himself in paperwork, tossing Hashirama a lofty, disdainful smile upon hearing the commotion. Hashirama felt dejected, pondering why Tobirama had become so sarcastic towards him. Tobirama, noticing Hashirama's lingering daze, couldn't he help but shout, "If you have time to daydream, Why not consider how to handle the visiting representatives from various ninja villages? Damn it. The contents of their replies made him feel like he was surrounded by fools. Who in their right mind would give away tailed beasts for free? Chapter 11. A Fortunate Fate. All of the tailed beasts from 1 to 8 were given away, leaving Konoha with only the 9-tailed beast. Those skeptical shadow-level figures who arrived were left dumbfounded by Hashirama's generosity, as if they had entered a dream. However, it was Uchiha Madara who shattered their illusions. With a hand, he held down the head of Hashirama, who was passionately advocating for world peace, preventing him from banging his head on the table. Uchiha Madara emerged from behind Hashirama, his black eyes, though not revealing the state of his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, commanded the attention of everyone present, none daring to meet his gaze. As for Hashirama's assertions, I have no objections. Uchiha Madara, with unwavering resolve, instilled a sense of calm within the hearts of those present. The once despondent gaze of Senju Tobarama abruptly ignited with hope, as he comprehended that Madara's emergence at this juncture signified his disapproval of his elder brother's arbitrary disposition of tailed beasts. Senju Hashirama struggled beneath Madara's firm grasp, whimpering, "Wait." Meanwhile, Tobarama secretly reveled in the situation. "Ah, dear brother, how the tables have turned." He had no objections to his brother's assertions, but certain matters warranted further discussion. Senju Tobarama decisively allied himself with Uchiha Madara, deftly altering their previous narrative with carefully chosen words. Madara, resolutely restraining the obstructive Hashirama, turned his gaze towards the representatives of the neighboring villages, who, upon witnessing Madara's expression, felt an ominous chill akin to a child's cry. Without need for elaboration, the esteemed leaders of these ninja villages braced themselves, and their youthful guards appeared visibly unsettled, acutely aware of Madara's notorious reputation. With a nonchalant demeanor, Madara declared, "I require compensation. Free of charge. Dream on." These tailed beasts were the fruits of his and Hashirama's arduous efforts spanning over half a year to capture. In stark contrast to Hashirama's previous leniency, the ensuing dialogue took on an increasingly ruthless tone. The collaboration of Madara's ferocity and Tobarama's acerbic wit left those who had hoped to claim tailed beasts empty-handed, trembling in frustration. Yet, the immense worth of the tailed beasts posed a perilous threat should they fall into enemy hands while remaining unattainable for themselves. In the name of the Hokage, the Tsuchikage glared at the voiceless Hashirama, who could only shed silent tears. Under the dual threats of soft persuasion and hard coercion, they begrudgingly swallowed their pride, each contributing substantial sums of money and resources in exchange for the formidable tailed beasts they coveted. Following the completion of the transaction, Tobarama exited the conference room, elated as he clutched the contract. Inside the meeting chamber, Hashirama's shadow loomed so large that it caught Madara's attention. "Must you be so dramatic?" he lamented. "They will be our allies." Madara's hand slid from the back of Hashirama's neck, brushing against the rising hairs of his nape. "Such weak allies," he scoffed. "I see no reason to show mercy." As Hashirama shivered at the remark, Madara, in a jovial mood, added, "I could manage these few individuals alone, but with you, it will be a breeze." Hashirama's head met the table with a thud, his hands gripping the edge in disbelief. He had a friend of unparalleled ruthlessness. Meeting with the newly established village leaders was a significant event in both Konoha and the ninja world, and Uchiha Izuna could not help but be consumed by curiosity. Upon his brother's return home, he learned the details from Madara and erupted in laughter. Did they manage to silence Hashirama? He was entirely unconcerned about his brother's alliance with Tobarama. The mere thought of Hashirama's humiliation was enough to keep Izuna laughing for an entire day. Madara regarded his jubilant brother with a sigh. "Have you laughed enough? Have you completed today's training?" Izuna lifted his chin defiantly. "I won't slack off." Madara had yet to disclose the plan for cellular fusion to Izuna, intending to wait until the experiment was nearing success. He understood that instilling hope only to shatter it was a far more painful experience. Thus, he focused on ensuring Izuna's training progressed, aiding him in adapting to the darkness. Just as he had done years ago, the Uchiha clan harbored no weaklings. He believed his brother would overcome his psychological barriers. Following the agreement between Madara and Hashirama, Tobarama also joined the endeavor. Madara held little faith in Hashirama's research capabilities. However, Tobarama's involvement undeniably laid a solid foundation for success. This was precisely why Tobarama had proactively supported Madara in suppressing Hashirama during the meeting. Both were growing increasingly frustrated with Hashirama's foolishness. To pass up an opportunity is sheer folly. With the issue of the tailed beast's placement resolved, the burden on the Jonin tasked with guarding them was significantly alleviated. Any tailed beast that escaped was beyond the capability of ordinary Jonin to contain. Sensing their collective relief, Hashirama waved his hand, dispatching them to their respective missions. The villages established a mutually beneficial collaboration, and, moreover, the matters concerning the Sharingan progressed smoothly. Tobirama altered his brother's excessively potent cellular vitality, diminishing its rejection factor, allowing for initial fusion with Izuna's flesh. During this period, as the experiments could not be carelessly conducted on Izuna, Hashirama, with his resilient physique, reluctantly became a pitiable test subject. Tobirama had long sought to explore his brother's extraordinary constitution and seize the opportunity. Typically, Hashirama would howl, "No more blood draws. Are you trying to murder your own brother?" Observing the brothers' interactions, Madara experienced a rare pang of guilt. Hashirama's assistance had never been motivated by self-interest. He genuinely wished for Izuna's vision to be restored. Yet, he had concealed his own struggles for 3 years, failing to extend the same trust in return. As a friend, he deemed himself inadequate, let alone crossing the boundaries of friendship to forge a deeper bond. All right. Tobirama's exuberant voice snapped Madara back to the present. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. Is it done? Does this mean Izuna's sight can be restored? Everything seemed to be shifting towards a favorable outcome. It appeared that the alliance between the Senju and Uchiha clans rendered any challenge surmountable. Days later, under his brother's vigilant care, Izuna underwent the fusion with the radically modified wood-release cells. His indomitable will and robust physique allowed him to endure the fierce backlash, and the white bandages that had obscured his eyes were destined to be removed one day. He regained his sight, as his vision gradually faded into darkness, only to be rekindled. He once again beheld this cruel, yet beautiful world. Izuna blinked his eyes, which had been forbidden to weep during recovery. "Brother Hashirama," he called out, expressing gratitude to the selflessly generous Hashirama, who had provided the wood-release cells without concern for the potential spread of their bloodline. "Thank you." Hashirama laughed heartily. "As long as you're well, there's no need for thanks." Izuna promptly adopted a tone characteristic of the Senju. "Although you saved me, should you dare to bully my brother, I shall not let you off easily." "Fear not. I have no intention of bullying Madara," Hashirama replied, his lips twitching at the painful memory of the time Madara had struck him. Madara, shielded by his younger brother, averted his gaze, his expression inscrutable. He resolved that once Izuna's health was restored, they would face the training grounds together to demonstrate what it truly meant for Hashirama to bully him. After all, it had always been Madara who had dominated Hashirama. Unnoticed by the trio, Tobirama stated sternly, "The wood-release bloodline must not be used externally. This is the bottom line for our Senju clan." Izuna immediately shot him a provocative glare, his Mangekyo Sharingan activating in an instant. "We'll see about that." Tobirama calmly refused to meet his gaze. His dark illusion technique was nearing completion, and when it was ready, he would ensure that the Uchiha Izuna would face the consequences of relying on his Sharingan. The disparity between Tobirama's sinister thoughts and his outward integrity was stark. Izuna felt a chill run down his spine, eyeing the unusually amiable Tobirama with suspicion. Neither Hashirama nor Madara paid heed to their banter. The brothers' playful squabbles were trifling matters in the eyes of their elder sibling. Hashirama approached Madara, suggesting, "Shall we share a drink? Let us celebrate Izuna's recovery." Madara glanced at Hashirama's pallid complexion from excessive blood loss and decided against declining the offer. Forget it, he decided not to engage with the gambling, liquor-loving fellow, Hashirama Senju. The izakaya they frequented was the same one where they'd previously indulged in late-night snacks. After his drinking spree, Senju Hashirama's face turned a brilliant shade of crimson, his spirit soaring, almost eager to unleash a raucous song with his off-key voice. Uchiha Madara, seated across from him, felt an overwhelming urge to deny any acquaintance with this man, especially when the owner jovially urged, "Not bad at all, Lord Hokage, how about a tune?" Crack! Uchiha Madara snapped his chopsticks in half. Grabbing Hashirama by the collar, Madara tossed money onto the table and dragged the boisterous Hokage, strong as an ox and inebriated, out of the izakaya. The proprietor pocketed the cash and, watching the two depart, remarked with a TSK, "What luck, to be favored by an Uchiha." The Uchiha clan had always produced beauties, yet equally, each was more ferocious than the last. Under the watchful, stunned gaze of the Senju guards, Uchiha Madara strode confidently to Hashirama's residence, as familiar as if it were his own home. He swung open the wooden door and unceremoniously hurled Hashirama onto the rather unyielding tatami mat. Thud! Hashirama blissfully buried his face in the bedding, which had been sun-dried, exuding a delightful aroma of sunlight. In the next moment, his joy was abruptly interrupted as he felt a weight settle upon his waist. Dark strands of hair tickling his cheek, a delightful itch. Startled, Hashirama looked up to find Uchiha Madara looming over him, his arm draped over Hashirama's shoulder. Their bodies almost pressed together, chest to back. The warmth radiating from the two adult men seemed capable of igniting his cheeks. The fragrance of alcohol permeated the air, clear yet intoxicating. Uchiha Madara, sensing Hashirama's reluctance, tightened his embrace and chuckled softly. Hashirama, do you intend to reject me a second time? Hashirama's expression was a complicated tapestry of emotions, a silence in response. Madara's brow furrowed in displeasure. Speak. Do not feign ignorance before me. Taking a deep breath, Hashirama replied. Madara, we are brothers. How can we engage in such actions? Instantly, Madara's expression morphed into that of a malevolent spirit. After accumulating a good person card, a friend card, today he had also obtained a brother card. He was rapidly nearing a full collection of special cards. Hashirama, you can go to hell. The murderous intent erupted like a tsunami, and a fireball obliterated the grand estate of the Senju clan. When the Senju clan members rushed to provide aid, witnessing the one-sided battle between their leader and Uchiha Madara, they discreetly retreated, knowing it was unwise to meddle in the leader's domestic affairs. In the ears of the seething Uchiha Madara, a mechanical voice suddenly chimed. Name, Uchiha Madara. Age, 28 years. Achievements, one of the peaks of the ninja world. Romantic history, 2 failed confessions, with the system predicting countless more in the future. Madara felt the last nerve of his rationality snap under the provocation of the words failed confessions. Whatever this thing was, it could perish alongside Hashirama. Boom. The wooden structures of the Senju clan were ablaze today. Chapter 12, Transmigration. Beating Hashirama had almost become a customary practice for Uchiha Madara in the aftermath of his fury. Although he may not always succeed in overpowering him, Hashirama would invariably allow him a few strikes to vent his frustrations, preventing an icy standoff. However, this time, Uchiha Madara encountered an utterly bizarre phenomenon. After incinerating Hashirama's abode, Madara realized something was amiss. The flames stagnated, the oppressive heat dissipated, and the dust and wood shavings swirling in the air froze, as if he had been thrust into an illusion. Hashirama, hiding 10 meters away, became grave, slowly stepping from behind cover. Is this Madara's Genjutsu? How impressive! He scrutinized Madara's Sharingan, marveling. Has it evolved again? Uchiha Madara retorted. Fool, you just evaded our eye contact. It was not the Sharingan. Madara's crimson gaze scrutinized the inferno engulfing the estate, exerting his ocular prowess to uncover the cause. Hashirama, in his usual carefree manner, attempted to approach, but Madara sharply commanded, step back. Do not come any closer. Hashirama raised his hands in surrender. Surely, you don't distrust me as well? Madara glared at him, realizing the idiot had a memory akin to a goldfish, instantly forgetting the prior confession. Hashirama feigned innocence. Under Hashirama's extraordinary sensory abilities, hidden forces should have been easily detected. However, today, this technique failed him as he and the Genjutsu master, Uchiha Madara, stood bewildered, unable to find any trace of illusion or other powers. Discovering that the chakra of his kin remained intact, Hashirama promptly approached them, shattering the eerie silence enveloping the space. Once more, Madara heard the mechanical voice that had seemed like a hallucination. Name, Senju Hashirama. Age, 28 years. Achievements, God of Shinobi, Grand Sorcerer. Romantic history, once. Had a childhood crush on the older sister of a neighbor. Hashirama had yet to process this when he abruptly exclaimed, that's my private matter. Even Tobirama doesn't know. Madara chuckled. Oh, from your childhood. While we were all busy on the battlefield, this fool had a romantic record. Hashirama stubbornly explained, I was only 8 then, and I hadn't even met you yet. His expression turned pensive. Besides, that older sister has long since perished. In the Senju clan, there were no useless individuals who hadn't seen battle. Only those who had achieved great feats, even women, faced a high mortality rate. Romance was merely a fleeting thought. Madara, with an air of discomfort, remarked, who told you to fancy such a weakling? Hashirama internally scoffed, recognizing that particularly strong women often possessed a more tenacious spirit. He preferred gentler souls. The thought of the Senju's formidable women brought him sorrow. Each time a girl under 14 confessed to him, it was bearable. But since Madara had confessed, even those younger girls had ceased to approach him. The two engaged in their idle chatter, seemingly unaffected by the sudden emergence of the voice. Yet both had adopted a battle-ready stance. Hashirama's laid-back demeanor often misled many, making him an easy target for complacent ninjas. However, the system from another world was not among them. The system methodically articulated, where did this guy come from? I can't locate him. Thankfully, there's this fellow, otherwise I wouldn't know how to deceive Madara. Hashirama's smile froze. Wait, why did that sound so familiar? He glanced nervously at Uchiha Madara beside him. The system read another's thoughts aloud. Senju Hashirama, it would be best to eliminate you before addressing the unexpected situation. Madara's expression darkened. In their line of sight, black flames seemed poised to emerge. Panicking, Hashirama instinctively shielded his friend's eyes with his palm. Stop. Amaterasu's flames will incinerate my clan's land. With his eyes covered, Madara sneered. Do you think the safety of our clan matters more than this? With a sudden motion, he flung Hashirama's hands away and addressed the unseen entity. Have you confined the time and space here? The system replied, indeed. As Hashirama stood in shock, the icy voice turned sinister, based on the system's assessment. Neither of you are likely to readily believe my words. What a pity. This system has decided to let facts speak for themselves. Off you go. Your first destination in an instant. Both Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were engulfed in darkness, experiencing a disorienting sense of temporal and spatial inversion. Gagging. Hashirama fought the urge to vomit and strained to listen. Fate 0. Ah, what language is this? Speak in words we can comprehend. Hashirama's final cry echoed in desperation. Uchiha Madara exerted every ounce of his strength to seize Senju Hashirama, yet the oppressive force of time and space was suffocating, compelling him to reluctantly loosen his grip. Hashirama. In the grand estate of the Senju clan, the constraints of time and space were suddenly lifted, causing the two combatants, who had been fiercely engaged, to vanish without a trace. The members of the Senju clan were left bewildered, their expressions a mix of confusion. Where had the clan leader gone? Just moments ago he was present, and now he had disappeared in the blink of an eye. Senju Tobarama, who had been slowly returning from a call regarding a fire at home, calculated how much compensation he would demand from the Uchiha clan for the damages. Upon arriving at the ruins of his own home, he was astonished to find not the furious Uchiha Madara, but a throng of his clan members, frantic and agitated. Where have brother and Madara gone? Lord Tobarama, the clan leader, and Lord Uchiha have vanished. Tobarama gazed at his clan members, letting out a deep sigh, questioning why their focus was on gossip rather than on the urgent need to rebuild their home. Unfazed by the disappearance, Tobarama returned to his dwelling, grateful that he had chosen a residence for his research situated a considerable distance from Senju Hashirama. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara, on the verge of becoming a missing person, had no time to ponder the chaos unfolding in Konoha. It felt as though he traversed an eternity until he suddenly felt his body descend, his feet making contact with solid ground. Upon opening his eyes, he was immediately dazzled by the resplendent object before him. What on earth is this? Before Madara could fully comprehend the obstacle ahead, the surroundings grew even more radiant, and the sound of something slicing through the air approached him. Reflexively, his Sharingan activated, the three tomos spinning within his crimson pupils, transforming into the kaleidoscopic state of the Mangekyo Sharingan. In this form, no projectile could harm him, a universally acknowledged truth among shinobi. The objects aimed at him narrowly missed. Without needing to contemplate, the continuous sound of walls collapsing confirmed the immense lethality of what had just flashed past. Madara traversed the wall at an imperceptible speed, returning to his original position as if he had never moved. Only ordinary onlookers, lacking such dynamic vision, could hardly conceal their astonishment at his presence. Another heroic spirit? A minute earlier, in Fuyuki City, at the Tosaka residence, Tosaka Tokiomi had just summoned his desired heroic spirit when he found himself overwhelmed by the king's haughty demeanor. Indeed, he had summoned a most challenging spirit to serve. Nonetheless, Tokiomi adhered to his principles, believing that the noble deserved respect, and thus he honored the cold, regal presence of the ancient king, Gilgamesh, without a hint of dissent. This was a remarkably rare occurrence for a magician, as heroic spirits were typically seen as mere tools to be commanded, making Tokiomi's contrarian attitude momentarily earn Gilgamesh's approval, who mused that despite his rigidity, Tokiomi was an interesting individual. The third person present, Kirai Kodomine, observed the peculiar dynamic between master and servant with a calm expression. Feeling no surprise, his teacher was predictable in his every action, and compared to Tokiomi's self-restraint, Kirai's gaze was largely fixed upon the golden-clad archer-class spirit. A man of golden hue. How dazzling. He suppressed the urge to blink and faced the king's scrutiny with reverence. Not the strongest saber-class spirit, yet undoubtedly formidable. Or else his teacher would not have exuded such confidence. The initial meeting between magician and heroic spirit unfolded within this context until a sudden distortion in the air behind Gilgamesh heralded the emergence of a black hole-like space. Gilgamesh swiftly turned. Who goes there? Amidst the unfamiliar aura was an insidious scent he utterly despised, subtle yet undeniable. Which wretch dares approach? The newcomer emerged from the black void, stepping into the same summoning circle as Gilgamesh, yet his entrance was starkly different, akin to an uninvited guest. With an eastern visage and clad in red armor, he stood in stark contrast to Gilgamesh, who reveled in gold. Tokiomi strained to discern the stranger's features beneath Gilgamesh's brilliance, but he was utterly unprepared for the king's immediate response. Without uttering a word, Gilgamesh unleashed his treasury, denying the newcomer a chance to speak. Whoosh! 3 distinct swords shot forth with unrelenting speed. It was as though they pierced an illusion, For Tokiomi could only watch in stunned silence as the stranger remained undisturbed while the blades penetrated his home, detonating against the external barrier. By the time Tokiomi deduced the newcomer was a heroic spirit, Kirai kindly pointed out, "Teacher, the barrier has been breached." Tosaka Tokiomi. The Holy Grail War had yet to commence, and already his house bore a gaping hole. Would the future still be bright? Uchiha Madara pressed a hand to his forehead, dodging the attack, as a flood of unprecedented memories filled his mind, insights into this world's knowledge and customs. It also clarified the final phrase uttered by that self-proclaimed system, Fate Zero. He suppressed his lingering confusion and irritation. Disregarding the most peculiar figure, the man clad in golden armor and adorned with trinkets, and inquired of Tokiomi, "Where is this place?" Tokiomi instinctively replied, "My home." Madara surveyed the wall now marred by a gaping hole, both inside and out, exquisite enough to render even the grandest of feudal lords' estates pale in comparison. Gilgamesh, arms crossed, observed the fleeting expressions of confusion and astonishment on Madara's face and mockingly scoffed, "I wonder from which corner of the world this pauper crawled out." Having never laid eyes on such splendor. As the ancient king, Gilgamesh was quick to amass a lexicon of scathing words upon arriving in this era. And these words would ultimately thrust the opulent Tosaka residence into a crisis of post-disaster reconstruction. Chapter 13, Comic Book. No matter how affluent the Tosaka family was, it could not withstand the presence of two humanoid weapons within its walls. "Cease this. Boom. I command you both to refrain from using force." Tosaka Tokiomi became the magician who expended the most command spells in this year's Holy Grail War, with his apprentice Kirai witnessing the scene, inexplicably smiling. As the two command spells vanished, both combatants froze, unable to move, their murderous intent directed toward Tokiomi. If Gilgamesh's fury was that of a king's dignity affronted, then Madara's murderous aura was a manifestation of relentless ferocity, embodying the pinnacle of an era. Tokiomi felt his legs weaken, relying on his staff for support to prevent himself from kneeling, let alone someone like Tokiomi, who had never seen the battlefield. Even an average jonin would lack the courage to raise a weapon before Uchiha Madara, for there was no path other than death. "I beg your forgiveness." Tokiomi lowered his staff, kneeling on one knee in deference to the two. This gesture calmed Madara's demeanor, while Gilgamesh's expression turned frigid. In his anger, he resembled a lion of gold, his red, vertical pupils fixated on Tokiomi with a lethal intensity that felt as if he were plunged into an icy abyss. "To whom are you kneeling?" Tokiomi faltered, realizing that before him stood the tyrant of Uruk, the primordial king with a third of divine blood. Every word seemed superfluous. As a vassal, he knelt before the second individual. Uchiha Madara observed the discordant dynamic between master and servant, a glimmer of mockery flashing in his eyes as he turned his gaze to the back of Tokiomi's hand. The entity capable of commanding him was likely this thing. Previously, the opponent's left and right hands bore three distinct symbols each, but now only two remained, leaving him unable to discern which symbol was issuing the command. Had both hands been severed? The coldness of Uchiha Madara's Sharingan was palpable, awaiting the fury of the golden-haired man. Madara was taken aback when he observed the latter retract his anger, donning an expression that suggested indifference to the matter. It mattered little. After all, in this era, there was no one worthy of being his subordinate. He dismissed Tokiomi Tosaka. At that moment, Tokiomi breathed a sigh of relief, entirely unaware of the implications behind those words. The only one capable of acknowledging the murderous intent, Uchiha Madara said nothing, redirecting the conversation to his own perplexity, inquiring who could enlighten him about the current circumstances. Tokiomi rose, explaining the intricacies of the summoning to the two heroic spirits amidst the ruins of the chamber. The Holy Grail War, a conflict involving 7 magi, where the prize was an object known as the Holy Grail. Terms like third law and root were only vaguely understood by Madara, who prioritized understanding the origins of the man with golden hair, a king of a nation, and deceased for millennia, a figure of great renown in this world. Madara lost interest in the dead and felt no inclination towards the notion that the Holy Grail could grant any wish. Both he and Hashirama sought peace. The Holy Grail could not bestow upon him the peace of another world. He understood such rudimentary temporal rules. Gilgamesh, akin to him in stature, displayed little interest as well. They sat on separate sofas, with Gilgamesh having shed his resplendent armor for other golden adornments, donning an outfit that exposed his chest and abdomen. Reclining with an air reminiscent of the nouveau riche from Tokiomi's memories, Tokiomi endeavored to convince himself that the aura of a king triumphed over all, his gaze shifting to the black-haired, heroic spirit. This spirit, more grounded, sat with poise, exuding an air of nobility. Tokiomi respectfully inquired, "I am Tokiomi Tosaka, and this is my apprentice, Kirai Kodomine. May I ask which era you hail from, and might I know your name?" Uchiha Madara replied coolly, I am Uchiha Madara. Tokiomi was taken aback. Was Uchiha a surname? Why had he never encountered this family name before? He turned to his apprentice, his eyes signaling Kirii that it was time for him to demonstrate his knowledge. Unaware that Tokiomi was oblivious to Madara's origins, Kirii pondered, Uchiha. That sounds somewhat familiar. Madara regarded him with interest. Could there possibly be another Uchiha clan in this world? Regrettably, Kirii dashed Tokiomi's hopes, shaking his head. I truly cannot recall. I have only heard it mentioned in passing. Madara did not pursue the matter further, his thoughts drifting to Hashirama and wondering where he had been cast, whether he too had been thrust into this unfamiliar world or summoned by an adversarial magus. After listening to the conversation, Gilgamesh stretched and declared, Provide me with a suitable outfit. I wish to take a stroll. Tokiomi, ever prepared, promptly offered the garments, sending off the formidable king without offense. When it came to Madara, Tokiomi hesitated, saying, Please, Mr. Madara, allow me a moment to prepare your attire. Despite appearing slender, Madara was evidently more robust than the pampered Gilgamesh, a discrepancy that Tokiomi, who pursued elegance and perfection in all things, found intolerable. Madara glanced at the fragile fabric clinging to him, shrugged nonchalantly, and retrieved his battle attire, which could also serve as a kimono. He discarded the dust-laden red armor onto the floor, and Kirii attempted to lift it onto the sofa. It was heavy. Kirii's arms strained, and upon noticing Madara's disinterest, he relinquished the armor. There was no need to burden the heroic spirits with gathering intelligence. Tokiomi indicated he would handle it himself. Having seen no heroic spirits the day after his arrival, standing in the vacant Tosaka estate, the current head felt a sense of desolation. Yet more disheartening was the fact that the 2 cards he had provided were exhausted within a day, with Gilgamesh being the most egregious offender. Goods delivered by truck arrived in a steady stream, ranging from gaming consoles and high-end clothing to gold and jewelry, the variety astounding Tokiomi. Kirii silently assisted Tokiomi in managing these items, as, for safety's sake, the servants in the Tosaka residence had already evacuated from Fuyuki City. On the streets, now clad in the era's upscale menswear, Madara felt thoroughly uncomfortable. The attire was too constrictive and ill-suited for combat. However, recalling Gilgamesh's derisive remarks, he resolved to adapt swiftly, knowing he could revert to the heroic spirit's original garb when the time came. Indeed, he was now a heroic spirit, devoid of flesh, manifesting in this world in a form of spiritual materialization, bound by magical links to the magus Tokiomi Tosaka. In essence, until he devised a solution, he could not eliminate Tokiomi and must rely on his magical energy to sustain his presence in the realm. Madara intended to observe for a while. Should Tokiomi fail to meet his expectations, he would employ his Mangekyo Sharingan to control him, thus ensuring a permanent resolution. The priority was no longer the search for Hashirama, but adapting to this era. As youths in light clothing traversed the bustling streets, the shops lining the roads gleamed with vibrancy, their pristine glass windows reflecting the carefree expressions of passers-by. The cacophony of voices mingled with the sounds of automobiles, advertisements, and an array of bustling noises, creating an absurd yet alien world for Madara. Here, peace and stability reigned. Each individual appeared so frail, easily annihilated by a mere jutsu. Yet, within their eyes glimmered expensive hopes and dreams. After a moment's silence, Madara stepped into the throng of the lively crowd, his black hair, black shirt, and long trousers rendering him an incongruous figure. A day's time sufficed for Madara to familiarize himself with the general layout of the city. Even amidst the complexities of a modern metropolis, he could retain the information, marking his first step towards establishing a foothold in this world. He paid little attention to the entertainment facilities, focusing instead on the societal structure and pondering how such weakness could maintain peace. The preliminary conclusion was that the ordinary citizens of this world were entirely oblivious to the existence of magi. Those with power and those without formed the rules of 2 distinct realms, minimizing the threat posed by dangerous forces. Those who breached the boundaries would face the wrath of both sides. Seated in a dessert shop, Madara observed intently the happenings outside the window, awaiting his order. Though he had no need for sustenance, dining would conserve some magical energy, and Tokiomi had provided him with funds for expenses in this world, prompting his rare curiosity to sample the sweets. The seemingly trivial, yet notably loud discussions nearby persisted throughout the day. That man has long hair. He looks quite stylish. Is he an artist? Not quite. He lacks any effeminate aura and has an impressive physique. Nami really fancies this type. She'll keep it down. He seems to have heard us. In a world where he had virtually severed all ties with women, Uchiha Madara, expressionless, realized he was unexpectedly popular. A waitress adorned with cat ears approached, placing an array of desserts before him, her voice sweetly chiming, "Meow, please enjoy." Madara glanced at the small fork and, without hesitation, began to devour the dessert piece by piece, his pace quickening. It is evident that the dessert perfectly aligns with his taste. The young girls nearby gazed in astonishment, whispering in a dreamy manner, "Is he truly the fabled sweet tooth?" After Uchiha Madara settled his bill and departed, a girl clutching a comic book abruptly recalled something. She flipped open the pages, revealing a majestic valley that captured her attention. Noticing her friend was more engrossed in the comic than in the handsome man, she expressed her dissatisfaction. "What is so captivating about this fictional nonsense? You should admire some real-life heartthrobs instead." The comic-loving girl immediately dismissed the earlier sense of familiarity and retorted, "This is one of the best-selling comic books of the year. The latest installment just concluded the Chunin exams, and Sasuke's defection has everyone buzzing." Her friend questioned, "Is the protagonist even as handsome as that man?" The girl gazed at the cover, featuring the foolishly spirited Naruto, and despairingly closed the book, conceding, "All right, I admit defeat. Only those from the Uchiha clan could be compared to that man." Chapter 14, Fanfiction. In the Tosaka residence, the eastern side is governed by Gilgamesh, while the western side belongs to Uchiha Madara. The two maintain a distance, rarely crossing paths. Tosaka Tokiomi sat at the dining table, relishing a brief moment of tranquility before the storm, but this thought dissipated as Uchiha Madara descended the staircase. The sound of his polished shoes echoed on the creaky steps, while his long black hair cascaded to his waist, moving with the stealth of a cat. Tosaka Tokiomi stiffly turned his gaze elsewhere, and as expected, after Mr. Madara joined for breakfast, Gilgamesh also made his entrance. These two seldom met outside of the dining table. Kirai Kodomine, ever astute, finished his meal ahead of time and bowed slightly. "Master, I shall go mend the magical barrier." Tosaka Tokiomi barely had time to dissuade him before he noticed his earnest apprentice gathering his tools to head outside and set up the barrier. Tosaka Tokiomi felt a pang in his stomach. Kirai's fondness for mapo tofu was one thing, but Mr. Madara had an extreme aversion to spicy dishes. After suffering through one incident, he had blacklisted Kirai. If Kirai were to indulge in such foods in front of Mr. Madara again, it would surely provoke his wrath. Just as Kirai stepped outside, he glanced back at his teacher's pained expression, keenly hearing a voice in his ear exclaiming, "What else with all the sweets for breakfast today?" A cold voice responded, "If you don't want to eat, then leave." A chill emanated from behind, filling the entire living room with an unpleasant aura. Kirai cheerfully exited the room. At the dining table, Tosaka Tokiomi, caught in the middle, maintained his composure and elegantly inquired, "My king, Mr. Madara, may I ask about your wishes?" "Wishes? I have no interest." Gilgamesh leaned on his wine glass, the red wine swirling within. Drinking wine at breakfast was certainly a statement. Tosaka Tokiomi wisely bypassed Gilgamesh's disdainful tone and turned to the comparatively amiable Mr. Madara, only to find Uchiha Madara sipping milk. Upon hearing the question, Uchiha Madara looked up and replied, "It is meaningless. I have no wishes that require the Holy Grail's fulfillment. If I must name a desire, it would be to find Hashirama." However, Uchiha Madara would never disclose this to Tosaka Tokiomi, as he was not a true heroic spirit. Silence enveloped the atmosphere. Tosaka Tokiomi strained to maintain a calm smile, gripping his knife and fork tightly, declaring, "My wish is the ancestral desire of the Tosaka family, to reach the root and uncover the mysteries of the world. For this goal, he would endure anything." The determination of this master did not seem to register with the two servants, who were indifferent, even dismissive. It wasn't until Tosaka Tokiomi could no longer tolerate the tension and took his leave that he escaped the oppressive ambience. Gilgamesh discarded his fork, expressing disdain for the unappetizing ham on his plate. Such a mere human, failing to consider how to serve me, instead concocting other schemes. "All treasures of this world belong to me. Even the so-called Holy Grail is merely something they pilfered from my treasury." Uchiha Madara regarded him with skepticism, incredulous at such grandiose claims. All treasures of the world? Upon meeting those pitch-black eyes once more, Gilgamesh smirked with amusement, saying, "It's not that you lack wishes, rather, you cannot realize them through the Holy Grail, can you? Having seen countless heroes bathed in the fires of war, the King of Heroes could easily discern the underlying desires of such individuals. Peace. A foolish notion. A conceited fool." After finishing his breakfast, Uchiha Madara stood up, pushing his chair away and uttering a parting remark before departing. Gilgamesh's laughter abruptly ceased as he gripped his utensils tightly, bending them in frustration. He dissolved into golden dust, disappearing from his seat. This was not the first time Gilgamesh and Uchiha Madara had parted on unfavorable terms. Uchiha Madara had no desire to engage with him. Gilgamesh was the type to become increasingly animated with each word, as if he would not relent until he had exposed the shadows lurking in one's heart. According to Tosaka Tokiomi, This man had lived for thousands of years in the throne of heroes. It was baffling how such a long existence could shape a person into such a willful being. Proclaiming himself as this king, Uchiha Madara understood that this world no longer held any true kings. How pitiful, he thought maliciously. The so-called king who claimed to possess the wealth of the entire world was merely a man bound by time, trapped in a past centuries old. Hashirama. I have witnessed peace, yet I am dissatisfied with this peace. Uchiha Madara stood atop the highest point in Fuyuki City, gazing down at the city bathed in warm sunlight. Perceiving it as weak and fragile, he extended his hand toward the minuscule city and its inhabitants below, knowing that a mere S-rank jutsu could lay it to waste. The era in which he lived was certainly not so easily vanquished. How troublesome. Just as Uchiha Madara pondered the contradictions of peace and frailty, a familiar chakra fluctuation ignited his senses. Hashirama. With excitement, Uchiha Madara leaped from his perch, his black hair billowing in the wind. Already transformed into his heroic spirit form. Before he could approach, he heard the familiar lament of Senju Hashirama. Oh heavens, how could this happen? You fool. How could you be defeated by your apprentice? In the bookstore, a throng of youthful boys and girls observed with curiosity as the long-haired man crouched before a shelf of comic books. Tears brimming in his eyes as he flipped through the latest issue. A golden-haired girl, her expression stern, admonished, "Please keep your voice down. It is extremely rude." In her hand was a recent biography of King Arthur. Nearby, a beautiful woman sat in a chair, engrossed in a baking book, and upon hearing the commotion, tilted her head and smiled. Artoria, he is simply too overwhelmed. I know. Clad in men's attire, Artoria felt exasperated. Senju Hashirama was utterly oblivious, even disregarding the gazes of others. Since Senju Hashirama had appeared in King Arthur's summoning circle, claiming to be the leader of a certain village, both he and Artoria found themselves at a loss for words. Their bewilderment persisted until Tosaka Kuritsugu's daughter dashed over, barefoot and gasping for a signature. The first Hokage. Initially presumed to be the leader of a humble village, he turned out to be a character not featured in the comic. On their first day at the Ainsburn residence, they had watched Naruto, and the first thing they did upon arriving in Fuyuki City was to visit the bookstore to catch up on the latest plotlines. Currently, the unfolding events had struck a nerve with Senju Hashirama. The third Hokage had perished. Within the bookstore, many discussed the Hokage, and Hashirama's cries of despair were hardly surprising. The Naruto series had reached the continuation of the Chunin exams, during which the One-Tail went berserk, Orochimaru betrayed his master, and ultimately, Uchiha Sasuke defected. Thus, numerous fans flocked to witness the latest episode. It could be said that it was the storyline of the Chunin exams that propelled this comic to the pinnacle of its popularity. Senju Hashirama was not as swift as they were. At that moment, he gazed at the elderly figure in the comic book, resolutely deploying the Shiki Fuin, sacrificing his own life for the sake of Konoha, which caused a pang of sorrow in his heart. This was to be his and Tobarama's future disciple. How could they be unable to defeat even their own grand disciple? Suddenly, a hand appeared on Senju Hashirama's shoulder. Caught off guard, he wept and stammered. Wait until I finish reading. Uchiha Madara. With a slip of her foot, the vigilant Artoria found herself exasperated. Could this man not choose a more appropriate moment to speak? Facing an adversary, was reading a comic book truly of greater importance? Alice Phil regarded the newly emerged black-haired heroic spirit, hesitatingly deducing, Uchiha Madara, who had initially dismissed this fragile girl, immediately turned his gaze toward her. How do you know me? Did Hashirama tell you? Alice Phil innocently raised a comic book, depicting the Grand Valley of the End, and replied, I saw it in here. Senju Hashirama seemed to snap back to reality, snatching the comic from Alice Phil and obliterating it in an instant. Under Uchiha Madara's piercing gaze, Senju Hashirama managed to re-establish his natural black smile and enthusiastically greeted, Madara? It has been a long time. Alice Phil, puzzled yet intrigued, wondered Madara? The ancestor of the Uchiha clan? This revelation not only altered Uchiha Madara's expression, but also prompted Artoria to swiftly cover her master's mouth, saying, Alice, refrain from speaking such words for now. A crack appeared in Senju Hashirama's smile. Help! If Madara discovers that I had once taken his life, I would surely be doomed today. Recognizing the danger posed by Uchiha Madara, Artoria coldly declared, You two converse. I shall escort Alice back, leaving behind Senju Hashirama, who bore a grim history of having slain friends. Artoria contemplated whether the rift between her and the Knights of the Round Table was truly as dire as she once believed. Alice Phil smiled beside King Arthur, thinking that Hashirama must have greatly admired that person. Artoria glanced at her without uttering a word. In the bookstore, an indescribable tension enveloped them as nearby manga enthusiasts observed the two eerily familiar men, suddenly realizing, individually, they might not have recognized them, But the simultaneous appearance of two men bearing striking resemblance to the Valley of the End was unmistakable to any Naruto fan. Is this cosplay? Wow. They look so much like the characters, and far more handsome than that grotesque statue in the manga. He resembles Uchiha Sasuke as well. Sasuke doesn't have such long hair, but the long black hair is indeed quite similar. Quick, take a picture. Hearing the incessant spoilers about Naruto, Senju Hashirama dared not utter a sound, his face turning pale. Ahaha, let us step outside. Uchiha Madara kicked Senju Hashirama and approached the bookshelf where he had been squatting. Familiar words caught his eye, and a sense of foreboding surged within him. Naruto? His hand reached for the book, but was abruptly grasped by another hand. Senju Hashirama had rushed to his side, pleading, "Don't look." Uchiha Madara cast a sidelong glance at him, disregarding the book in question, and suddenly noticed something on a concealed bookshelf behind Senju Hashirama. The Forbidden Brotherhood of the Uchiha clan. The Love and Hatred of the Hokage. A day trip with Sasuke and Naruto. Those familiar inscriptions and the terrifying implications nearly caused Uchiha Madara's Sharingan to emerge. What in the world is this? Chapter 15, The System. As Uchiha Madara reached out towards those fanfiction books while Senju Hashirama remained bewildered, the system intervened to salvage the situation. Beep. The localized time and space were once again ensnared, seemingly dividing the bookstore into two realms, with only Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama suspended in this moment. Uchiha Madara abandoned the notion of reading and became wary of the entity capable of transcending time and space. As for the nature of the system, neither Earth's consciousness, Gaia, nor human consciousness, Alea, had imparted such knowledge to him, only providing the common sense befitting an ancient heroic spirit. Senju Hashirama breathed a sigh of relief, for the system had unwittingly delayed his demise. System, where are you? The man referred to as the god of ninjas in the comic looked around curiously. Devoid of malicious intent, the ability to confine and traverse time and space exceeded his comprehension, and he could not fathom the necessity for the entity to harm them. Uchiha Madara, however, held a differing view, stating coldly, "What is your objective?" He stepped forward, exuding an intimidating aura, his Sharingan radiating a sanguine and ruthless light. Senju Hashirama did not impede his friend this time, gazing warmly into the void as if no amount of pressure could sway his emotions. Confronted by two super shadow-level beings, the system, concealed in the void, felt an unexpected sense of insecurity despite its formidable capabilities. Its existence stemmed from the fervent adoration of countless Naruto fans across various worlds, one of whom, fortuitously holding a significant divine status, had inadvertently created it and cast it into a website's database to acquire knowledge. This database was known as Jinjiang, where the laments of authors and readers imbued it with purpose. To alter tragedies and dispel the myriad joys and sorrows, it had attempted to change fate from the source, striving to reconcile the two brothers, Indra and Ashura. Yet, Kagaya's repeated interventions thwarted its plans, leading to its ultimate failure. The system too had to adhere to the laws of time and space. If Kagaya continued to plague it, it would remain unnoticed until the onset of the narrative. Ultimately, it had no choice but to venture into the era of Kagaya Otsutsuki or Yuzuki Kagaya, confronting that ambitious princess countless times in an attempt to persuade her to relinquish the chakra fruit from the divine tree. In the end, the system, unable to tolerate any longer, eliminated her before she could consume the chakra fruit. The world collapsed. The death of a parallel universe led the Jinjiang system to receive a warning from that divine being. Should it continue its reckless actions, heaven would directly obliterate it. Thus, it relinquished the notion of saving all worlds from their roots in one fell swoop. Achieving success in even one world would suffice. The Jinjiang system cheerfully declared, "Senju Hashirama, you must have seen that comic book. Through systematic calculations, it aligns remarkably with your world, and due to some unforeseen circumstances, you have diverged from your original fate, altering the inevitable tragedy." Senju Hashirama was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. "I changed fate? That sounds a bit overly grandiose." The Jinjiang system affirmed, "Indeed, originally, Uchiha Izuna was destined to die, leading to a rift between you and Uchiha Madara, both of you inadvertently spiraling towards extremes." Uchiha Madara's body trembled. From the moment you altered Uchiha Izuna's fate, everything thereafter transformed. The Jinjiang system regarded Senju Hashirama with the eyes of one observing a rare beast, lamenting the unchanged state of him compared to other worlds. You saved Izuna, indirectly rescuing Uchiha Madara. He remained in Konoha, aiding you in stabilizing the village and managing the Uchiha clan. Senju Hashirama recalled the Uchiha clan's massacre depicted in the comic, his expression darkening. The Jinjiang system, attuned to his thoughts, joyfully articulated its purpose. "My goals are remarkably similar to yours. You seek peace, while I desire a happy ending. You are my subjects of experimentation. I utilize all my power to send you through time and space, not to coerce you into making decisions, but to present you with a choice of fate. What you ultimately become is beyond my control. The timeline of the Naruto world differs from this one. A year spent here equates to a mere day there. Complete my task, and I shall send you back. The words spoken resonated with an awe-inspiring authority, as if a divine entity were guiding the fate of the world. Effectively subduing Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara ominously remarked, "A comic? Our destinies are inscribed within." In an instant, the Jinjiang system wilted. Similarly, the fervor that once ignited Hashirama's spirit, a passion to change the world, was doused as if splashed with icy water, leaving him dejected and slumped. "Well, it appears you have acquiesced to my proposal." The Jinjiang system expeditiously concluded, "I look forward to our future interactions. I shall appear upon the completion of your tasks, which I will detail later. Farewell." The temporal restraints dissipated, and the clamor of the crowd outside resumed in his ears. The main task was to elicit 3 heartfelt declarations from the target individuals. "You are truly good friends. Your friendship is earth-shattering, and with such a bond, why not marry? P.S. No coercive force allowed." For several minutes, Hashirama and Madara remained in a silent standoff, grappling with the bizarre circumstances they found themselves in. Eventually, Madara withdrew a book and began to peruse the comic with utmost seriousness. Hashirama accompanied him in the bookstore for an entire day, attempting countless times to engage Madara in conversation, only to be met with indifference. The incessant clicking of cameras filled the air. However, it was evident that Hashirama's appearance, rather than Madara's relatively lesser fame, was more worthy of capture. Initially perplexed by the meaning behind the sounds, Hashirama soon realized that fans were eager to photograph him, believing he resembled the first Hokage, and his spirits soared. After all, he had never been a celebrity. Snap away. As Madara glanced up from his comic, he was momentarily dazzled by Hashirama's foolish antics. Taking a deep breath, Madara composed himself. He could not afford to be vexed by Hashirama, or he would have long since been driven to madness. Lowering his gaze, he noticed Uchiha Sasuke's self-introduction. "I am Uchiha Sasuke. I harbor many dislikes, yet nothing particularly pleases me. I possess a singular ambition, not merely a dream, to restore the Uchiha clan and to eliminate that man." That man, of course, was his elder brother. The once illustrious Uchiha clan had met a tragic end at the hands of its own kin, a most lamentable fate indeed. The shadow of the Senju clan was scarcely discernible in the pages of the comic. Madara could only glimpse Hashirama and Tobirama carved into the faces of Hokage Rock. The third figure appeared to be a young man from the Sarutobi clan, eager to apprentice under Hashirama, while the fourth was a stranger to him. As dusk fell, despite the visibility remaining intact, Madara found himself disinclined to continue his exploration of the bookstore. He purchased an entire set of books and turned to Hashirama, inquiring, "Where do you reside?" Hashirama hesitated. "I cannot disclose that. The one who calls himself master has instructed me to keep it confidential. Given that I am dependent on him, I must honor the employer's request." Madara smirked. "Are you positioning yourself as my adversary?" With a naive blink, Hashirama illuminated the depths of his scheming mind. "Not at all. You are my friend. You may come and stay with me." Madara thought to himself that the master might very well be driven to exasperation. In truth, they regarded the Holy Grail war with little concern. Their foremost objective was to locate the target individuals as dictated by the system, complete the tasks, and return to their own world expeditiously. Hashirama, dragging Madara along against his will, cheerfully remarked, "That fellow can be rather difficult, dreary even. But he possesses a kind heart towards his family. It is evident he is a good person." Madara, with a stoic expression, regarded Hashirama's grip on his wrist. Hashirama fervently praised Amiya Kiritsugu, hoping Madara would not argue with him. "You know, his wish aligns with ours." Madara offered a reluctant response. "What wish?" Hashirama's face lit up with camaraderie. "He desires world peace. Thus, he seeks the Holy Grail, hoping to utilize its power to fulfill this wish." Madara, who would have thought there are others in this world who share our aspirations for peace? Madara suddenly perceived this magician to be as unreliable as Hashirama, relying on the Holy Grail to realize one's wish. This skeptical thought lingered until Madara glimpsed the murderous intent glimmering in Kiritsugu's eyes, at which point he found his composure. "This is my friend," Hashirama cheerfully explained. "I happened upon him today, and he is homeless. May I invite him to stay the night?" Kiritsugu's expression darkened. He was a heroic spirit. Artorias stepped forward, rarely defending Hashirama. "The reunion of dear friends is a significant joy in life. Congratulations, Mr. Hashirama." Hashirama nodded vigorously. Kiritsugu realized he was on the verge of being driven to madness by the imminent summoning of 2 incompatible heroic spirits. He had heard of mismatched pairings, but had never experienced such misfortune himself. in a situation where the entire family consented, save for the male head of the household. Madara successfully infiltrated the enemy's stronghold without the slightest awareness of being a spy, having no intention of informing Tosaka Tokiomi. Meanwhile, Tosaka Tokiomi, lacking modern communication tools and reluctant to command Madara with a command spell, sighed in frustration. When he could not locate Mr. Madara, he had no choice but to seek the assistance of the notoriously taciturn Gilgamesh. However, compared to Gilgamesh, Mr. Madara was indeed more suited to lurking in the shadows, becoming his secret weapon for victory. Tonight was destined to be anything but peaceful. Kiritsugu received intelligence that the Tosaka residence had been attacked by a heroic spirit. Moreover, the assailant was dead. Each of the 3 heroic spirits in his household reacted differently to this news. Artoria, clad in formal attire, solemnly declared, "To eliminate an enemy in a single blow is no small feat." Meanwhile, Hashirama was heartily indulging in a midnight snack, replenishing his magical energy, exclaiming, "This is delectable. Alice, you are truly a virtuous wife." Receiving the compliment, Alice beamed with warmth. "Thank you for your kind words." Beside Hashirama, Madara sat with his legs crossed, sipping juice, displaying no emotional reaction to the news of the Tosaka residence's attack. Kiritsugu nodded approvingly. This indicated that Madara likely was no longer Tosaka Tokiomi's heroic spirit. Perhaps only the system and Gaia, along with Alea, were aware that none of the heroic spirits summoned by Tosaka Tokiomi truly cared for his well-being. Chapter 16. A Choice Between Two. That night, the kaleidoscopic Sharingan flashed. Madara drew Hashirama into the mental realm for an in-depth discussion, ostensibly a conversation. The reality of it could only be comprehended through experience. Upon entering his domain, Madara bound Hashirama in various ropes, while countless blades pointed menacingly at him. Hashirama sprinted through the mental space of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, snapping the ropes and dodging the blades, perfectly embodying the prowess of a master of taijutsu. Kicking and blocking, the deadly exchanges between them unfolded with an ease that belied their danger. Should either party lower their guard, grievous injuries would surely ensue. If one side bore even a hint of malice, mutual destruction would be inevitable. Maintaining this balance, Hashirama prioritized evasion, crying out, "Help! Stop stabbing me! If you keep this up, I'll die?" "Rest assured, you won't." Madara pursued him leisurely, the master of this mental domain. "At most, you'll have a headache for 3 days and nights." Madara wore a malicious grin, his modern outfit transforming into dark garb with crimson armor. The moon above shifted, taking on the form of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, its gaze fixated on the events below, ensuring that no matter how far Hashirama fled, he could not escape Madara's pursuit. "Without me, would you allow the Uchiha clan to be annihilated?" "Of course not. If it weren't for my existence, would the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, have fallen into your household?" "Absolutely not. If he dares to attempt such a thing, I shall bring him to his end. Had Azuna perished back in the day, I would ensure that Tobirama accompanies him in death." "Hashirama, you will surely forgive me, won't you?" "Without a doubt." "Wait, are you dreaming?" Senju Hashirama nearly sold out his brother in a moment of weakness, only to awaken that protective instinct at the last second, reversing his words. His brother must not be harmed. Hashirama has crossed his own limits. Uchiha Madara, undeterred, spoke in a voice that, though soft, was laced with an ominous bloodlust. "Do not think I am unaware. I harbor no fondness for Tobirama, and he feels the same. Were it not for you, I would never lower myself to reconcile with him. No, we have never been on good terms." Senju Hashirama, with his invincible foolish grin, managed to conquer all. Indeed, Madara is a gentle soul. Uchiha Madara stumbled slightly. Unable to endure any longer, he shattered his composed demeanor, furiously demanding, "If you had to choose between him and me, who would it be?" Without hesitation, Senju Hashirama replied, "I will not choose." Amidst the onslaught of countless blades, Hashirama leaped and twirled, singing a wild song upon the tumultuous ocean of fury. "I shall not place myself in such a predicament. If that day were ever to arrive, I would rather perish than see both of you fall, for you are the ones I have vowed to protect with my very life." The world within the kaleidoscopic Sharingan seemed to tremble at these words. As towering trees obscured the spiritual realm, vibrant vines emerged from the earth, transforming into countless ferocious dragons. Hashirama's hands came together, his dark hair swirling, having unknowingly entered sage mode. The miraculous Senju Cannon rose behind him. Ninjutsu, Senju Cannon. With his impeccable will, he shattered the Tsukuyami of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Time and again, he emerged victorious. On the grand bed, Uchiha Madara's pupils briefly lost focus as his neck was firmly grasped, severing his ability to gather chakra for battle. Madara coughed several times, the blood-red hue in his eyes fading, replaced by the ordinary black of his pupils. "Madara, cease this," Hashirama urged with a bitter smile. yet his grip remained steadfast. Struggling to speak, Madara's neck muscles tensed. He muttered hoarsely, "If you have the courage, go ahead and strangle me." Upon uttering those words, both Hashirama and Madara were taken aback. Madara's ears flushed red as he felt his words echoed the flirtations of this era. Madara snorted. Hashirama sheepishly withdrew his hand, noticing the marks he had left behind. It seemed that the resilience of spirits surpassed that of mere flesh. He mused, "Try using magic for recovery." The Uchiha clan had a certain fragility. Their recovery slow and cumbersome. Madara, half seriously, remarked, "I have little magic left. I came out alone." Without a second thought, Hashirama rolled up his sleeves, exposing his strong arms, and lamented, "They say blood can replenish magic. Be gentle, just take a bite." Madara gazed at the offered arm, his expression momentarily dazed. "Bite?" Seeing him hesitate, Hashirama scoffed. "Last time, you devoured a piece of my flesh without hesitation. Do you now disdain my arm?" The impact of those words was palpable, causing Hashirama to yelp in pain as Madara sank his teeth into him. Drinking his blood and consuming his flesh, Madara savored everything Hashirama had to offer. As a force unlike chakra, but convertible into chakra, flowed down his throat. Madara paid no heed to the notion of insufficient power. Even if he gained only 30%, it would suffice. He intended to make Hashirama understand that the matter of concealing his comic book was yet to be settled, and the future of the Uchiha clan required Hashirama's accountability. Suddenly, Madara felt a hand ruffling his hair, the rebellious strands being smoothed down. Hashirama. It truly felt delightful to touch, though not as soft as Tobirama's white locks. Hashirama chuckled mischievously, having never had the chance to feel his friend's wild hair since childhood. Madara swiftly grabbed a nearby pillow and struck Hashirama in the face. The pillow, easily torn apart by the playful tussle of two formidable beings, sent feathers cascading around them. After tiring of their antics, Hashirama reclined, resting his head on his arm. "Madara, exploring this world is not such a bad thing." Madara replied. "Who do you think that target might be?" Hashirama pointed to the wall, where a magician and a spirit resided nearby, silently indicating, "Don't make it impossible for me to survive here." Madara rolled over, resting against Hashirama, delivering a playful elbow to his chest. "Do you think I would be so careless? I've already employed Genjutsu. Besides, he is merely an ordinary person who has seen a few battlefields. Even if his mental prowess is strong, it cannot surpass that of a jonin. There is no need to be overly concerned. Let us sleep. We'll finish the comic tomorrow." At these words, Hashirama felt relieved and yawned. "Aren't you afraid I might do something undesirable?" Madara, observing Hashirama peacefully sleeping beside him, narrowed his eyes, contemplating other schemes. Hashirama's only response was to slap Madara's head down, drowsily stating, "Stop it. I'm tired." In the next moment, pain shot through his arm, yet Hashirama remained oblivious as he began to snore softly, drifting into slumber. The system indicated that the target would not be difficult to locate. A mere glance would reveal an invisible halo surrounding the individual. During this time, Madara set aside Tosaka Tokiomi and focused on finding the target with Hashirama during the Holy Grail event, or engaging in their comic pursuits. During this period, Naruto concluded its arc on the Chunin exam, leading to the initial Hokage's prominent return through Edo Tensei, sparking a minor cosplay craze. Hashirama received numerous opportunities for signatures and photos. Madara could scarcely recall how many times he had dragged Hashirama out of the crowd. Reflecting on the grotesque appearance of the Edo Tensei mode in the manga, he disdainfully remarked, "Tobirama loves to research such jutsu, and ended up dragging you down with him." Hashirama chuckled ruefully. "Didn't you once praise Tobirama's innovative spirit?" Madara provocatively replied, "A defeated foe. I only complimented him a few times. If he took it to heart, that would be truly foolish." Hashirama retorted, "I finally understand why Tobirama dislikes you so much." Naruto is a high-risk world type of manga. Yet while searching for comics in a bookstore, Madara stumbled upon several equally perilous titles, which he read through with his Sharingan. The intricate world building and creativity opened Madara's eyes, almost compelling him to experience it firsthand. As for the title of Hokage, Madara stated expressionlessly, "Unless you transform the village into a city, I shall contemplate whether to assume the role of the next Hokage." Hashirama's eyes welled with tears. "Madara, this is the village we built together. How can you disdain it?" Madara lightly responded, "If you're not even considering a city, then how about a nation?" He was promptly silenced. Hashirama replied firmly, "I will find a way to upgrade the village into a city, so please refrain from constantly aspiring for world domination." Amid their playful banter, leading lives focused on their own endeavors, the days rolled on until the master of Amiya Kiritsugu personally came to take Hashirama away, soon followed by Tosaka Tokiomi's familiar, who urgently summoned Madara back. Gilgamesh lounged on the sofa, coolly remarking, You finally decided to return, have you? Madara, in a good mood, casually retorted, it seems you found new entertainment in my absence. For such an extended period. The fact that Tokiomi Tosaka has not yet been eliminated is quite astonishing. Uchiha Madara's gaze sharpened as he discerned the unique radiance of the target he had sought for so long, emanating from Gilgamesh. The golden luminescence, combined with this man's inherent brilliance, rendered Madara momentarily speechless. No wonder he had been unable to see the truth concealed beneath his very nose for so long. A deeper smile graced Gilgamesh's lips, as he remarked, it seems we share a mutual sentiment. However, you have missed out on numerous intriguing events. Their conversation remained deliberately vague. Tokiomi Tosaka, unable to relax his furrowed brow, suppressed his confusion and earnestly stated, I require your assistance, Mr. Madara. Madara replied with indifference, I have no time. Tosaka felt a lump in his throat, realizing he only had 2 command spells left, and the last one was reserved for compelling Madara to take his own life, which left him feeling quite powerless. He had to cherish these 2 command spells. Otherwise, controlling the servants would become impossible. Has Mr. Madara found an interest in this world? Tokiomi Tosaka raised a composed yet elegant smile, as if victory were assured. Compared to the fleeting nature of the Holy Grail War, had Madara ever contemplated remaining in this world to unearth new delights? His gaze shifted to the capricious king of heroes, and he said with a hint of discomfort, surely. My king must have considered this. Gilgamesh chuckled, to presumptuously speculate on the king's intentions. You are indeed audacious, Tokiomi. Tosaka's expression turned wooden. Allowing Gilgamesh to stay would spell disaster. If not for the man's innate golden ratio, the Tosaka family would be awaiting its demise. Ultimately, Uchiha Madara agreed to assist. However, he never anticipated that the matter of choosing between 2 options would arise so soon. Chapter 17, My Apologies. Ninjutsu, Thousand Hands Cannon. I recall your technique being called Wood Release, Thousand Hands Technique. Haha, don't you think Thousand Hands Cannon is more fitting? I specifically searched for images online, and indeed, it resembles cannon. The technique, established merely 3 years prior, lamented in silence. It had not yet had the opportunity to make a name for itself before being awkwardly renamed by the incompetent Hashirama Senju. Today, this ninjutsu, which had not even appeared in the serialized manga, showcased its power for the first time before beings from another world. The chakra requirements of the ninjutsu left Kiritsugu Amiya, who was supplying magical energy from afar, stumbling. Commanded by 2 command spells, Hashirama Senju struggled to execute the ninjutsu, his expression torn and conflicted. I can suddenly empathize with the sensation of being reincarnated as a corpse. The feeling of having my body act against my will is truly dreadful. With just 1 command spell, Kiritsugu Amiya could not control him. Thus, on the 7th day of the Holy Grail War, Kiritsugu revealed all his trump cards and ordered Hashirama Senju to eliminate his friend, Uchiha Madara. For Uchiha Madara was a servant from the Tosaka side, and moreover, his adversary. Hashirama Senju was undoubtedly the most suitable servant for slaying Uchiha Madara, for in the manga, he had triumphed. Madara's killing intent surged forth, a storm ready to erupt. Yet, his hands acted of their own accord, forming seals. Damn it, I must find a way to kill the one who commanded you. Hashirama Senju chuckled bitterly. It's too late. The Holy Grail descended upon Fuyuki City, igniting the frenzy of the remaining magicians and servants. Obtain it. The omnipotent wishing machine that can fulfill any desire. Madara, we must return. Time rewound a few days, where Uchiha Madara had weathered a series of dramatic upheavals, including a serial killer, a sea monster attacking the city, and the demise of Tokiomi Tosaka, resulting in the command spells being transferred to Tokiomi Tosaka's disciple, Kiritsugu Amiya. Madara regarded this development with cold indifference. Clearly, Kiritsugu's abilities were insufficient to sustain 2 servants. He was not even a legitimate magician and lacked knowledge of how to store magical energy. Kiritsugu, not one to overestimate himself, politely offered several methods to replenish magical energy for Madara's consideration. The most mundane approach involved siphoning the Master's power, draining magical energy until Kiritsugu's demise. The next option was to find a being with magical energy and absorb it. Any exchange of bodily fluids could yield restorative effects. For instance, drinking blood, exchanging saliva through a kiss, or more directly, finding a female magician to spend the night with. Just one evening could provide enough magical energy for a normal servant to squander for several days. However, magicians were scarce, and the non-combatants in Fuyuki City had mostly fled to avoid collateral damage. Thus, ordinary servants might resort to the most extreme method, devouring the souls of ordinary people, to bridge the gap in magical energy through sheer numbers, thus gaining power in a short time. Upon hearing Kiritsugu's suggestions, Madara frowned, contemplating his own fate should Hashirama learn of this. He ultimately regretfully declined. No, Haha, what are you worried about? Gilgamesh laughed heartily, extracting a considerable amount of information from that simple inquiry. Surely, you haven't even touched a woman, he mused, with his hands tucked in his pockets. Gilgamesh approached Madara with interest, his serpent-like, icy red eyes scrutinizing the dark-haired man. Even Kiritsugu, that oblivious fellow, has a wife and children. You live in a time of war, supporting a family. How can you hesitate to employ such means? His words made it clear he had perused Naruto. The ancient king could indeed be considered the most antiquated of otaku. He had not originally intended to read the manga, but had purchased numerous game consoles while at the Tosaka residence, including one for Naruto. The surname Uchiha was so distinctive that upon seeing a game character with that surname, Gilgamesh instinctively turned to his latest notebook to search for the character's name. Thus, he successfully uncovered Uchiha Madara's identity. Madara was exceedingly displeased. What should have been a closely guarded secret had been laid bare for Gilgamesh to see due to the manga's publicity. After learning each other's secrets, Gilgamesh retaliated for the pain Madara had inflicted upon him in the past, declaring, "My closest friend would never wish to harm me, yet yours. Ha, Uchiha Madara. You truly live in failure." He seemed to foresee the inevitable events that would unfold in the future, casting a cold smile at the young Uchiha Madara. Madara. Beside Gilgamesh, Kiritsugu Amiya's gaze shifted like still water as he looked at the arms-crossed Uchiha Madara. Mr. Madara has a close friend as well? The response to this innocent inquiry came in the form of Madara's cold Sharingan. Kiritsugu abandoned the pursuit of amusement from him. What Madara had not anticipated was that even without revealing a word about Hashirama, the connection between magicians and servants had exposed his secret. In his dreams, Uchiha Madara envisioned Kiritsugu Amiya's distorted experiences, while Kiritsugu dreamt of the war-torn era. Amidst the chaos, only one man, with a naturally warm smile, treated him consistently well throughout. 10 years unchanged. They transformed from children to youths on the battlefield. Hashirama Senju. This name sparked a flicker of excitement and joy within Kiritsugu's previously empty heart. Through Gilgamesh's words, he learned that this man would ultimately slay Uchiha Madara, and how profoundly painful that moment would be for Madara. What exquisite colors might bloom from the anguish of his Sharingan, such that the history of an entire world would remember that battle. The Valley of the End. Before Kiritsugu could experience the climactic battle in his dreams, he was jolted awake. Upon waking, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction as he reflected on how most of the dream revolved around light-hearted events, with only a few heavy experiences glossed over. Forgotten by the master, he no longer felt sleepy and, donning a black nightgown, resolutely knocked on Gilgamesh's door. The golden figure appeared before him. Maintaining a nonchalant demeanor as if just returning from a bar, the king of heroes cast a teasing glance at him. "Can't sleep?" Shiro Kodomine remarked. "I dreamed of certain events." A magician and a heroic spirit engaged in a discourse on delight. Nearby, Uchiha Obito sneezed. With such a dismal experience, it was not difficult to envision the ensuing conflict between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Shiro Kodomine was a madman, willing to betray anyone in his pursuit of pleasure, indifferent to the lives of others. The long-anticipated showdown remained elusive, driving Shiro Kodomine to obsession. Fortunately, he had glimpsed the true Senju Hashirama in his dreams. Unclouded by the poor artistry of the manga, when the heroic spirits gathered, he instantly recognized Hashirama's modern attire. They were heroic spirits. Both had been summoned by the Holy Grail to this world. As if by some tacit understanding, Shiro Kotomine and the concealed Kiritsugu Amiya simultaneously invoked their command spells. "Kill him. I command you with this command spell, kill him." Once adversaries, now dear friends, their fates seemed to have swapped worlds, yet could not escape the inevitable clash. "You die, I live." Such a binary choice lay stark before Uchiha Madara. Yet, Hashirama had but one option. The kunai pierced his heart, and Hashirama collapsed against Madara's shoulder, murmuring, "I'm sorry for having killed you in some future." Madara's Sharingan flared with searing intensity, his vision reduced to a world painted in crimson. Chapter 18, Playing Dead. Alongside the blood, a certain weakness flowed from his eyes, reminiscent of a sorrow he had felt long ago. The death of his brother. The passing of loved ones. The command spell's order felt like the malevolence of the cosmos, cold and unyielding, controlling Madara's body, his chakra swirling within, ready to unleash his most formidable techniques. Yet, the kunai embedded in Hashirama's chest trembled, unable to advance further. Even in their weakest moments, a ninja would grasp a kunai, their last weapon against enemies. Yet, Madara could not steady his grip. Drip, drip, blood fell to the ground, pooling into a crimson puddle, before dissipating into light due to the heroic spirit's lack of a true physical form. Hashirama lay with closed eyes, his forehead protector shattered from battle, black hair cascading to his waist, concealing his ruggedness. The god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama, met his end at the hands of a dear friend. Fate had turned on its head. A man, bathed in golden light, stood aloft, his features blurred, yet his voice resonated clearly below. Madara, your expression is truly exquisite. Madara struggled against the command spell, gradually extracting the kunai, the dual command spells failing to restrain him any longer. Driven to the brink of insanity, he elevated illusion above magic. In the shadows, Shiro Kotomine breathed in rapid disarray, excitement rendering him nearly trembling as he beheld Madara. More precisely, he fixated on those unique eyes. The blood-soaked tears of the Sharingan were devoid of rationality, akin to a beast in agony, capable of tearing apart any foe. This bloodline appeared cursed. The more one lost, the greater the power gained, until the inheritor of the bloodline possessed nothing left to lose. The crimson pupils radiated the luster of power and the curse of darkness. Forms twisted within. Just as the threshold neared, Madara could no longer control the command spell. Lowering his head to sink his teeth into Hashirama's neck, blood flowed into his throat. With a sharp crack, something that had obstructed for countless years shattered. Familiar yet foreign power surged into Madara's eyes, painful to the point where he could not close them, scorching enough to blind him. The world shifted from blood red to pale white. Ripples spread in concentric circles within the depths of his Sharingan, light purple suffusing his pupils. As through the agony of his soul, his ocular prowess evolved to a level that had only existed in the annals of the Uchiha. The stone tablet recorded, gathering the power of darkness and light, one achieves the realm of all existence, the Rinnegan. Had the manga reached its conclusion, those present would realize this was no mere curious eye but the genuine Indra's eye. A power possessed solely by the descendants of Sage of Six Paths and the goddess Tsukuyami. In an instant, Gilgamesh's amusement faded, the heavenly locks slipping from his palm. A dangerous tremor resonating. Having already employed the power of his noble phantasm once against the king of conquerors, he felt an intensifying distaste. Wondering if it was the reincarnation of some divine offspring. He had no time to ponder the convoluted divine lineage of the manga when Madara shattered the command spell. His murderous intent overwhelming. Shiro Kotomine, upon witnessing the Rinnegan absent from the manga, found immense satisfaction before suddenly losing all awareness. He had perished. The life of the church's executor was rendered powerless beneath the Rinnegan. As Gilgamesh believed that this battle was inescapable, the dark-haired man wasted no time on his master's demise. Not even sparing a glance at Gilgamesh, and rushed towards the location of the Holy Grail's descent, cradling the deceased yet not vanished Hashirama. He was not insane. This was dire. He sought the Holy Grail. Kiritsugu Amiya realized in an instant that the Holy Grail could grant resurrection. Yet the 7 magi participating in this Holy Grail war were oblivious to the fact that the Holy Grail's arrival heralded not hope, but calamity. I wish to save the entire world. I wish to be a companion of justice. I wish for peace. Kiritsugu Amiya's desires were so fervent that they caught the Holy Grail's attention. Both Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were heroic spirits summoned in violation of the rules. No matter how powerful Madara was, his wish fell outside the Holy Grail's purview. Thus, when the other magi perished, the sole victor emerged as the Magus killer, Kiritsugu Amiya. The Holy Grail accepted his wish for involvement in the Holy Grail War and sought to fulfill it with utmost malice. If all humanity is exterminated, the world shall know peace. Black mud poured forth from the so-called wishing machine known as the Holy Grail. This entity of earthly evil, accompanied by a thick fog of malevolence, ignited the city under the night sky. Witnessing the Holy Grail born from the death of his wife, Kiritsugu Amiya's despair rivaled that of any other. Yet, like Madara, he was both mad and rational. Upon comprehending the true nature of the Holy Grail, he stifled his grief and decisively commanded the last heroic spirit, King Arthur, to shatter the Holy Grail. No! A heart-wrenching cry erupted from the girl as she raised her sword high, the sword of victory, an oath engraved in British history, radiating a blinding light. The Holy Grail, burdened with the wishes of countless souls, was shattered by King Arthur. The Fourth Holy Grail War concluded. The black mud and flames engulfed all remaining heroic spirits, including Uchiha Madara and Gilgamesh. As darkness enveloped him, he knew nothing. However, unlike the solitary Gilgamesh, Madara clutched Hashirama tightly, holding him fast against the torrent of black mud. That night, skyscrapers and bustling streets vanished. Countless lives shrieked in agony, the wails of souls merging with flames in the air, becoming the past of Fuyuki City. The black mud thickened in certain areas, devoid of any life's pulse, paralyzing the entire ley line of Fuyuki City. Flames raged for a day and a night. The sounds of police sirens and ambulances echoed incessantly. The events unfolding in the external world appeared shrouded in a veil of ambiguity, until Uchiha Madara awoke, stark naked. Amidst the murky black mud, rising from the damp, filthy mire, he found Senju Hashirama cradled in his arms. Though both had lost their noble garb of black ninja attire and crimson armor, no, they had been stripped of their heroic capabilities. With his long, ebony hair cascading over the robust physique of an adult man, everything felt as if it had reverted to an era before their temporal transcendence. Madara gazed vacantly at the bare Hashirama for a prolonged moment, his mind a blank slate, until the sound of approaching footsteps broke the silence. A golden-haired man, striding through the squelching black mud with his long, lean legs, approached without a trace of modesty, his face devoid of any sense of shame. Upon closer inspection, he was dragging the foot of another individual. Gilgamesh greeted them without a care. Madara responded to this scoundrel, who had conspired with Kiritsugu to deceive him, with a palpable aura of menace. Gilgamesh's skin prickled with goosebumps, instinctively on guard against the threatening atmosphere. He chuckled lightly, showing no intention of engaging Madara in battle, and pointed to the Senju patriarch held tightly in Madara's embrace, teasingly suggesting, "Are you not going to check on your man? His mortal wound should have healed by now." Madara froze momentarily. Leaning against Hashirama's chest, he jubilantly detected the rhythmic beating of a heart. Alive? Madara's voice quivered with excitement. Gripping Hashirama's shoulder, he inclined closer to listen intently to the heartbeat that symbolized life, blissfully unaware of their mutual state of undress. Their proximity revealing a clandestine bond before the ever-observant king of heroes. Gilgamesh, ignored like air, glanced at Madara's lower region and smirked. Indeed, a novice. With Hashirama revived, he decided to abscond with Kiritsugu, knowing full well that should Madara regain his composure, he would undoubtedly eliminate Kiritsugu once more. This was his toy. With no outsiders to intrude, Madara's demeanor relaxed considerably, his ear pressed against Hashirama's heart, eagerly awaiting his awakening. Before Hashirama could open his eyes, he internally lamented his predicament. He felt the warmth of another body pressed against him, the owner of which was blissfully unaware and often moved about, the soft, taut skin brushing against sensitive areas, rendering it unnecessary to see. He could discern just how pale the skin was, for the Uchiha clan had long been known for their black hair and fair complexion. Why had he yet to respond? Madara's anxious murmurs elicited a silent chuckle from Hashirama. If this continued, he would inevitably react. To wake or not to wake. Regardless of the choice, it was undeniably awkward. Madara was his friend. How could he have such a response towards a friend? Listening to the steady heartbeat, Madara's thoughts spiraled into chaos. Why had he not awakened yet? Could it be that Gilgamesh was deceiving him? Ever the pragmatist, Madara was about to inspect Hashirama's body when suddenly he halted, maintaining their intimate position. There was something pressing against his thigh. Warm. Madara leaned closer to Hashirama's ear. Speaking in a low, deliberate tone, "Senju Hashirama, is playing dead amusing to you?" Hashirama felt as though he could weep. Chapter 19, World Record. Surrounded by the flowing black mud, exuding malevolence, icy yet strangely fervent, Madara lay atop the grinning Hashirama, both laid bare, having seen all there was to see. His breathing was steady, his gaze imbued with mirth, seemingly oblivious to Hashirama's rigidity and the reaction of his body. "You are willing to die for me, yet reluctant to embrace the bond that transcends mere brotherhood?" Hashirama's befuddled mind suddenly cleared. Not only him, but Madara pressed against him had also reacted. He hastily grasped Madara's shoulders, maintaining a safe distance. "Madara, we are both grown men, unwed. Such reactions are entirely natural." Madara, unfazed by his words, merely smiled. In that moment, Hashirama became petrified. His friend's hand had grasped him in a manner he could only describe as, "It is normal for friends to help each other. Is it not?" Wait, that was not normal. In a daze, something within him shattered. Having resolved his physiological needs, Hashirama's face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a monkey's backside, as he nearly sprinted away, abandoning the calmness of their childhood bathing escapades. Madara teased. "Who was it that always stood behind me when I needed to relieve myself?" Hashirama retorted, flustered. "It was your back that was too sensitive. I can't even urinate if someone stands behind me." Madara. With his past laid bare, Madara managed to squeeze out, "Susanoo." A colossal chakra entity soared into the sky. Calm down," Hashirama screamed, clutching his head as he ran, cowering beneath the immense shadow. Utterly miserable in his state of undress, Madara refrained from escalating the situation too far. There were many ordinary people nearby. Even if they could not see the chakra, the destruction it wrought was undeniably visible. Tidying up Hashirama, he withdrew the chakra-consuming Susanoo. Next, an immensely significant issue loomed before them. They were without clothing. Unlike Gilgamesh, who came equipped with treasures, they could not leave Fuyuki City bare without being detected by surveillance equipment. They would have to swallow their pride and procure a set of clothes. No, 2 sets. Hashirama resolutely accepted this task. Madara scoffed, seeking a hidden location to avoid being seen in such an unseemly state. As for whether Hashirama would be exposed, that was beyond Madara's concern. After all, Hashirama could utilize wood release, capable of blooming flowers and generating forests, and he could easily conjure vines and leaves to shield his body when the time came. 10 minutes later, Hashirama returned in a flurry, having not even donned his own clothing before bringing garments for Madara. Madara leisurely put on the fresh attire before Hashirama. Noting its perfect fit, no risk of a waistband that wouldn't fit, Hashirama wiped away his sweat and hastily dressed himself, not seeking a shielded place, but doing so right in front of Madara. As he dressed, he thought to himself that his calculations were indeed correct. Had he encountered an issue with the fit, Madara would surely lose his temper. With their modesty restored, Hashirama regained his composure, casting aside the awkwardness of their previous encounter. So where to next? The world was vast, and despite their empty hands, Hashirama felt an undeniable thrill. Let us seek out my master, Madara replied, turning to Hashirama. His eyes tinged with a sharp, deadly intent. He was taken by Gilgamesh. We must find him. We should not have to sleep outdoors tonight. Hashirama, shielding himself from Madara's murderous aura, smiled brightly. All right. I wonder if he would be willing to accommodate one more heroic spirit. Madara comprehended the underlying implication of his words. According to their previous arrangement, whether he wanted to or not, he would have to accept. Otherwise, he would be beaten to a pulp. Madara cracked his knuckles, his smile chillingly frigid. Before that, we should locate your master. It seems he is still alive. Around the corner, a man was hastily fleeing, clutching a child he had just unearthed from the ruins. When Amiya Kiritsugu discovered a child untouched by death, his heart soared with joy. Yet, upon witnessing that both Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama had escaped the clutches of mortality, a chilling sensation enveloped him. As he sprinted, his strength waned, while the aura of murderous intent behind him intensified. Reluctantly, he cast one last glance at the solitary command seal remaining on the back of his hand. A sigh escaped Kiritsugu's lips. Senju Hashirama, by the authority of this command seal, I compel you. Not far off, Hashirama's body stiffened, succumbing to the final command's grip. Uchiha Madara's fury ignited. You seek your own demise. However, Kiritsugu's command pierced through the air. I command you to kiss Uchiha Madara passionately, and hold him in your embrace for no less than an hour, motionless. With this cunning strategy, he deftly neutralized 2 formidable foes while simultaneously exhausting a 3rd command seal, thereby liberating his spirit. Kiritsugu had long perceived the unusual bond between these 2 heroes. Friendship? Merely a ruse to mislead his daughter in the realm of comics. Upon his return, he intended to lodge a complaint against that manga for its detrimental influence on the mental and physical well-being of children. At this declaration, the murderous intent radiating from Madara faltered. A minute later, he experienced an unprecedented sense of helplessness, the warmth of lips against his own revealing an unexpected reality. Forced to kiss Madara, Hashirama's mind spiraled into chaos. Ah, my master, how could you be so unreliable? This cannot be happening. He was enamored with women, not men. Hashirama's uncontrollable hands encircled Madara, his lips pressed against the other's, teeth prying open, allowing tongues to intertwine. The heat within their mouths surpassed that of mere skin, and soft tongues, devoid of sharp teeth, could not utter any biting remarks. In that moment of entanglement, Madara's face flushed. The once razor-sharp aura of death began to soften unknowingly. Uchiha Madara grasped Hashirama's back, granting Kiritsugu a fleeting chance to escape. Very well, I shall spare your life. This kiss endured for an hour, leaving Madara's mouth numb and his jaw aching. His expression remained vacant. Madara wished to evade the kiss-crazed Hashirama, yet the latter's close-quarter combat techniques held him firmly in place. The grip on his waist and shoulders tightened, and Hashirama even seized his wrist. In a desperate attempt to break free, Madara resorted to striking below Hashirama's abdomen, yet he remained ensnared by this persistent foe. Enough, Hashirama. You, Madara lamented amidst the relentless kissing. My lips are chapped. Nearby, the presence of ordinary people increased, their expressions frozen in shock as they beheld the passionate kiss unfolding amidst the calamity. Flashbulbs erupted intermittently. Madara found himself humiliated in a parallel world. Gilgamesh, lounging on his sofa, chuckled heartily upon perusing the latest newspaper. Those 2 fools. Ha! They've even made the headlines. Kirii Koto Mine, drawn by the laughter, glanced at the paper, a smile creeping onto his face. The latest headline detailed a significant accident in Fuyuki City, highlighting 2 individuals resembling characters from Naruto engaged in a fervent kiss. Upon closer inspection, Madara's eyes brimmed with murderous intent, while Hashirama's face contorted in agony. It seemed their kiss was on the verge of breaking world records. Gilgamesh, gasping for breath between laughs, tousled his disheveled golden hair and explained, "Ahem, Senju Hashirama must have been compelled by a command seal. The one orchestrating this debacle is undoubtedly your beloved Amiya Kiritsugu. It appears Kiritsugu is quite the intriguing individual." Noticing Kirai's gaze still fixated on the newspaper, Gilgamesh erupted into laughter once more. "Did you see? Madara's grip has left a mark on his back." "Madara?" Kirai lifted his eyes to Gilgamesh, pondering the sudden camaraderie between him and Uchiha Madara. Gilgamesh reclined on the sofa, his crimson eyes shimmering with an odd glint, infusing him with an energy reminiscent of a modern youth rather than an ancient spirit who had lived for millennia. As Kirai parted his lips to inquire further, a loud crash interrupted him. Bam! Madara kicked open the door to his abode, splintering the wood into shards and leaving a dent in the wall. He sauntered in with an air of arrogance rivaling that of Gilgamesh. No longer perplexed, Kirai observed as Gilgamesh stretched leisurely, remarking, "Took you long enough to find this place. The abilities of a ninja seem rather underwhelming." Kirai, clutching the crucifix around his neck, silently prayed to the divine, "Lord, grant me the grace to survive this day." His prayers were heard. Madara did not take his life, and Hashirama refrained from attacking this unintentional adversary. However, they insisted on residing at Kirai's home. Thus, Kirai found himself submerged in a tumultuous environment, grappling with the profound truths of life, realizing he would need a heart of diamond to endure. If Delumuto and Senju Hashirama were pragmatic spirits, then Gilgamesh and Uchiha Madara were undoubtedly extravagant. Ordinarily, with Gilgamesh's luck at the lottery and the financial backing of the Tosaka family, their expenditures could remain balanced. Tosaka Tokiomi would not permit the king of heroes to live frugally. Yet, having eliminated a wealthy benefactor and with a new master, Kirai Koto Mine lacked the financial resources to support such extravagant spirits. His private funds were nearly depleted due to Gilgamesh, and his meager salary from the church scarcely sustained him. Even more daunting was the additional burden of caring for two heroic spirits. Chapter 20, True Friends. A form of torment known as the long road ahead. For the first time, Kirai Koto Mine, the cold-hearted individual he was, felt his fingers tremble, not from joy, but in response to the bills before him. A string of zeros blurred his vision. As Gilgamesh passed by, he cast a curious glance at the contents of the bills before striding away. "Ah, gambling, is it? You work hard to repay your debts." The king of heroes had never lacked money, showing no interest in financial matters, and he mockingly dismissed Kirai's alarm. Clinching the bills, Kirai realized a serious conversation was in order with the pragmatic spirit. Gambling, drugs, or any vice could lead to ruin, and none of the spirits he summoned were exemplary. They could even lose at gambling. That night, Hashirama, utterly bewildered, engaged in a discourse about finances with Kirai, entirely unaware of how much he had spent. Upon hearing about gambling, he laughed heartily, patting his master on the shoulder. "Gambling is a delightful way to unwind. I've never been addicted before. This time, I'll rely on you." Kirai, sensing the futility of communicating with this naive individual, refrained from seeking out the irritable Uchiha Madara. Instead, the following day, he dragged the indifferent Gilgamesh to the casino to repay debts. Gilgamesh's method of repayment was rather unique. For every amount Hashirama lost, he ensured that Gilgamesh won back every penny. With the golden ratio dominating the casino, Gilgamesh triumphed effortlessly, outshining even the most cunning of cheats. This was a matter of fate. He would undoubtedly win. He would amass endless wealth, for his name was Gilgamesh. Hashirama arrived at the casino a moment later. Witnessing the desolate atmosphere that permeated the place, Madara found himself unexpectedly amused by Gilgamesh's brazen demeanor. Those with ability could afford to be arrogant, while those without could only watch in despair as the victor celebrated. With such prowess, who could possibly defeat him? As Senju Hashirama clicked his tongue in disapproval, Gilgamesh sat across the gambling table, disinterestedly discarding his winning cards. The dealers wore pale expressions, and it was needless to say that those who dared to gamble against Gilgamesh were equally disheartened. "Damn it, I can't even win with cheating." Under Gilgamesh's beckoning finger, Senju Hashirama sheepishly approached him for a bet, exclaiming, "Let me play around with you." On the very first day at the casino, he enthusiastically grasped all the rules, rolled up his sleeves, and tried his hand at every game, only to end up losing everything in a spectacular fashion. This time, his opponent was Gilgamesh. Having heard of Hashirama's record of ceaseless losses, Gilgamesh laughed with amusement, saying, "You can't even afford to gamble. Why not wager something else?" Confused, Hashirama inquired, "What do you wish to bet?" Gilgamesh glanced at Uchiha Madara, who had pulled up a chair, and replied, "A single truth." Hashirama, known for his forthrightness, was never one to shy away from such inquiries. Ignoring Madara's objections, he readily accepted Gilgamesh's terms. He had never encountered someone who genuinely won through luck at a casino. And given his admiration for Gilgamesh, whose ancient epic he had read, he was particularly intrigued by the king's unwavering loyalty to his friends. Despite having his own dear friends, Gilgamesh had never betrayed them, sharing all the wealth and status of the world with them. This was the mark of a true ruler. Observing Hashirama's reckless gamble against Gilgamesh, Madara could only sigh in exasperation. In the next moment, he opened his pale violet eyes, intricate patterns swirling within as his Rinnegan activated, slowing the world around him to a crawl. The immense strain of his power caused the onlookers, including the curious Kiritsugu, to stagger. Kiritsugu watched them with a blank expression. One was cheating with golden ratios, while the other sought to pierce through with visual prowess. Hashirama, upon seeing the Rinnegan, was filled with excitement. Madara, let us win together. I still want to ask Gilgamesh about his friendship. Upon hearing this, Gilgamesh's expression shifted subtly. Why do you wish to know about Enkidu? I wish to understand how you maintain a nation's first night rights while ensuring your friend has no objections, Hashirama replied, scratching his head. His curiosity and interest causing Gilgamesh to momentarily entertain thoughts of strangling him. What did he mean by maintaining first night rights? Enkidu had never objected. He was not in the same relationship as Hashirama and Madara. Gilgamesh raised his chin, disdainfully regarding Hashirama. Enkidu is the only friend I acknowledge. Hashirama pondered aloud. So you treat him as you would your wife? This caused Gilgamesh to pause, his expression shifting to one of indignation. Who concocted such nonsense? I never said anything like that. Madara and Kiritsugu could no longer bear to regard the term friend. The dealer, equally perplexed, struggled to comprehend how their gambling had devolved into a discussion of mythological tales. Coincidentally, she was aware of the story in question and, unable to restrain herself, blurted out. Weren't Gilgamesh and Enkidu a pair of lovers in history? This statement landed like a thunderbolt. Gilgamesh's expression went blank, while Hashirama's furrowed brow relaxed as he suddenly grasped the implications. No wonder. I wondered why it felt increasingly off. Just before Gilgamesh could erupt in fury, Madara intervened. Shut up. Let us get back to the game. Even with the Rinnegan's advantage, Hashirama still lost with Madara's assistance. Overwhelmed by despair, he felt as though shadows were encroaching upon him. Madara, observing his friend's despondency, felt his own spirits dampen and directly inquired on Hashirama's behalf. What do you wish to ask, Hashirama? Gilgamesh chuckled triumphantly, finding greater amusement in winning against a heroic spirit than against mere mortals. He reclined on the leather sofa, contemplating the wager as though seated on a lofty throne, his words dripping with condescension. Hashirama, if fate is destined to be tragic, will you struggle desperately, only to become a laughingstock to others? Or will you let go, part ways, and obtain peace for both? His words undoubtedly hinted at the events of the manga. Hashirama hesitated. He was not an inexperienced child. The outcomes of the future were often dictated by the tides of fate. Just because they did not manifest now did not mean the conflicts would simply vanish. What if, indeed, the future was inevitable? The first Hokage had slain his dear friend, Uchiha Madara. Hashirama moved his lips, the demand for truth binding him to his promise. I would choose to let both sides live. Even if it means Madara must leave Konoha, leave me, as long as he remains alive. Madara's Rinnegan bore down on Hashirama with an intense glare. Gilgamesh scoffed. And this is where we differ, you fool. The Golden King pushed back his chair and rose from the gambling table, followed closely by Kiritsugu, who cast a lingering glance at the conflicted Hashirama. Kiritsugu's expression was one of decisive amusement. Hashirama was still too naive in matters of the heart. If one person chose to let go, the possibility of changing their fate would cease to exist. In the myth, Gilgamesh chose the former, thus acquiring a lifetime of unwavering friendship and memories steeped in pain and longing. Hashirama opted for the latter, facing Madara's betrayal. A crowd of onlookers in the casino silently observed the two young men left standing in place. They considered intervening, but the aura radiating from them made the casino owner break out in a cold sweat. He dared not offend them. Might I inquire if you gentlemen wish to continue playing? Madara closed his eyes, allowing the power of the Rinnegan to dissipate, dispelling the illusion that had shrouded his sight. He strode out of the casino with purpose. Hashirama snapped back to reality and hurriedly chased after him. Madara? Chapter 21. Thanks to Gilgamesh's incessant banter, Hashirama spent the entire day searching for Uchiha Madara. It had now been over a month since the Fourth Holy Grail War, and they had traveled from Fuyuki City to overseas, repeatedly attempting to confront the manga's author, yet they could not draw near. Initially, he thought the days would be spent diligently absorbing knowledge, honing his gambling skills, and finding ways to coax Gilgamesh into speaking. But never did he anticipate that a single conversation would cause Madara to turn his back on him. Now dazed, Hashirama ran through 10 streets before finally realizing what had upset Madara, leading him to a mix of laughter and frustration as he called out, "Madara, you misunderstood me. Come out." As it turned out, the game of hide-and-seek was not merely a childhood pastime. It could manifest even in adulthood. Yet, unlike the guaranteed wins of his youth, Madara, with his Rinnegan, was far more adept at evasion. Even the shortcomings of his sensory perception were compensated for by those terrifying eyes. In the distance, Kiritsugu's footsteps trembled as his magic flowed like a torrent toward an unknown destination. Gilgamesh cast a sidelong glance at him, muttering, "If all else fails, I might as well find a woman to replenish my magic." The scarcity of magicians in Fuyuki City did not equate to a lack of them in the country. During this time, Gilgamesh had discovered quite a few worthy individuals. Kiritsugu held the cross before his chest, exuding an air of piety yet pretentiousness. He remained silent. Gilgamesh, irritated by the priest's demeanor, noted that Kiritsugu's contribution of magical energy to Madara meant less for him. Was he to endure another bout of that nauseating soul? Ugh. With a swift turn, Gilgamesh waved his hand. "You should return. I have matters to attend to." Resolving the situation with Madara would allow him to relax and enjoy himself. After all, he had done everything in his life except provoke or dismantle a pair of friends. Indeed, for Gilgamesh, the resolution to the dilemma certainly does not include Hi's happy ending. The quest for Uchiha Madara is a formidable endeavor. Yet treasures can serve as a means to cheat fate. Gilgamesh finds himself within the confines of a grand bookstore. Uchiha Madara is seated before the floor-to-ceiling window, his strikingly handsome and unique visage rendering him immediately noticeable amidst the crowd. Though his physique appears not particularly imposing or robust, bearing the features of an Eastern man, no one dares to question the solidity of the muscles concealed beneath his garments, nor the authenticity of his seemingly indifferent demeanor. Merely by sitting alone, he emanates an aura of latent power, cold and oppressive. Madara is in a foul mood. It is evident that Gilgamesh plays a part in this discontent. Is he once again witnessing the demise of the Uchiha clan? Gilgamesh ambles over with an air of nonchalance, and the surrounding throng instinctively parts to grant him passage. If Uchiha Madara intimidates these ordinary folks with his presence, Gilgamesh wields the same effect solely through his striking appearance. He embodies not only breathtaking beauty but also an ostentatious nobility, adorned in golden jewelry and high-end designer attire, akin to a label proclaiming him a diamond bachelor. In short, mother, behold the arrival of a wealthy man. Madara is once more blinded by the radiance emanating from Gilgamesh. Ultimately, no matter how lavish the lifestyle of Hashirama Senju may be, it pales in comparison to the extravagant spending of Gilgamesh. He has not only acquired every figurine of the Hokage, completed the manga, but also conquered all the Hokage video games, mercilessly mocking the impoverished nature of Konoha. Besides his occasional visits to the residence of Kirai Koto Mine, Gilgamesh's greatest pleasure lies in frequenting bars, teasing Uchiha Madara, or provoking the particularly earnest Hashirama Senju. As thoughts swirl, Madara recalls the 3 tasks mandated by the system, his eyes narrowing slightly as he senses an opportune moment. It is crucial to note that neither he nor Hashirama dares to divulge any information to Gilgamesh, given the Hero King's notoriously dreadful temperament. Exposing one's vulnerabilities to him is hardly a wise choice. Similarly, Gilgamesh entertains malicious intentions. Would Hashirama explode if he were to discover that his dear friend is indulging in forbidden arts? He finds great amusement in bullying the naive. 2 figures, both exuding an air of noble aloofness, harbor a mutual desire to undermine one another, and upon reaching this unspoken consensus, Hashirama, in the distance, sneezes violently. Unaware of Madara's whereabouts, he begrudgingly prepares to seek assistance from Kirai Koto Mine. Within the bookstore, an atmosphere thick with tension permeates the air. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Madara states curtly, flipping through a translated manga. "I am well aware of the strife between you and that fellow," Gilgamesh asserts as he pulls out a chair and sits beside the stoic, dark-haired man, leaning closer. The things in this world that are most elusive tend to be the most valuable, and emotions are no exception. You have invested your feelings far too prematurely. Madara's gaze darkens slightly, as he feels the sting of truth pierce through him. As an Uchiha, especially as the clan leader, his nature dictates a reluctance to reveal his innermost sentiments. Yet, Hashirama has persistently kept him dangling, inciting a profound sense of irritation. Witnessing the couples at the Cherry Blossom Festival, Madara, in a rare moment of impulse, chose to confess his feelings, only to find that Hashirama, in his obliviousness, remained utterly unresponsive. A failed confession, and twice at that. Madara felt as if he had torn out Hashirama's heart. In the face of destiny, relinquishing control to preserve oneself and protect friends is indeed a commendable choice. Gilgamesh, unusually, praises Hashirama, causing Madara's heart to ache as if pierced by 1,000 needles. If one knows they are destined for conflict and death, the decision to let go aligns with the perspective of many reasonable individuals. Such individuals typically possess gentle dispositions, favoring tranquil lives. The tumultuous excitement of chaos pales in comparison to the sanctity of existence. However, Gilgamesh's tone shifts, coldly asserting, "In my view, it is utterly foolish. If what you gain is not what you initially desired, then what significance does it hold? Hashirama is merely an excessively cautious man who has restrained you. Do you truly wish to remain in his shadow? If I am not mistaken, the downfall of your clan is also tied to his failure to manage the village properly. He does not love you, but you love him. Such an imbalanced relationship will inevitably drive you to contemplate his demise." With words that serve as the antidote to platitudes, Gilgamesh relentlessly dispenses his bitter wisdom to Madara. Madara feigns compliance, though he finds himself increasingly unable to suppress the urge to eliminate Gilgamesh. "Do you know?" Madara muses with self-deprecating laughter. "Throughout the entire ninja village, the entire ninja world, those acquainted with us all presume we are destined to be together. Even if I venture to Kabukicho, women curiously inquire why I am there, as if to provoke Hashirama." Gilgamesh, for once, extends a rare sympathy towards him. Recognizing that even finding a woman invites inquiries about the discord with one's partner, Madara, with a tinge of vulnerability, continues, "I once again left the village to clear my mind, and along the way, I encountered several old friends. Most of them are now married, and upon seeing me alone, they were more astonished than I, playfully jesting about my relationship with Hashirama. Do you know what they said?" His tone deepens. Unbeknownst to him, the tomo in his pupils begins to manifest. Gilgamesh instinctively interjects, "With your camaraderie flourishing so, why do you not marry?" Madara, as if deaf to the mechanical voice of the system, coolly replies, "Indeed, how absurd it is. I speak of love, while he speaks of friendship." Gilgamesh bursts into laughter, exclaiming how that friendship is truly earth-shattering. Madara furrows his brow. The illusion's allure is limited, the first statement coincidentally fulfilled. Yet the second fails to align with the system's requirements. Suddenly, he realizes the system's trap. To complete these three tasks, not only must the other party willingly articulate their thoughts, but it also demands precision in every word. "Wait," Gilgamesh suddenly snaps back to attention, his snake-like pupils fixating on Madara. "What power did you employ against me?" A flicker of ire crosses his countenance. Madara inwardly curses his misfortune, discreetly retracting the illusion. "I see you have yet to resolve your own emotional dilemmas while lecturing me," he retorts, the phrase turning one's back epitomizing Madara's essence. He sheds his earlier display of vulnerability, mocking Gilgamesh's vulnerability. "I would sooner perish at Hashirama's hands than choose to evade. And you? To transform into a spirit. Does that mean you confront fate?" Madara discards the manga, striding away. On a nearby shelf, Gilgamesh's epic lies prominently displayed, seemingly mocking his past. The hero king Gilgamesh, in his lifetime, had but one true friend, Enkidu. His dear companion was not of human origin, but rather a divine puppet, crafted from clay. Enkidu ultimately perished under the curse of the gods for Gilgamesh, and the lofty king stands as one unable to safeguard even the life of a friend. Gilgamesh, caught off guard by the sting of truth, turns pale, acutely aware that his schemes have yet to be revealed, only to be outmaneuvered by Madara. That evening, Madara arrives promptly at the dining table, causing the two men voraciously devouring mapo tofu to freeze in their tracks. Hashirama, in a panic, realizes he had come to seek Kirai Kotomine's assistance, only to be sidetracked by the latter's culinary delights. "Madara, I think you should just stay here for life." The anger that Madara had bottled up all day ignites, seizing Hashirama's head and thrusting it into the mapo tofu. Bang! Kirai, attempting to leave with a plate, feels a sudden pang in his forehead. Chapter 22. Konoha's first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, crouched outside the door of Uchiha Madara, his demeanor despondent, with two damp strands of hair clinging to his forehead. The drawback of not being in his spirit form meant he spent an inordinate amount of time washing his face to rid himself of the lingering, potent scent of mapo tofu. He knew that if he approached Madara reeking of such an odor, with Madara's acute sense of smell, it would be utterly impossible for him to open the door and meet him. Knock, knock. Occasionally, Hashirama raised his hand to rap on the door, lamenting, "Madara, please open the door, open the door, open the door," his words looping endlessly. Inside, Uchiha Madara lay in bed, increasingly irked by the persistent sound, pulling the covers over himself in an attempt to ignore the relentless intrusion. Suddenly, another voice echoed from outside, seemingly in cahoots with Hashirama, causing Madara's heart to skip a beat. In the household of Kiritsugu Amiya, there were only a few individuals. Neither Kiritsugu nor Gilgamesh were particularly virtuous characters. He worried that their presence might further influence Hashirama, and he felt uncertain about what might become of Hashirama, who was already naturally dark in demeanor. Outside, Gilgamesh, adorned in languorous silk pajamas, the sash loosely tied to reveal a considerable portion of his chest, exuded an air of flamboyance. After a brief conversation with Hashirama, he swiftly deduced the reason behind the cacophony. Madara and Hashirama were in a cold war. With a mischievous glint in his eye, the proud king of heroes donned a broad smile and, lowering his tone, sincerely invited, Hashirama, would you care to join me? I had a lengthy chat with Madara earlier, and I believe I have a grasp on what has him vexed. Hashirama, taken aback, responded, you found Madara today? Indeed, I chanced upon him at the bookstore. Gilgamesh chuckled, recalling Madara's words from earlier in the day. With a flick of his finger, Gilgamesh deftly lured Hashirama away from Madara's door. Meanwhile, Madara, concealed just behind the wall, clenched his fists, perturbed by Hashirama's familiarity and the way he addressed Gilgamesh. Who are you to speak so intimately with him? In a fit of rage, Madara retreated to his bed, seething internally. You deserve to be toyed with by Gilgamesh. Inside Gilgamesh's chamber, where fine wine was perpetually in abundance, he noticed Hashirama's gaze wandering to the bottles. Such beverages are hardly worth savoring, he remarked disdainfully. He then retrieved a golden wine bottle previously showcased at a banquet, a gathering from which both Hashirama and Madara had mysteriously vanished, thus missing the opportunity to indulge in the royal feast's exquisite wines. Drink this, Gilgamesh suggested with an enigmatic smile. The legendary elixir, unique in the world, filled 2 goblets, exuding a captivating aroma. Hashirama's eyes brightened, reminiscent of a conquering king's greedy expression, instantly bringing joy to Gilgamesh. The value of treasures lies not in their possession, but in encountering those who recognize their worth. As the two shared the wine, the bond between Hashirama and Gilgamesh deepened considerably. With the spirit of camaraderie igniting their conversation, they spoke freely. As long as Gilgamesh was willing, he became the best listener and friend, enriched by millennia of experiences that often excited Hashirama. Gilgamesh spoke of governance while discreetly observing Hashirama. Is this the man Madara has set his sights upon? Dressed in a homey kimono, Hashirama listened intently to discussions of state affairs, his gaze unwavering and resolute. His long black hair framed his white kimono, bestowing upon him a refined aura befitting a noble lineage. He possesses the potential of a king, albeit lacking in ambition. Gilgamesh assessed, begrudgingly conceding that Madara's judgment was not entirely flawed. Shifting his attention from Hashirama's unremarkable face to his physique, Gilgamesh noted his considerable height and broad shoulders. Realizing that in close combat, Hashirama might prove formidable, he dismissed any vengeful thoughts of seducing Hashirama. Gilgamesh was adamant that his own lack of physical prowess would not deter him, likely the reason Madara had yet to claim Hashirama. Licking his lips, Gilgamesh posed a question. Hashirama, your magical energy seems quite abundant. With pride, Hashirama responded, I have always possessed immense strength. His independent action capacity exceeded even that of Gilgamesh, allowing him to restore a significant portion of his power without reliance on a master. Aware of this, Gilgamesh leaned closer, resting an arm over Hashirama's shoulder, and seductively whispered, could you spare some of that energy? Hashirama was momentarily taken aback. My magical energy is insufficient. Kiritsugu suggested I consume souls, he stammered. Gilgamesh paused, presenting an irresistible bait. If you share your magic with me, I won't have to dirty my hands by causing ordinary people to perish. His breath fanned against Hashirama's cheek, and Gilgamesh's voice turned husky. I find myself rather hungry. Enveloping Hashirama's neck with his arm, his crimson irises burned with intensity. Confronted with such a predatory gaze, Hashirama's expression darkened. He realized he preferred the Sharingan's allure. Gilgamesh's eyes reminded him of a nine-tailed fox. No, rather a nine-tailed fox that had achieved sentience. Abruptly, Hashirama pushed Gilgamesh away, placing his arms before him. Gilgamesh, puzzled, asked Hashirama. With a painful expression, Hashirama replied, bite gently. You should replenish your own magic. Gilgamesh was left speechless. What manner of man is this, utterly devoid of romantic nuance? After Hashirama was unceremoniously dismissed by Gilgamesh, he stepped out of the room, only to be jolted to attention by the figure leaning against the wall in the corridor. Uchiha Madara glared at him with icy black eyes. Madara. He rushed towards Madara, momentarily forgetting the lingering scent of alcohol on him. Is it that as long as I am absent, you will forever seek out others? Madara dismissed his excitement with a cold demeanor, stating, Senju Hashirama, where do you truly place me? Is this what you call a dear friend? Hashirama's expression softened. I understand you are angry with me, but I must uncover the reason behind your ire. Madara regarded him with thinly veiled sarcasm. Madara, you misunderstand. Hashirama, Refusing to let Madara turn away, grasped his hand. If I am unafraid of my own demise, how could I possibly fear fate? The first Hokage, now a figure of historical significance, smiled with a radiance time had not diminished. As long as you and Tobirama survive, my wishes from long ago have been fulfilled. Madara's anger flared anew at the mention of wishes. He stepped on Hashirama's foot, exclaiming, "Isn't your heart tied to Konohagakure? Because you are in Konoha." Hashirama retorted without a moment's hesitation. Madara was momentarily stunned. In the dimly lit corridor, their figures drew close, their shadows intertwining in a suggestive embrace. Madara found himself pinned against the wall, veins slightly bulging, left with no option but to gaze into the alcohol-laden presence of Hashirama, who once again recounted their long-cherished ideals. Their initial dreams were modest, to establish a peaceful village and protect their younger brothers within it. Hashirama had once had 3 brothers, but after enduring protracted turmoil, only Tobirama remained. The same held true for Madara, with Izuna being the last brother he could safeguard. After his conversation with Gilgamesh, Hashirama's thoughts flowed freely, and with a newfound joy, he declared, "I wish to see Konoha flourish, to constrain other nations, transforming it into an unassailable behemoth. Madara, our roots lie in Konoha. Safeguarding it is akin to protecting our own kin and family." As Madara sensed the intensity of Hashirama's masculine aura and his aspirations for the future, he felt a hint of discomfort. Too close. That fool, Hashirama. Madara? Madara, why have you fallen silent again? Kasho Hashirama felt a pang of unease regarding his friend's silence. Could it be that he did not agree with his words once more? Being acutely sensitive to temperature, Hashirama expressed his astonishment. "Why is your face so flushed?" Uchiha Madara's throat constricted as he sensed Hashirama's cool hand upon his forehead, its icy touch gliding over the delicate skin of his cheek, igniting a peculiar sensation of tingling warmth. Another hand rested on his shoulder, warm and reassuring, both an attempt to prevent his escape and a veiled expression of concern. Madara was beset by anguish. Why had he developed feelings for someone who employed romantic gestures to foster friendship? Was this truly the lesson imparted by the sage of the 6 paths to his offspring? Madara? He murmured, lowering his gaze. What? Hashirama stuttered, his words faltering as Madara seized the moment to kiss him, compelling him to keep his head bowed, arms encircling his back. Madara stood enveloped in Hashirama's shadow, their lips entwined, the thin fabric of his nightwear clinging to him, rendering the exchange almost impossible to resist. Hashirama's eyes widened, allowing him to discern the emotions swirling within Madara's cold Sharingan. The intensity of this heat was far beyond any provocation he had previously encountered. It was akin to fire, consuming everything in its path. In that instant, Hashirama's mind went blank. Suddenly, the door burst open, and Gilgamesh sauntered out, observing the scene with a mocking smirk as he saw Madara finally succumb to his feelings. "What on earth are you two doing at my door?" he quipped. "I am sorry," Hashirama exclaimed, abruptly jolted back to reality, fleeing with a speed that even Madara could not match in his singular desire to escape. With the space now vacant, Madara's expression darkened. Gilgamesh regarded him with a bemused grin. "You two are quite the friends, aren't you?" By a twist of fate, Gilgamesh's sardonic remark inadvertently fulfilled the system's second task, yet Madara found no joy in it whatsoever. Chapter 23. Only one task remained as mandated by the system. In a sudden wave of determination, Madara released his inhibitions and resolved to pursue Hashirama, who was evading him. Once the Uchiha set their sights on a target, nothing could deter them. Even with Gilgamesh wreaking havoc, Madara devised a plan to counter him by severing the magical energy supply from Kiritsugu Amiya. A Gilgamesh stripped of his powers was akin to a toothless tiger, his treasures rendered useless, merely glaring in impotent fury. The simplicity of his success lay in the fact that while illusions had little effect on the heroic spirits, they could still exploit the psychological weaknesses of someone as emotionally fractured as Kiritsugu. Both Madara and Gilgamesh saw through Kiritsugu's true nature, and against such a flawed being, the art of illusion became the most formidable weapon. There was no need for horrifying spectacles. Merely revealing Kiritsugu's innermost secrets would suffice to witness his master weeping profusely. Whether it was ecstasy or sorrow mattered not. What was crucial was that Kiritsugu was indeed a scoundrel. Madara scoffed, exiting Kiritsugu's quarters once more, believing that after today, Gilgamesh might remain subdued for a few days. In a corner, he caught a glimpse of a furtive figure attempting to hide, but it vanished as he approached. Hashirama. The game of hide-and-seek had shifted its target. Grinding his teeth, Madara attempted to sense his surroundings. Yet he was no sensory-type ninja. Hashirama was. Hashirama concealed his chakra fluctuations entirely, maintaining a distance that rendered him nearly undetectable beyond 5 meters. To locate him would require an exhaustive search, or perhaps enlist Gilgamesh's assistance. It was evident that Gilgamesh, feeling deeply offended, would be unlikely to help him find Hashirama. Madara steeled himself, reminding himself that harboring anger towards Hashirama served no purpose. The latter had been startled by his kiss, and the current environment of this alternate world was favorable, without Tobirama as an obstacle. His brother Izuna was blissfully unaware of his actions. With a cold chuckle, Madara turned back towards his own quarters. Daring Hashirama to hide from him for a lifetime, he would see about that. 3 days later, Madara summoned the idle Gilgamesh for a rendezvous. They engaged in a drinking contest at a bar, shocking onlookers who were well aware of the tumultuous nature of their relationship. This bar was not their first choice. But their encounters were seldom routine. The atmosphere echoed that of their initial meeting at the Tosaka household, where their exchanges were rife with tension. Yet their combined presence was undeniably magnetic, drawing attention as they entered, their allure akin to a siren's call. Speculation among the patrons hinted that the golden-haired man must have stolen the dark-haired man's beloved, as a common name echoed through their conversations. Kasho Hashirama. An odd Japanese name indeed. Flattery is often a guise for ulterior motives, Gilgamesh remarked, a knowing glint in his eye as he surveyed Madara seated across from him. Do you truly believe there is anything about you worth my scheming? Madara swirled the ice in his glass, clad in a simple white shirt and black low-rise leather trousers, accentuated by a gleaming silver belt, exuding a unique blend of cool detachment and fashion. Should he return to Konoha dressed thus, Izuna would surely be taken aback, bewildered by his brother's sudden transformation. In truth, Madara was merely adapting to the trends of this era, a fleeting novelty. The bar's kaleidoscopic lights failed to penetrate the depths of Madara's dark eyes, which remained serene. Gilgamesh, I am aware of your intentions, yet I remain indifferent. Should you succeed, it is your own merit. Madara snatched the drink from Gilgamesh's hand, downing it in one swift motion, embodying the decisiveness of a true warrior. Let us make a wager. Gilgamesh chuckled softly, his voice rich with charm. What shall we wager? The hero king Gilgamesh was renowned for his libertine ways, unbound by gender. Amidst the raucous music, patrons instinctively leaned in closer, eager to overhear the exchange between the two men. However, the atmosphere shifted abruptly as the sound of a glass shattering on the floor pierced the air. Madara seized Gilgamesh's hand, forcefully clearing the table of its cluttered cups and decor, pinning Gilgamesh atop it. In the flurry of movement, Gilgamesh was momentarily caught off guard until the back of his head struck the table, the sound of his gold earring ringing out sharply. The table was small, a mere circular surface less than a meter in diameter, elevated just above the waist of an adult man. With Gilgamesh sprawled across it, his long legs dangled, unable to reach the ground, one shoe having slipped off, revealing a glimpse of his pampered, fair skin. Adorning his ankle was a golden bracelet, a matching piece to his golden earring and necklace. In this era-defying attire, Gilgamesh radiated an inexplicable beauty, especially with the V-neck of his garment revealing a generous expanse of his chest. The women in the bar shielded their faces in awe. So handsome. Madara secured Gilgamesh's wrists, using his upper body strength to subdue the resisting man. The fabric of Madara's shirt failed to conceal his muscular form, as his waistline escaped the confines of his trousers, perfectly showcasing the chiseled physique of a man. Excited shrieks and whistles erupted. Wow, how thrilling. Take him down. Damn, just seeing him has me hard. What a tease. Even the blonde has his day. Upon hearing the word tease, Gilgamesh's expression darkened, his temper flaring. His crimson eyes fixated on Uchiha Madara, a flicker of unusual color passing through his pupils as he retorted with biting sarcasm. What are your intentions? Abandon your tedious man and throw yourself into my embrace. Damn Kiritsugu. He has severed my source of magical energy. When I return, I shall eliminate this pest. Gilgamesh's words stirred a tempest of gossip within the bar, igniting the patron's enthusiasm. So this dark-haired man is taken, it appears. Indeed, my partner is dreadfully dull. A smile crept across Uchiha Madara's face, and as he gazed down upon him, his rinnegan gradually manifested, emanating an aura of profound danger. The king's unique demeanor and unparalleled skills were well known. It was said he could satisfy one's nocturnal boredom 7 times in a single night. Gilgamesh chuckled dryly. Senju Hashirama, for heaven's sake, stop peeping and come out. He exclaimed, I do not wish to tarnish my reputation. A bartender, awkwardly scrubbing a glass, remained oblivious to the crowd's intense focus on the scene, rendering his actions all the more jarring. The bar's owner, appearing at some point on the ground floor, patted the tall bartender on the shoulder, admonishing him not to be so naive. His wife was apparently straying, and he should intervene. Senju Hashirama accidentally crushed the glass in his hand. That is not my wife. He protested. He is my friend, he managed to utter with great difficulty. The bar owner shot him a sidelong glance, cigar dangling from his mouth, and replied languidly. I care not for your peculiarities. Should you fail to intervene, it seems he is about to kiss him. No sooner had he spoken than the bar owner noticed the absence of his savior. He shrugged and turned back, only to have his cigar drop from his lips. Eyebrows raised in surprise. Uchiha Madara had an imposing arm wrapped around him, forcibly pulling him back from his bent position. Madara then leaned back, his head colliding with Hashirama's chin, his body collapsing against the latter's chest. He grasped the arm encircling his waist, their postures resembling an intimate embrace. Madara turned his head, his rinnegan obscured, his dark eyes reflecting a peculiar charm. With a wild smile, he said, "Have you finally lost your resolve?" Hashirama, vexed, replied, "Even if you desire my presence, do not employ such methods. It is a waste of oneself." Gilgamesh, incensed, shot up and shouted, "Who are you calling a waste?" A slip of the tongue. Hashirama coughed, feeling helpless for having inadvertently offended Gilgamesh. It was hardly his fault. Given Gilgamesh's notorious reputation for switching partners frequently and returning home reeking of debauchery, before the heroic king could unleash his wrath, Hashirama seized the reluctant Madara, hoisting him onto his shoulder and swiftly exiting the bar. Behind them, a chorus of whispers followed. Alas, a love triangle. Upon reaching a secluded area, Hashirama slowed his pace. The rivers flow serene, far removed from the city's lights. Madara, resting on his shoulder, did not struggle, calmly taking in the scenery behind them. "Madara," Hashirama implored earnestly, "my intention in avoiding you is to allow us both some time to reflect, to refrain from acting impulsively. After all, we are bound by two clans. And Izuna would surely not wish for you to engage in such behavior." Madara replied coolly, "Have you taken to using Izuna as leverage against me?" Hashirama fell silent. They walked in silence for a while. Reluctantly, Madara said, "If you do not assist me, my trousers are about to fall." Hashirama froze. The firm curve of Madara's backside against his shoulder was undeniable, yet the low-rise trousers were slowly slipping down. In a flurry, Hashirama set him down, turning away, not daring to glance back, allowing Madara to adjust his clothing. "What, afraid to look?" Madara teased. Hashirama's ears flushed crimson, his mind a chaotic whirl. Utterly perplexed by his own reluctance to turn around. After all, he had seen Madara's naked form as children. Chapter 24. Inside Kiritsugu's residence, a domestic dispute was unfolding. The house remained intact outside the barrier, but once inside, it was a veritable hive of destruction. Gilgamesh, fueled by fury, exhibited an increased lethality. His regal visage now marred by an aura of menace, clearly displeased with Kiritsugu's repeated failures. After futile attempts to evade, Kiritsugu had no choice but to draw his black keys to counter the onslaught of Gilgamesh's wrath upon returning home. When Uchiha Madara and Hashirama returned, they found Kiritsugu nearly lifeless. Without further ado, Madara advanced, extracting Kiritsugu from the barrage of treasures, while Hashirama stepped in to contend with Gilgamesh. Their teamwork was seamless, swiftly subduing the heroic king. Panting, Gilgamesh slumped against the wall, instinctively leaning back, only for the wall to collapse, sending him crashing down. Kiritsugu, unable to contain his mirth, chuckled. Thus, he earned a sharp glare from Gilgamesh, as if to say, "You wish for death? I can oblige." Given the situation, the house lay in ruins. Naturally, their late-night meal was also lost. The four of them sat at a restaurant, each wearing a distinct expression, while the waiter dared not utter a word, bowing his head in anticipation of their orders. Though Gilgamesh bore no injuries, he appeared somewhat disheveled, lounging with his legs crossed, while Kiritsugu was adorned with scrapes, hastily bandaging his wounds as he fervently drew a cross, praying for the mere survival that allowed him to dine. Hashirama perused the menu, intently selecting his desired dishes, oblivious to the fact that he had previously transformed into a bartender at the bar. Uchiha Madara propped his forehead on his right hand, the remnants of alcohol seemingly resurfacing, casting a rare gentle gaze upon Hashirama. Hashirama had not outright rejected him before, a sign of progress. "Excuse me, may I offer some dessert after your meal?" the waiter inquired, eyeing the high-calorie meat dishes with envy, secretly admiring the quartet of diverse men. Indeed, men need not diet, as each possessed a notably lean and powerful physique. Madara's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly snatched the menu from Hashirama's hands. A host of items he detested caught his eye. "Change this," he commanded, discarding anything spicy, opting instead for an array of desserts. Under the resentful stares of Hashirama and Kiritsugu, he presented the revised menu to the waiter, who promptly exited the booth. The sad truth was that Kiritsugu was never the one in charge of his own household. Originally, the heroic spirits required no sustenance to survive. Yet since they had been corporeally manifested by the Holy Grail, the mundane necessities of life became an unavoidable hassle, no matter how noble or aloof. Even Gilgamesh's stomach audibly grumbled at the sight of succulent steak and creamy mushroom soup. Hashirama, deeply engrossed in his meal, glanced up at Gilgamesh, cheerfully remarking, "Are you hungry too, Gilgamesh? Perhaps refrain from drinking late at night. Alcohol cannot sate your hunger." Gilgamesh shot a sidelong glance at Madara. "He was the one who dragged me to the bar." Hashirama sighed in resignation. Listening to their exchange, Madara continued to cut his steak with unhurried grace, rendering Gilgamesh unable to find fault. Once they had finished eating, the question of where to stay arose. Kiritsugu, eager to make amends, suggested, "I have another house in the suburbs, though." Hashirama interrupted, "As long as we have somewhere to stay, that's sufficient." A glimmer of hope flickered in Kiritsugu's eyes, his previously vacant gaze seemingly revitalized by the prospect of amusement. "It's a bit small, but if you, Mr. Hashirama, do not mind, let us proceed there directly." His words instantly froze Senju Hashirama's expression, making him tremble as he glanced at Uchiha Madara. The corners of Uchiha Madara's lips curled into a charming arc. His fingers interlaced beneath his chin, as if to say, "What are you looking at?" Dejectedly, Senju Hashirama lowered his head, murmuring that it was nothing. Gilgamesh maliciously interjected, "If the house is small and there isn't enough space, Hashirama can just sleep with me." The atmosphere in the private room instantly chilled. Uchiha Madara's pupils had transformed into the three Tomo. Without uttering a word, Kiritsugu Yamamoto promptly dragged Gilgamesh outside, stating, "Let us go, it's getting late." While tending to three heroic spirits, Kiritsugu had instinctively developed the ability to navigate perilous situations, which was the true reason he survived such a hellish environment. As they exited, Gilgamesh taunted Kiritsugu, questioning when he had become so benevolent as to help Uchiha Madara court Senju Hashirama. Kiritsugu replied earnestly, "I am not. This is the will of the master. Besides, have you forgotten how much property you two have destroyed?" Gilgamesh dismissed this, stating that he could simply buy more. The god not present in this world had grown accustomed to various misunderstandings. Eventually, the four of them arrived at a secluded residence. A modest villa that was not as extravagant as Kiritsugu had described. Although the rooms were limited, upon seeing the exquisite sofa in the living room, Senju Hashirama couldn't take his eyes off it, declaring that he would sleep there tonight to guard the place. Kiritsugu, his face expressionless, replied, "Thank you. But I don't believe my home requires protection from thieves or enemy attacks. With so many powerful heroic spirits around, the only ones who would perish are the enemies." Uchiha Madara chose a room and forcibly dragged the lingering Hashirama away from the living room. After observing the commotion, Gilgamesh yawned and lazily made his way to his own room. So much had happened that day, and having consumed a fair amount of alcohol, he found no desire to disturb Uchiha Madara. He simply wished to collapse into bed and enjoy a restful slumber. Both Gilgamesh and Kiritsugu selected rooms on the second floor, while Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama occupied the first floor. Inside the room, Senju Hashirama was restless, anxiously awaiting Madara's emergence from the adjacent bathroom. However, the more he waited, the sharper his senses became. Through the wall, he could hear Madara's rhythmic breathing. Overwhelmed, he cleared his mind, changed into a somewhat ill-fitting robe from the wardrobe, and lay down in the corner of the bed, leaving ample space for Uchiha Madara. When Madara stepped out in his slippers, he found Hashirama already fast asleep. As if in a trance, paying no mind to the reaction, Madara dried his long hair with a towel, extinguished the lights, and settled into his own spot. After several hours, the tension in Senju Hashirama's body gradually eased, drifting into a state between wakefulness and slumber. Unbeknownst to him, Uchiha Madara kept his eyes wide open in the darkness, inching closer upon hearing Hashirama's steady heartbeat. Hashirama. The following morning, as dawn broke, Senju Hashirama felt a weight on his chest, awakening him with a start. It was Madara. His tousled black hair cascaded behind him as he quietly slept in Hashirama's embrace. With Hashirama's arm resting on Madara's waist, as if he had instinctively pulled him close for warmth. In slumber, Madara's usually defiant brows softened. The collar of his sleepwear slightly ajar, revealing a glimpse of his chest. It was hard to believe that such a gentle figure could be Uchiha Madara. In Hashirama's memories, Madara had always been a formidable man capable of single-handedly confronting the Nine Tails, embodying an intrinsic pride and strength. In his youth, Hashirama had mostly witnessed Madara's explosive temperament. As for his tenderness, that was something he had only seen when Madara spoke of his brother. After a brief moment of astonished contemplation, Hashirama chose not to alter his position, allowing himself to drift back into sleep. In his dreams, the sounds of birds and rustling trees seemed to echo, as stones skimmed across a river, reaching the opposite shore. Two children exchanged smiles. Standing opposite Senju Hashirama was a child wearing wooden clogs, grinning with a sense of superiority. Clad in a simple training outfit, his unactivated Sharingan retaining the innocence of youth. To him, Senju Hashirama appeared as a boy with a watermelon head, dressed in a green kimono with a scarf around his neck. The boy named Madara provocatively asked, "Want to skip stones?" Hashirama's mouth moved uncontrollably, replying, "Sure. This time I will definitely win." Madara flicked his wrist, sending a stone flying, and the familiarity of the scene brought tears to Hashirama's eyes, though he could not comprehend why he felt such an emotion. Over and over, their skills at stone skipping grew more refined, and they began to compete in other realms: ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu. Rarely encountering an equal peer, both boys delighted in honing their strengths through one another. Eventually, their synchronized stone-skipping camaraderie drew to a close. Their families discovered their clandestine friendship, revealing that they were both the children of rival clan leaders, destined foes. 2 flat stones sank to the bottom of the Managawa River, inscribed with warnings of ambush, their messages smoothed by the passage of time. Yet, some changes that occurred were intertwined with life's journey to its conclusion. Uchiha Madara's Sharingan awakened because of Senju Hashirama, marking the inception of a lifelong rivalry and camaraderie. Severing bonds was an excruciating ordeal for Uchiha Madara. Upon waking, he felt a gentle touch around his eyes, cautious and tender. "Hashirama, did awakening the Sharingan cause pain?" Senju Hashirama gazed at him, suddenly posing a question he had never dared to ask. "Is it a bit painful?" Uchiha Madara brushed it off, noting that compared to wounds from blades, enduring a little pain to grow stronger was nothing. Hashirama felt a surge of guilt. He had only remembered Madara's resolute tone when he had insisted on leaving, forgetting his father's words about the Uchiha clan's deep love and intense hatred, how the hatred born from lost love nourished the evolution of their powers. "Madara, I will ensure you never lose anything again. I promise." Senju Hashirama unveiled a pure smile, as if time had stood still, revealing the essence of his original self. Uchiha Madara felt a surge of fondness towards him, responding softly, "I believe you, Hashirama." Chapter 25. As Uchiha Madara stepped out of the room, he had changed into casual attire, no longer exuding the flamboyance of the previous day. Senju Hashirama had already dashed to the kitchen, eagerly assuming the role of chef. While his culinary skills may not rival the multifaceted prowess of Tobirama, they were undoubtedly superior to Kiritsugu, who could only manage Mappo tofu. When Uchiha Madara emerged with an indifferent expression, he spotted Gilgamesh perched on the staircase of the second floor, his long legs swinging in the air, making one feel an overwhelming urge to pull him down. "Well, you seem to have slept well." Gilgamesh's piercing gaze scrutinized Uchiha Madara, concluding that the two had spent the night under the same blanket without engaging in any activities. Just as Madara intended to escape this area of provocation, Gilgamesh leapt down from the railing, hands stuffed in his pockets, blocking Madara's path. Madara listened expressionlessly to his condescending remarks, as Gilgamesh relished in deriding him, claiming that he couldn't even handle a man, suggesting that he was living a rather pathetic existence. "Why not just push him? Would he dare to refuse you?" Uchiha Madara mused inwardly. "Do you think I haven't tried?" The problem is that Senju Hashirama isn't the type who can be easily pushed. When Uchiha Madara, endowed with the Rinnegan, faced Hashirama, he often sensed an ineffable pressure deep within his soul. This boisterous man, who always seemed to deliver a staggering blow just when one thought they had grown stronger, would chuckle heartily and remark how Madara's newfound prowess rendered ninjutsu far more entertaining than before. Madara had lost count of how many times he had been driven to the brink of bloodshed by his rival's antics. "I have stumbled upon something rather intriguing," Gilgamesh declared, his resplendent golden locks shimmering as he grinned. "Would you care to visit my quarters?" Casting a glance at the still bustling kitchen, Madara followed suit. There, he beheld the entirety of Kiritsugu's treasured collection laid bare by Gilgamesh, numerous anime tomes, gaming discs, and an abundance of risque materials. Madara's pupils dilated as he recognized a particularly explicit doujinshi prominently featuring his junior, Uchiha Sasuke, and the forbidden romance with Naruto Uzumaki. Gilgamesh chuckled. "I never anticipated that Kiritsugu indulged in such pursuits during his leisure hours. It seems that the most seemingly earnest individuals should never be underestimated." Madara inexplicably felt that Hashirama had also been caught in the crossfire of his words. What could Hashirama possibly engage in during his free time? Reading adult literature? Within half an hour, Madara and Gilgamesh had thoroughly plundered Kiritsugu's collection, scrutinizing every piece, and forming a newfound understanding of the priest's questionable tastes. Gilgamesh disdainfully tossed aside a particularly sordid book, exclaiming, "What abysmal quality! His taste is utterly atrocious." Madara's mood turned peculiar. "Hashirama is ready. We ought to venture out for breakfast." Upon exiting, they beheld Senju Hashirama clad in a garishly mismatched pink apron, emerging from the kitchen with a plate in hand. Kiritsugu wore a sanctimonious smile, clearly the source of such an embarrassing garment. Madara felt a wave of humiliation wash over him. "Hashirama, He stormed over and yanked the hideous apron off. With an innocent expression, Hashirama replied, "Kiritsugu said this would make you happy." Madara shot a sharp glare at Kiritsugu, who bowed his head in silence, clasping a crucifix in his hands for breakfast prayer. Gilgamesh pulled out a chair beside Kiritsugu, sampling the culinary creations of the heroic spirit, only to be met with a grimace of dismay. "Ugh, why is there so much chili pepper?" he fumed, flipping the plate over, while Madara savored a specially prepared breakfast. A smirk gracing his lips. Did they think Hashirama was easy to bully? Kiritsugu's expression also contorted as he realized that the vivid red in his bowl was not chili, but rather ketchup. Hashirama unabashedly stated, "You should try different flavors." This action successfully left Gilgamesh seething with indignation, casting a venomous glance at the couple before storming out of the villa. After finishing his meal, Madara found himself alone with Hashirama, as Kiritsugu had ventured out in search of other sustenance. He surveyed his surroundings and, after many days, broached the topic of the system. "I have completed 2 tasks. Only the final one remains." Hashirama's eyes lit up with excitement. "Which one is left?" Madara fiddled with his empty bowl. "Your friendship is earth-shattering." Hashirama looked embarrassed, realizing that amidst all that had transpired, the gravity of the situation felt almost mocking. Clearing his throat, Hashirama perked up, snatching Madara's bowl and chopsticks. "We are indeed earth-shattering, shocking the ninja world. Do not fret, Gilgamesh will surely acknowledge this." Madara replied flatly, "There is nothing to feel happy about. That wretched Jinjiang system is simply toying with them. It's fortunate that Hashirama is so carefree." He isn't the least bit angry. Had it been Gilgamesh, I imagine he would have been furious. Yet, that was Senju Hashirama for you. Madara lounged in his chair, watching Hashirama bustle about, his black hair flowing gracefully, creating an illusion of a makeshift home. His man? The term seemed less convoluted now. Under the scrutiny of his friend, Hashirama felt a chill creep along his spine and turned with an awkward chuckle. "Madara, what are you staring at?" Leaning his chin on his hand, Madara mused. "You seem quite concerned about my opinion." Hashirama nodded earnestly. Madara approached to assist him with the dishes, and then unexpectedly planted a kiss on the corner of his lips, a stealthy ambush. "I shall handle the upcoming task. You are not suited to be near Gilgamesh." Hashirama's face flushed a deep crimson at an observable pace. "Madara." "Yes, I am listening." Madara dismissed his anger with an air of nonchalance. In the corner of the kitchen, Hashirama squatted despondently, covered in flour, attempting to cultivate mushrooms under the weight of the pressure. When Gilgamesh returned in the dead of night, reeking of alcohol, Madara awaited him in the living room, a map marked with various countries in hand. Gilgamesh, languid and adorned with lipstick smudged at the collar and a chain of gleaming gold around his neck, epitomized the debonair playboy. "What do you want from me?" He plopped down beside Madara, resting an arm on his shoulder as if they shared an extraordinarily close bond. Gilgamesh's mood shifted like the weather. Madara did not deter him, speaking up, "Have you forgotten our wager from last night?" The mention of the previous night's near escapade caused Gilgamesh's divine countenance to contort with irritation. "I clearly won. You deceitful scoundrel." During their drinking contest, they had wagered on whether Hashirama would emerge. Gilgamesh had indeed won that bet. "Silence. If you continue with the foul language, I shall take my leave." Gilgamesh begrudgingly ceased his cursing, adding, "It is evident to anyone with eyes that your relationship has issues. He naively believes you are mere friends." Madara reclined, relaxing his limbs against the sofa. "Did you not proclaim that my bond with Hashirama was earth-shattering?" Gilgamesh's eyes narrowed slightly. It was the second time he had heard such words from Madara. "Oh, did I say that?" He leaned in closer, his breath brushing against Madara's fair skin, subtly revealing the tension caused by rejection. Only an untouched maiden would respond so overtly. A seasoned lover would remain unaffected by such behavior. "Indeed," Madara smiled, "thus, I grant you the opportunity to punish me. I accept the consequences of our wager." Gilgamesh halted his movements. Faced with this bait, suspicion clouded his features. "What are you plotting?" Madara teased. "What, are you afraid?" Surely, no king from antiquity would shy away from any challenge. He had even spurned the affections of goddesses, his defiance rendering even the black mud of the Holy Grail unable to tarnish him. Gilgamesh pondered, unable to decipher Madara's true intentions behind this proposed punishment. Feeling an unsettling sense that he was being manipulated, he abandoned his unsavory thoughts and replied with a devilish grin, "Since you are so agreeable, tomorrow, do your utmost to please me." He pinched Madara's backside and sauntered off to bed with an air of nonchalance. Madara glared daggers at his retreating figure. To be so brazenly taken advantage of stirred a murderous intent within him towards the narcissistic Gilgamesh. The following day, Gilgamesh's form of punishment turned out to be unexpectedly innocent. Refusing to be a pawn in Madara's game, he instead offered a jesting wager. If Madara failed to accomplish his end of the bargain, Gilgamesh would mock him openly and hold him in contempt. 10 plates of Mapo tofu. After receiving instructions from Gilgamesh, Kiritsugu Amiya prepared to give a gift to Uchiha Madara. During their time together, it became abundantly clear to Gilgamesh that Madara could not handle spicy food. Faced with an exceptionally lavish breakfast today, Madara paused for a moment before sitting down before a plate of bright red Mapo tofu, taking a spoonful and shoving it into his mouth bite by bite. Seeing this, Senju Hashirama was horrified and intervened, exclaiming, "Madara, don't do this to yourself." Madara, his voice hoarse, replied, "Let go. I accept my wager." Senju Hashirama looked on in confusion at Gilgamesh, who was watching Madara with interest, casually recalling the wager made in the bar that day. Hashirama's expression darkened immediately. "Do you not trust me at all? Betting that I wouldn't show up. Do I appear to be someone deserving of your trust?" Madara retorted coolly, causing Hashirama to feel despondent as his grip slowly loosened. He felt guilty for having led Madara to lose the bet. And anger surged within him at the thought that if he hadn't shown up, Madara might genuinely have had to kiss that scoundrel Gilgamesh. Under the watchful eyes of the two, Madara's brow furrowed, and as he gradually slowed down from his initial rapid pace, he managed to finish 3 plates. His mouth now burning red. By the time he finished the 5th plate, his eyes were slightly reddened. Gilgamesh, entirely forgetting his usual vigilance, was laughing so hard that he could hardly eat his own breakfast, exclaiming, "Ha!" Kiritsugu Amiya promptly intervened to prevent any further reckless actions from the King of Heroes. As Madara approached the 6th plate, Hashirama once again seized Madara's hand, his eyes filled with concern, urging, "You should rinse your mouth first. There's no need to finish it all at once. It's too much for your tongue." He firmly pulled Madara up from his seat and turned to Gilgamesh, stating, "He'll be back shortly. This shouldn't violate the terms of the wager." Gilgamesh waved his hand, graciously declaring, "Return within 5 minutes." Hashirama hurriedly led Madara, who was intent on finishing the Mapo tofu in one go, out of sight. 5 minutes later, Madara returned to his seat, his expression seemingly composed as he quickly devoured the remaining half plate and the 4 leftover plates, covering his mouth as he coldly declared, "The wager is complete." He dashed back to the restroom, clearly on the verge of vomiting. Today, Gilgamesh was in such high spirits that he couldn't contain his elation, praising Kiritsugu Amiya. "Your culinary skills are impressive. This is undoubtedly the extra spicy version." Kiritsugu smiled quietly, the backdrop a somber array of lilies reminiscent of a funeral. Chapter 26. In the restroom on the 1st floor, with a loud bang, Uchiha Madara vanished. The transformation technique dissipated, revealing Senju Hashirama, who had actually consumed the remaining 4 plates of Mapo tofu, letting out a satisfied burp before rushing to check on the retching Madara. Madara clenched his hands by the sink, veins protruding from his fists as he gasped, "Gilgamesh, once the task is completed, let us take him down together." Hashirama felt a bead of sweat rolled down his forehead. He was already a spirit of the deceased. Madara's killing intent soared. Hashirama promptly fetched a cup of mouthwash, along with toothpaste and a toothbrush, the toothpaste infused with mint to provide a cooling and soothing effect. Madara's lips burned fiercely, connected to his throat, feeling as if he might unleash a powerful fire technique at any moment. Under Hashirama's worried gaze, he quickly rinsed his mouth and teeth to wash away the lingering spiciness. In the mirror, the dark-haired man's mouth was still somewhat swollen, his eyes reddened and fierce. "Madara." Hashirama raised his hand, gently touching Madara's lips, his fingertips gathering a verdant healing light. "Hashirama." Madara felt the coolness of the fingers on his lips, and the soothing healing technique spread, alleviating the burning sensation. Hashirama diligently adjusted the power of his healing jutsu, his dark eyes filled with meticulous care, starkly contrasting his usual carefree demeanor. Medical ninjutsu required extremely precise maneuvers, as well as calm, sharp judgment with a clear perspective. Even Tobirama Senju might not surpass Hashirama in this regard. Madara watched him intently, the gentle touch of Hashirama's fingers causing a flutter in his heart. He involuntarily opened his lips, allowing the healing technique to extend to his tongue. In contrast, Hashirama displayed a hint of embarrassment as the verdant light flickered, his finger ensnared by Madara's soft tongue. "Madara, don't do this." Under Madara's teasing, Hashirama's face flushed, forcing himself to focus on his examination, discovering numerous hidden injuries caused by fire techniques. The Uchiha clan's fire techniques were renowned, but during childhood practice, it was easy to accidentally burn the mouth. Madara, a master of fire techniques, had often set things ablaze in his youth, and each time he went too far, his lips and mouth would blister from the flames, requiring Hashirama to carefully pierce the blisters and apply herbs for rapid healing. "You really don't take care of yourself." Hashirama's tone grew serious as he adjusted Madara's head to inspect the hidden injuries in his mouth. He couldn't help but wonder how the Holy Grail had crafted their bodies, as the newly granted flesh was identical to their former selves, yet endowed with a greater capacity for magic and chakra conversion. In disbelief, Madara watched as Hashirama transformed into a doctor, chattering about how he would need to avoid solid food for the next few days, subsisting solely on kanji. How tiresome. However, with Hashirama now in charge of cooking, Madara's breakfast, lunch, and dinner would all be prepared by him, and even sweets were off the table. Gilgamesh feasted on an abundance of meat and fish, mockingly eyeing the plain bowl of kanji in front of Madara. Madara shot him a glance, and, without hesitation, scooped a piece of char siu from Hashirama's bowl into his own. Hashirama allowed it once, quietly stating, "Just one piece, no more." As Madara finished the first piece and reached for a second, Hashirama's expression became one of resigned exasperation. "Madara, close your mouth." Under Madara's words, Hashirama lowered his head. The overt display of affection caused Gilgamesh's smile to falter, and he scoffed, "I'm full." Kiritsugu Amiya could no longer tolerate the lovey-dovey atmosphere. His face devoid of expression as he announced, "I'm heading to the church. I'll be back this evening." Hashirama was left bewildered. What was wrong with them? Why were they all looking at them with such disdain? TSK. After finishing a small bowl of kanji, Madara naturally handed the empty bowl to Hashirama, requesting another. The appetite of a ninja was not to be underestimated. Hashirama promptly brought over an entire pot, placing 2 large ladles inside, chuckling, "Let us share it." In the afternoon, while their target was out enjoying himself, Hashirama immersed himself in anime and novels. Madara turned back to glance at him, then opened the computer on the table to search for information regarding his relationship with Hashirama. In his era, they had only recently transitioned from the Warring States period, which had been chaotic, and there were hardly any romance novels, let alone relationship advice. Given that homosexuality was still a taboo topic in this time, most of what he found was irrelevant, which he promptly ignored. After various searches, Madara read through the forum rules and posted a query on a popular forum. The topic was titled, "Confessions in the Tree Hole, After 2 Rejections." As described, "The person I like has always regarded me as a good friend. My confessions and hints have repeatedly failed, and I keep receiving friend zone cards. I want to gain some insight into the issues between me and them. My friends and family are quite afraid of me and avoid discussing this topic, so I'm turning to the forum for advice." The general background. I have known this person for nearly 20 years. We met as children while skipping stones, and I was rare to find someone my age who was better at it than I was, so we competed once, and I lost. Later, I returned home, and after a certain interval, for reasons unknown, I ventured back to that place, only to find them weeping by the water's edge, utterly foolish in their sorrow, adamantly denying their tears. They confided in me that their brother had passed away, and I was reminded of my own deceased sibling. Thus, I began to converse with them. At times, I felt an inexplicable familiarity with them since our very first encounter. Zero Anonymous, April 4th, 2001. Upon the publication of this emotional post, Uchiha Madara felt a twinge of guilt, attempting to obscure the true nature of his relationship with Hashirama. Yet, he could not help but reminisce about the past. Refreshing the page, he was astonished to find an immediate influx of replies. 1 Anonymous, April 4th, 2001. First in line. Grab your popcorn and settle in for the tale. 2 Anonymous, April 4th, 2001. Sharp observation, Big Brother. 3 Anonymous, April 4th, 2001. I am the original poster. Perhaps this twisted fate began at that moment. I met them clandestinely, away from my family, at our designated rendezvous. Initially, we concealed our surnames, reveling in our delightful escapades. They excelled in every regard, though I was merely a year younger. Eventually, my brother exposed me, and my family discovered my connection with them. To my shock, I learned that they were the eldest scion of my family's archrival. The enmity between our families was insurmountable, and I would have severed ties with them. Yet they foolishly confronted their father, insisting on continuing our friendship. In the end, they were left battered and bruised by their father, their brother looking equally perplexed. Of course, my own brother wore a similarly bewildered expression. How could it be that in this world, one could find such a selfless heart, devoted to another with no blood relation? For Anonymous, April 4th, 2001. As I typed these lines, Uchiha Madara chuckled, recalling Izuna's expression of frustration, wishing to voice his grievances, but feeling powerless to do so. "Brother, are you certain they are of sound mind?" The forum responses surged within minutes, as it seemed everyone was captivated by the tumultuous love and hate between families. Particularly such narratives seldom witnessed in reality. They maintained a skeptical demeanor, yet their suggestions were refreshingly candid, proving immensely beneficial to Uchiha Madara. The stark black and white text echoed beneath his fingertips, weaving a narrative spanning nearly 2 decades. Genuine emotions flowed through the words, abundant yet tinged with melancholy. They forged a bond of deep friendship built upon trust. The confrontation, rivalry, and misunderstanding from their families served as sources of pressure during their youth. Fortunately, they persevered. Family tensions eased, their brothers safe, and everything began to unfold positively. In the unwavering acceptance from the other, he unwittingly discovered a transformation of their friendship into a yearning for something deeper, a desire to become each other's most unique person. Uchiha Madara realized that this was the source of his peculiar feelings for Hashirama. On the forum, OP, are you certain that person truly regards you as a friend? 230 Anonymous, April 4th, 2001. I swear, even love has never reached such depths. You've endured nearly 20 years. How could there not be something more? 231 Anonymous, April 4th, 2001. Wait a moment, this description. Having just scaled an entire building, are you certain the OPISNT from a crime family? 232 Anonymous, April 4th, 2001. If this ISNT love. 233 Anonymous, April 4th, 2001. If this ISNT love one, hurry and make your move. Ensure it's a done deal. 234 Anonymous, April 4th, 2001. Suddenly, the forum shifted dramatically into a fervent support mode. Uchiha Madara smirked, subtly glancing at the bed where Hashirama was engrossed in his manga. Yes, if he were to truly make a move on Hashirama, the latter would likely be rendered speechless. Could it be that his prolonged inability to pursue Hashirama stemmed from their long-standing camaraderie, making it difficult to ignite romantic feelings? Or was he simply not proactive enough? After perusing the responses, he discerned his course of action. Tonight, he would attempt to put his plan into motion. He was determined that this endeavor would succeed. 541 Anonymous, April 4th, 2001. After typing his final thoughts on the forum, Uchiha Madara closed the page, erased his browsing history, and headed toward the bathroom. Senju Hashirama paused, glancing curiously at him as he sat cross-legged on the bed. Madara, are you taking a shower this early? Uchiha Madara replied nonchalantly. Do you intend to monitor my bathing habits as well? Senju Hashirama chuckled awkwardly, picking up the robe and undergarments he would wear afterward. As Uchiha Madara entered the bathroom, he remained oblivious to the fact that the forum was once again ablaze with activity. Pray for him. 611 Anonymous, April 4th, 2001. It's evident that the OP is a novice. Wishing them bliss tonight. 612 Anonymous, April 4th, 2001. How decisive. I'm beginning to believe he hails from a crime family. A true man lets actions speak. By the way, can anyone elaborate? Which crime family has two heirs who grew up knowing each other, each with one or two brothers, familial rivals, yet later formed an alliance? And their relationship is as sweet as honey? With so many intricate details, it would be a shame not to delve deeper. 613 Anonymous, April 4th, 2001. This relationship. When you think about it, there's a resemblance to Romeo and Juliet, huh? 614 Anonymous, April 4th, 2001. Haha 100. 615 Anonymous, April 4th, 2001. As the fervor of the forum diminished, with no further responses from the OP, the post gradually faded into the collective memory of the community over the ensuing years. Until, as the plot of Naruto progressed to the Fourth Great Ninja War, Uchiha Sasuke and Orochimaru resurrected the four Hokage, rekindling memories of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama's past. Their meeting and acquaintance revived the recollections of those who had participated in the forum discussions. Wait, the relationship between these two, the course of their romance, feels eerily familiar? Chapter 27. Senju Hashirama encountered the most terrifying experience of his life. Without exception, initially, he stared in bewilderment as Madara cast a barrier, sealing the bedroom. Then he beheld Madara clad in a bathrobe, his chest bare, muscles defined, exuding strength that belied the frailty typical of those from this era, perfectly embodying the robust physique of a peak ninja. The Uchiha clan traditionally excelled in both ninjutsu and taijutsu, yet their naturally slender physiques often lacked the strength of top-tier martial artists. However, Madara had always exerted considerable effort, increasingly closing the gap in physical prowess. Madara, is there something you wish to discuss? Just as Senju Hashirama began to inquire, assuming a grave conversation was at hand, Uchiha Madara stepped forward, snatching the manga from his hands and casually glancing at it. He scoffed. Are you admiring your posthumous visage? This reincarnation technique is truly grotesque. Senju Hashirama, momentarily distracted, smiled gently. Indeed, I nearly failed to recognize myself. Hashirama, Uchiha Madara stated, placing his hand against the wall. With a click, the room was plunged into darkness. The peaceful stillness of the suburban villa enveloped them, leaving only the sounds of their breathing and heartbeats. Senju Hashirama gazed at him, puzzled, until suddenly, he was forcefully pushed on the shoulder, causing him to lose his balance and fall onto the bed, the spring mattress bouncing in response. Uchiha Madara seized the opportunity without hesitation, swiftly gripping his opponent's arm, twisting it to subdue the instinctive resistance. Madara. Senju Hashirama felt a sudden weight added to his form, panic coursing through him. Uchiha Madara chuckled softly, decisively silencing his lips. No more words. No one will come to your rescue. Neither Kotomine Kirai nor Gilgamesh are the type to save anyone. Meanwhile, upstairs, Kotomine Kirai, accustomed to a regular sleep schedule, noticed a drain of his magical energy. Calmly, he employed a command spell to support Uchiha Madara and activated the cameras in the room shared by Madara and Hashirama. Preparing to review the results the following morning. As he turned over, Kirai reflected that tomorrow would surely bring excitement. In another chamber, Gilgamesh, the king of heroes, stood by the window, savoring a sip of fine wine under the moonlight, entirely oblivious to the horrific events unfolding below. After pinning the bewildered Hashirama down, Uchiha Madara confronted an unprecedented dilemma. Had he taken Hashirama, or was it Hashirama who had taken him? The former outcome would be disastrous, while the latter, given Hashirama's temperament, would likely lead to him feeling obligated to take responsibility. One thrilling encounter, or shall we decisively obtain a marriage certificate? Hashirama's rationality faltered as Madara playfully licked his ear and jested. Shall we use protection? Kirai has prepared it for us. Hashirama was utterly terrified. Kirai, you false priest. Yet, given that this would be their first time, Madara was disinclined to use such tedious means. If things got messy, he could always clean up afterward. With taut muscles, he held Hashirama firmly, applying knowledge gleaned from the internet to execute his plan for the night. It must be said, the Sharingan's ability to replicate and analyze was remarkable. Despite it being his first experience, he instinctively knew how to make Hashirama yield. No, Madara. We are men. Hashirama stammered. Do you not feel anything for me? Do you wish for me to live a life of solitude, forever burdened with regret? Grasping Hashirama's pressure point, Madara spoke with unprecedented seriousness. Senju Hashirama. I shall never love another, for no one else is worthy of such affection. He quickly added with a grin. Izuna is my biological brother, so he doesn't count. Let us keep that from him. Hashirama stiffened. Decades of ingrained beliefs shattered in an instant, as Madara's hand ventured to his chest, revealing a distinct desire. Hashirama was left utterly bewildered. How had things diverged from their agreement to be friends, to treat each other with unwavering kindness, day after day, until the sincerity of their hearts was felt? Clearly, Hashirama's approach to friendship had veered off course from the very beginning. In the dimly lit bedroom, breaths quickened, imbued with an unfamiliar heartbeat that transcended mere intimacy. Struggling against his restraints, Hashirama attempted to reach for the switch by the bedside, kicking and writhing until his fingers finally brushed against it, restoring light to his surroundings. To his astonishment, he beheld Madara, his robe undone, dark hair cascading messily down his back. What methods will you employ to stop me? Do try, Madara teased, displaying no hint of the shyness Hashirama had anticipated, his brow arching with amusement at the unfolding events. Despair washed over Hashirama. Madara, who has led you astray? Nobody, Madara replied, lowering his head to bite at Hashirama's neck, the pulse beneath his teeth thrumming with life, blood rushing towards the brain. Hashirama's body tightened in response to the pain and danger, yet Madara's warm, smooth skin entwined with his own, the friction igniting an overwhelming stimulation. After igniting their mutual desires, Madara leaned in, his voice husky against Hashirama's ear. Hold me. With that, he unleashed a genjutsu targeting Hashirama's mental weaknesses. His relentless determination to achieve his goals was a hallmark of the Uchiha clan's current patriarch. Hashirama momentarily lost himself, his pupils reflecting the subtle purple glow of Madara's Rinnegan. Moments later, he reversed the unfavorable circumstance, pinning the weaker Uchiha beneath him, hands twisted behind his back. Madara, unperturbed, propped himself up on his arms, met by Hashirama's nearly bare form. Among men, excessive words were unnecessary. If one desires, one must act. As long as Madara displayed any intention of resistance, Hashirama's profound confidence in victory would keep him subdued. Madara let out a low hum. You claim to have no feelings for me. Why then do you treat others differently? You must be determined to outdo me. With legs parted, Madara's composed face flushed slightly as he endeavored to relax his body. Having researched extensively, he understood that diving in without experience would surely lead to discomfort. Yet the arrow was knocked, and he had no choice but to release it. He uttered a phrase he had never spoken before. Be gentle. Should he find himself embarrassed and unable to rise the next day, he would have no choice but to take it out on Hashirama. Meanwhile, beads of sweat trickled down Hashirama's forehead, blurring the line between the effects of the genjutsu and primal instincts of possessiveness. Madara, are you serious? Fool, Madara retorted, shutting his eyes and dismissing him with a familiar insult. Instinctively, Hashirama relinquished his grasp on Madara's wrists, allowing him to pull him down, igniting a fervent kiss. If there were no love, how could one entrust their very life to another? The fervor of the Uchiha's emotions was intense and wild, igniting even the most oblivious of souls. The bedding crumpled beneath them, and on the pillow, Madara gasped, taken aback by his unexpected disadvantage in this encounter. Why did Hashirama possess such knowledge of flirtation? Gritting his teeth, Madara gasped through clenched jaws, "Turn off the lights, and be cautious of Kirai." Darkness enveloped the room once more. With the curtains drawn, it was an indulgence of passion. The famed stamina of the Senju clan proved itself as they engaged in fervent exploration, with Uchiha Madara leading the charge. At 7 in the morning, during breakfast time at the Kodo mine household, the two individuals who were supposed to be present were delayed. Kirai glanced at Gilgamesh, who awaited breakfast, refraining from mentioning what he had witnessed on the surveillance. "I'll order takeout." As Kirai anticipated, Gilgamesh, displaying impatience, stood and made his way towards their rooms. "I'll check on them. If they're not there, I'll go out to eat." Just as he approached the doorway, preparing to kick the door open with force, Gilgamesh perked up, pressing his ear to the door, listening intently to the anguished cries emanating from within. I was wrong. Oh, Father above. How could I have made such a mistake?" Another voice shouted angrily, "Be quiet." A loud thud echoed, presumably the sound of a pillow being thrown, silencing the initial wails. Inside the room, Uchiha Madara groaned, his head pounding, having barely slept before being assaulted by Hashirama's noise. He thought back to the previous night, where Hashirama had relentlessly insisted on their activities. Throwing off the covers, Madara's bare legs were only exposed for a mere 3 seconds before being enveloped once more. Hashirama, blushing furiously, exclaimed, "Madara, there are people outside. Deal with it yourself." "I'm going for a shower." Madara shot him a glance, pulling the covers aside once more. Bare feet padding toward the bathroom, the marks of their previous encounter still visible on his inner thighs, leaving Hashirama in a state of embarrassment, wishing he could vanish. He had, indeed, taken his good brother. Gilgamesh lazily rapped on the door. After the third knock, the door swung open, revealing the disheveled hair of Senju Hashirama. "Gilgamesh, you may handle breakfast on your own. I suspect I'll need a bit more time before I can step out." Before Gilgamesh could squeeze through the threshold, the door shut with merciless finality. Gilgamesh stood there, momentarily stunned. "TSK, so you merely slept with Madara? One might think you had been thoroughly defeated." Amused by Hashirama's obliviousness, Gilgamesh relished the thought, pondering how last night's encounter affected Uchiha Madara. Surely he must have been enraged to the point of spitting blood. With a leisurely gait, Gilgamesh wandered away, oblivious to the fact that the seemingly honest individuals might not be so straightforward in their private lives. Compared to Madara, who was entirely focused on enhancing his strength, Hashirama, who frequented gambling dens, was, in certain respects, more sullied. Upon emerging from the bathroom, Uchiha Madara appeared languid. Leaning against the wall, having changed from tight jeans into loose-fitting casual pants, while donning a turtleneck and long sleeves to conceal the bruises adorning his skin. "Well then, once I complete the task, I shall return home. If all else fails, I'll compel Gilgamesh to reveal the truth." Hashirama obediently acquiesced, not daring to argue. Chapter 28. Gilgamesh was the type of person who could be described, in a flattering light, as someone who preferred gentility over force. If one treated him like a king, he might just reward them with something. Yet, in reality, he often behaved in precisely the opposite manner of what one hoped, exhibiting an infuriating obstinacy. Madara sought to employ subtle hints in hopes of prompting Gilgamesh to speak. He continually alluded to the profound bond he shared with Hashirama, aiming to subtly instill this notion within Gilgamesh's mind. And indeed, he succeeded. In Gilgamesh's heart, there could scarcely be a pair of friends whose connection was as monumental. Despite sharing a bed, they insisted on merely being friends. After finishing the latest chapter of the Naruto manga, Gilgamesh stretched, planning to take a stroll. However, shortly after stepping outside, the impeccably handsome Gilgamesh encountered an unprecedented event. He was ensnared in a sack. "Who? You bastard, Uchiha Madara. Let go of me. TSK, TSK. Kicking and struggling, Gilgamesh was filled with indignation as the treasures he possessed were rendered inaccessible. From the second-floor window, Kirai Kotomine silently observed this spectacle, his heart darkly amused as the duo swiftly carried away the bound Gilgamesh. He drew a cross over his chest, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips. "Good luck, King of Heroes." After having flaunted his arrogance for so long, Gilgamesh had finally managed to provoke Madara. It was indeed a cause for celebration. In a warehouse rented in the suburbs, Madara directed Hashirama to place the unconscious Gilgamesh onto a chair, binding his limbs with special anti-magic materials, and inscribing a magic circle on the floor to restrain his powers. treating him according to the online tutorials on abduction. Adjusting the camera with a mocking expression, Madara activated the recording function with a red light. Beep. The system's voice echoed in the background, cautioning Madara against actions that could jeopardize the FZ world. Gilgamesh, inherently proud and sharp-tongued, loathed being spoken down to. He was the type to take his dignity as seriously as sustenance. Should Madara disseminate any inappropriate footage, the system could not guarantee whether Gilgamesh's noble phantasm would unleash apocalyptic devastation. For the sake of completing the mission, Madara drawled, "What is so difficult about dealing with a single Gilgamesh? Surely the system does not prohibit abduction?" The system faltered, recalling that ninjas, in pursuit of their missions, had resorted to even seduction. Yet, ultimately, this was merely an act of vengeance, wasn't it? Just a plate of mapo tofu. The system, well acquainted with Madara's temperament, retreated, striving to communicate with Gaia and Alea of this world. For the sake of global peace, it would be prudent to ensure Gilgamesh's spirit returned to the throne of heroes sooner rather than later. Gilgamesh awoke groggily, his golden locks tousled, the collar of his shirt slipping, exuding an air of sensuality. Upon recognizing the two shameless captors, he erupted in a torrent of curses. "You two dog-like men. How dare you kidnap this king?" Hashirama chuckled awkwardly. Having lived a life of integrity, it was the first time he found himself unable to meet the gaze of another amidst such insults. Madara, refraining from activating the recording, coldly remarked, "Gilgamesh, if you continue with these insults, no one else will hear them." He had heard similar words from Hashirama 2 weeks prior when he had been forcibly persuaded by Madara. Now it was Gilgamesh's turn, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for him. No one had ever survived after offending Madara, though, of course, his brother Tobirama was an exception. Without his protection, Madara would have long since desired Tobirama's demise. "Everything is for the sake of returning home. My sincerest apologies, Gilgamesh." Hashirama resolved firmly. Having spent nearly 2 years in this world with Madara, they had experienced much and gleaned valuable knowledge beneficial to the development of Konoha. Given the time ratio, it was as if they had been missing for nearly 2 days in another world. If they did not return soon, both the Senju and Uchiha clans would surely erupt in chaos. Next came the time for relentless interrogation. The primary force remained Madara. While Hashirama lacked proficiency in the art of questioning, he was more adept at breaking illusions than casting them. After several hours of exertion, Gilgamesh remained utterly baffled by their intentions, pushed to his limits. The illusions brought about by his Sharingan prompted a vivid recollection of his past, especially concerning Enkidu, as clear as if it had transpired yesterday. His joys, his sorrows, his anguished cries, and the despair of seeking immortality. Had he been an ordinary person, he would have succumbed to the confusion, but Gilgamesh, with millennia of experience, was not so easily swayed. Though his life experiences were not readily apparent, he was, at critical moments, the king who had perished upon the throne of heroes, not merely a man subject to the whims of fate. Thus, he ultimately broke free from the illusion, shattering the vision of Enkidu joyfully running towards him, barefoot. That slender figure dissipated into the mists of time, remaining in the epoch of millennia past. "Gil," the melodious voice echoed in his ears. With crimson eyes ablaze, Gilgamesh glared at the two captors with the ferocity of an enraged lion. "What do you intend to do?" Hashirama instinctively glanced at Madara, feeling a pang of pity. Having toyed enough with Gilgamesh, Madara coolly replied, "We're merely playing with you." Gilgamesh's heart brimmed with a desire for mutual destruction. Alas, Madara remained unfazed. Even the most menacing aura was as inconsequential as a gentle breeze to him. He aimed the camera at Gilgamesh and smiled. "You would do well to comply. Otherwise, the image of your kingly grandeur might just find its way onto the networks of this era. I've heard that the magicians are unaware of the presence of a heroic spirit beside Kirai Kodomine. Such a treasure as a heroic spirit would undoubtedly be the envy of many magicians." Recalling his earlier, wildly unhinged behavior, Gilgamesh's fury faltered. "Madara, let us discuss this." Madara coldly interjected, "It would be more sincere to first relinquish the Gate of Babylon." Having experienced the Gate of Babylon numerous times over the years, Madara found it exceedingly bothersome, yet it was not insurmountable. Generally, only one individual could be confined by it, and if he combined forces with Hashirama, they would not fear its binding capability. The Gate of Babylon, a divine weapon, posed a greater threat to those of divine nature, and it was precisely the top-tier treasure that Gilgamesh could manipulate without expending much magical energy. However, both Madara and Hashirama lacked significant divinity, rendering the Gate of Babylon's effects relatively negligible. Reluctantly, Gilgamesh relinquished the chains. Seeing his compliance, Madara initiated negotiations. 10 minutes passed. The negotiation ended in failure, eliciting a hearty laugh from Gilgamesh. "In your dreams, This king would rather die than utter that phrase. Uchiha Madara's temples throbbed slightly. However, knowing his nature, he was not overly disappointed. Half an hour later, Gilgamesh's screams echoed incessantly. An hour later, onlookers outside the warehouse were drawn in, inquiring about the commotion and whether the police needed to be alerted. When Senju Hashirama emerged, he wore a resigned smile as he remarked, "It's nothing. My friend is merely having a spat with his companion, and they're breaking things inside." Indeed, breaking things. One was desperately unleashing a weakened version of the king's treasures, despite most of his magical power being restrained, while the other flung shuriken and occasionally released fire techniques, turning the warehouse into a veritable sieve. Hashirama had never witnessed Madara so lively in the presence of anyone else. Truly, it seemed that only in a different world could one forge more friendships, he mused. 3 hours later, as darkness began to descend, Gilgamesh lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath, his once handsome visage now resembling that of a pig. The camera had been reduced to shards in their scuffle, and while Gilgamesh sought to snatch the memory card, Madara had anticipated his move, preventing him from succeeding. Grabbing the torn collar of Gilgamesh's tattered attire, Madara panted heavily and sternly demanded, "Will you speak or not?" A cold sweat trickled down Hashirama's brow. To force a confession to this extent would surely bring tears to the eyes of Konoha's interrogation squad. "Madara, you truly lack understanding of interrogation." Hashirama found a spot where he could still sit, resting his chin on his hand as he watched them, unsure of how much longer they would torment one another. 5 hours later, Gilgamesh, barely clinging to life, uttered, "You two scoundrels, friendship, damn it, is truly earth-shattering." He punctuated his statement with an indelicate spit. Hashirama merely blinked, while Madara's expression darkened as he retorted angrily, "Do you wish to die? Eliminate your foul language." The Jinjiang system in the void nearly collapsed in laughter. Having perused countless strategies concerning Gilgamesh, it had never witnessed a traveler tormenting him so brutally. After a bout of laughter, it hurried to intervene, preventing Madara from inflicting further harm. It was a commendable act. After all, he was speaking from the heart. Madara, taken aback, felt a shadow cross his eyes. It appeared that the system's tasks were orchestrated by this enigmatic entity rather than some unseen puppeteer manipulating him and Hashirama. Much like Gilgamesh, he questioned the underlying purpose. The Jinjiang system, sensing Madara's thoughts, explained, "Strangely enough, one of my goals is to prevent tragedy from recurring, but the fundamental aim is not this. You certainly do not believe me now, which is why I've refrained from disclosing it." Curious, Hashirama inquired, "What is it then?" The Jinjiang system, shedding its earlier composure, responded cheerfully, "World peace. May all platonic bonds transform into love. Let love abound in the world." Hashirama's lips twitched. So, all his misfortunes were merely the system's machinations? Releasing his grip on Gilgamesh, Madara disregarded the thud of his form hitting the ground, stretching his limbs with satisfaction. Now that all 3 requests had been fulfilled, it was time to return him and Hashirama to their original world. The Jinjiang system glanced at the unconscious Gilgamesh for 3 seconds before turning to the restrained Hashirama. It chuckled in the void, a peculiar laughter, as if it could see through everything. "All right, the 3 task conditions have been met, returning to the original world." The destination of the teleportation was Naruto. 2 black holes appeared behind Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, swiftly drawing them in, leaving only Gilgamesh, sprawled unconscious on the ground. Chapter 29, A New World, Parallel Dimension. Nestled at the intersection of the land of earth, the land of wind, and the land of fire, a perpetually rainy hidden village lay silent in the gloom. The sporadic raindrops had only just ceased, only to be followed by another downpour. Clouds shrouded the sky, obscuring the sun. In recent years, the chaos of war among the nations had diminished, allowing the rain village, which thrived in the margins, to find some semblance of stability. Unbeknownst to outsiders, the internal strife within the village had long been resolved. The ruler had transitioned from Hanzo of the Salamander to another individual, or perhaps a formidable organization. Yet little was known to the outside world. Those who dared to seek the truth had often paid with their lives. Suddenly, a man clad in a black cloak materialized from the void, not pausing as he sprinted forward, his head bowed. The hood obscured his hair, but a mask adorned his face, reminiscent of a ninja from a specialized division, revealing only one eye. His ninja shoes splashed through puddles, the hurried and disheveled manner indicating he had experienced considerable fright. He charged into the rain village with the speed of a gusting wind. Trailing closely behind him, 2 individuals halted at the edge of the puddles he had crossed. One of them, with the leisure to unfurl an umbrella, called out to the one ahead, "Madara, don't rush in. After all, going further would provoke the hidden village." Uchiha Madara wiped the rain from his face, seething, "That slippery fellow has escaped." Senju Hashirama held the umbrella over Madara's head, while retrieving a comic book from his pocket. He began matching the features of the characters depicted. Black background, red clouds, fingernails and toenails painted. Moreover, the ability to evade capture during their impromptu pursuit indicated his strength was formidable, aligning with the characteristics of the Akatsuki organization. Just as Hashirama pondered the absence of a ring, a thunderous rumble echoed from the sky. Then, a bolt of lightning struck the comic book in Hashirama's hands, affecting him as well. Upon seeing the comic book from a different world being pulled out, Madara immediately recognized the potential disaster. Without waiting to warn him, he instinctively dodged the umbrella's cover. 3 seconds later, Madara cautiously approached, poking the charred and lifeless Hashirama. "Hashirama, are you still alive? Quick, I'm done for," Hashirama croaked, exhaling a cloud of black smoke. The comic book had long since been whisked away by the wind, reduced to mere fragments in his rigid grasp. Madara facepalmed, sighing. "You spend all day reading comic books. Have you never taken the time to read something else? Such matters intertwined with the core of fate should never appear in this world." Completely unconcerned about Hashirama's potential demise, Madara hoisted him up, as if the tides of fortune had turned, and it was now his turn to carry him away. They distanced themselves from the rain village, finding refuge in a small town where Madara unceremoniously tossed Hashirama onto the bed before heading out to procure some medicine for lightning strikes and burns. Upon his return, he found Hashirama bouncing back to life, frantically attempting to tame his wild hair. He hardly resembled a man in his 20s. It seemed that the so-called maturity and composure were merely facades for the outside world to behold. 3 days had passed since their arrival in this realm, and their encounter with the Akatsuki member had been entirely serendipitous. 3 days prior, after emerging from the black hole, Madara had found himself face-to-face with the village of Konoha, and Hashirama, receiving similar treatment, had suddenly patted Madara on the shoulder, exclaiming loudly, "We can go home." With emphasis, Madara replied, "We." Hashirama's beaming smile quickly shifted to an awkward expression, his gaze evasive, revealing a lack of confidence. Anyone would react similarly if their brother had been compromised. Once more, a familiar mechanical voice echoed through the void, "Ding. System tasks completed. Distributing rewards for the FZ world. Please accept." 2 crimson booklets descended from above. Hashirama swiftly snatched the palm-sized red-covered tomes, flipping them open, his eyes twitching violently. Madara extended a hand. "Show me." Senju Hashirama, sensing an imminent threat, hastily stowed his crimson book into the ninja pouch on his back, forcing a smile as he remarked, "Oh, it's nothing at all." Uchiha Madara retorted, "To claim you are self-deceiving is one thing, but to be so utterly deluded is quite another." He refrained from seizing the book, confident that he would encounter it again in the future, thus allowing Hashirama a modicum of dignity. Pointing towards the direction of Konoha, he proclaimed, "Let us investigate. Something seems amiss." In the distance, several statues appeared to have materialized at the site of the Hokage rock. As they approached, they were astonished to find that this Konoha diverged significantly from their memories. At the very least, the Konoha they recalled was not so prosperous. The towering walls encircled a grand gate marked with the character for ninja, bustling with carts and travelers. The lively atmosphere was punctuated by merchants' chatter, while ninjas escorted them, embodying the vibrancy of a sunlit day. Every ninja clad in green vests bore metal forehead protectors and wielded an array of weapons, their eyes betraying the essence of seasoned warriors. Even without uttering a word, the ordinary citizen's eyes brimmed with trust towards these ninjas, an effect born from the passage of time and the accumulation of integrity. Clearly, such a scenario should not exist in a village that had been established for merely 5 years. Either they were not in their world, or it was not their time period. Hashirama's mind raced, and with a heavy heart, he slumped onto a tree branch, despair etched on his face. This was not his home. Tobirama would surely slay him if he discovered his absence. Meanwhile, Madara gazed at the gate, a flicker of nostalgia passing through his eyes. Yet he quickly masked his emotions, coolly stating, "It appears satisfactory. It is indeed fortunate that this era's Konoha has not been squandered by your reckless ways." Hashirama, with a hint of bitterness, replied, "Konoha also bears your share. Do not speak as though I depleted our resources alone. As if your Uchiha clan is exempt from such matters." Madara fell silent, then kicked back, exclaiming, "Who told you to keep frequenting gambling dens?" A cacophony ensued in the branches as their altercation escalated, yet all was veiled by a jinjutsu, leaving passing ninjas oblivious to the bickering of their ancestral figures. Once the dust settled, the tree bore the scars of their clash, and a heap of leaves lay beneath. Hashirama, gritting his teeth, pinned Madara against the trunk, landing a punch to his abdomen, causing Madara to double over in pain, his fierce gaze revealing his ire. "How conveniently you forget when you strike my face," Hashirama taunted, sporting a comical panda-like appearance. Madara, incensed, nearly activated his Rinnegan. In that state, the outcome of their confrontation remained uncertain. Hashirama swiftly covered Madara's eyes, whispering, "Someone's coming." He pulled Madara away just in time. A ninja adorned with a cat-faced mask appeared beneath the Jinjutsu-shrouded tree, scanning the vicinity in confusion. After concluding there was no anomaly, he cautiously performed the hand signs to dispel the Jinjutsu and began to examine the ground and the tree. The dark-clothed member of the Konoha Umbu muttered, "Damn it. Are the enemies infighting?" With an impassive expression, he turned and departed, his vigilance heightened to its utmost until he safely entered Konoha's gates. Regrettably, his caution proved unwarranted, as no one paid him any heed. Hashirama, stroking his chin in admiration, remarked, "Good vigilance. It is wise to avoid revealing the enemy's presence directly and opt to return to the village for allies." Madara, uninterested, focused on kneading the bruise on his abdomen, contemplating the necessity of learning some medical ninjutsu in the future. A sphere of green healing light materialized before Madara. Hashirama bent down, disregarding his own comically bruised eyes, and diligently treated Madara's injuries. A warmth spread within Madara as he turned his gaze towards the forest's beauty, forcing himself to ignore Hashirama's hands working on his abdomen. Once the blood circulation was restored, Hashirama looked up with a smile, saying, "All done. Just refrain from using your abdominal muscles today." Madara, hearing this, did not dwell on it further. "Let us depart. Since this is not our Konoha, what purpose does our stay serve?" Aren't you going to take a look inside?" Hashirama replied, his curiosity piqued. "We've read about it in the comics." Madara forcefully pulled a reluctant Hashirama away, unwilling to revisit the village that was built at the cost of his own demise. Hashirama, grasping his thoughts, muttered, "We ought to understand what era we are in." Madara pointed to a spot, and Hashirama focused his gaze, noting a familiar pink-haired girl entering the village, young yet already adorned with the Chunin insignia. Madara coolly stated, "Sakura Haruno, Chunin, renowned as the most background character in the series. It appears this era is set 61 years after Konoha's founding." Hashirama was utterly disappointed to discover that the Chunin exams had concluded. He had initially hoped to encounter his own self in the state of Edo Tensei. Having established the approximate time frame, they proceeded towards the nearest city, inadvertently passing the Valley of the End. Gazing at the two colossal statues and the emblem of their unresolved conflict, Madara found himself lost in thought by the waterfall. He was uncertain of what occupied his mind, an unnamed sorrow. The billowing black cloak fluttered in the wind atop the waterfall, the Uchiha clan's crest vividly embroidered on his back. Stark in red and white, Hashirama observed the dire consequences of his own actions in this world, cold sweat trickling down like the waterfall itself. At the moment Madara turned to look at him, he squatted down, covering his face, pleading, "Please don't strike my face. You may hit anywhere else." Madara, with a sardonic smile, replied, "Who is going to hit you?" Taking a few steps aside, he unexpectedly kicked Hashirama's rear. Hashirama let out a yelp, his voice echoing through the valley as he fell from the top, propelled by Madara's kick. "Ah, you heartless fiend," he cried out. Madara, arms crossed and a look of disdain on his face, retorted, "As if being a ninja requires a conscience, fool." Limping after Madara towards the nearest city in the Land of Fire, Hashirama, looking weary, inquired with a shopkeeper and learned that it was February of the 62nd year. A year since the last Chunin exams in Konoha had ended. In short, the narrative Hashirama was familiar with held no prophetic value. The first part of Naruto had concluded, and Sasuke Uchiha had already defected to Orochimaru. After gathering the necessary information, they settled into an inn. Days later, in a sushi restaurant, Hashirama, with his mouth stuffed with dango, mischievously suggested, "Madara, shall we go retrieve your descendant?" Madara, savoring sweet bean sushi, replied, "No need. Let him face hardships instead." In his view, unless Sasuke endured trials, he would have no hope of avenging their clan, let alone surviving. The Sharingan, an ability coveted by countless ninja villages and nations. The sushi was delectable, and Madara contemplated returning for another meal. After their fill, they began to ponder the intricacies of life, their funds dwindling, all obtained through bartering items. Madara proposed capturing rogue ninjas to exchange for bounty, but Hashirama shook his head, eagerly suggesting, "We could borrow a bit from Orochimaru." Madara was speechless, never realizing Hashirama bore such a grudge. While he was indifferent to rogue ninjas from other villages, he harbored a strong desire to capture those from his own village, even if it was for a free beating. As fate would have it, just as Hashirama intended to drag Madara into trouble with Orochimaru, the curtain at the entrance lifted, revealing two men clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds. They appeared to possess only the chakra levels of Chunin, lacking the arrogance depicted in the manga, instead speaking amiably with the proprietor and ordering 2 servings of sushi before taking their seats to dine. Delicious. One tall man, indulging in sushi wrapped in bean curd skin, animatedly gestured with his hands, exuding a buoyant personality. In stark contrast, his companion wore an expression of utter annoyance. Unbeknownst to him, Senju Hashirama's sushi-eating motions had unconsciously slowed, his gaze drifting toward the scene. Fortunately, they were seated in a dimly lit corner, and few noticed Hashirama's reaction. Uchiha Madara also set down his remaining sushi, sipped a cup of hot water, and then rose, his demeanor icy as he confronted the two peculiarly dressed individuals. Akatsuki, the man with the exuberant disposition, akin to a deranged snake, froze at the sound of that low, ominous voice, nearly choking on his sushi. The serious man tightened his grip on the weapon concealed beneath his sleeve. How did you know? As supplementary members of the Akatsuki organization, their every move was meant to be discreet, and those who recognized them were few. Their presence in the Land of Fire today, alongside the new member, Obito, was solely for the purpose of financial transactions with the local underground organization, not to undertake any perilous missions involving the capture of tailed beasts. Madara replied with a sardonic smile. Me? His black eyes glinted with the ruthless cruelty characteristic of a true powerhouse. The faint aura of murderous intent emanating from him rendered the patrons of the establishment silent, causing ordinary folk to tremble and retreat to the shadows. You are unworthy of this knowledge. The two Chunin were hardly regarded by Madara, a sentiment echoed by Hashirama. Thus, he refrained from intervening in Madara's confrontation. Instead, for the sake of discretion, he jovially obstructed the doorway, scratching his head as he said, "Fear not. This is merely a private matter, and innocents shall not be harmed. It would be unwise to leave now." Hashirama did not believe that Madara would struggle to incapacitate the two men within minutes. Minutes later, to Madara's astonishment, the seemingly formidable yet ordinary Chunin was swiftly dispatched by his companion, a knife slicing through his throat before the masked individual shattered the wall and escaped. After a brief moment of surprise, Madara swiftly pursued. Hashirama, perplexed, remarked, "Is this a case of the tiger hiding among pigs? The chakra surge I sensed just now exceeded that of a Chunin level. Moreover, that man imparted a subtly familiar chakra sensation. Was he an acquaintance?" Placing a pouch of coins on the table, Hashirama glanced at the weather outside, casually seizing an umbrella from within the establishment as he leisurely followed Madara's chakra fluctuations in search of the individual. This chase led them beyond the borders of the Land of Fire, ultimately forcing the fugitive to take refuge in the village hidden in the ring. Madara found it incredulous, having initially thought he was pursuing mere minnows, only to nearly ensnare a veritable whale. Within the rain village, the nearly apprehended masked man leaned exhaustedly against a damp wall, rubbing his eye. Hiss! It was thanks to the power of his Mangekyo Sharingan that he narrowly escaped disaster. Chapter 30. Since the distribution of the Crimson Little Book a few days ago, the system had remained unresponsive. Madara attempted various methods to rouse it, but it seemed indifferent, as if the lives of non-plot characters were inconsequential to it. Even witnessing Obito being pursued by two ancestral figures elicited nothing but muted amusement from the system. Obito could not hope to defeat Madara, but he could certainly flee. Each Uchiha's Mangekyo abilities differed. Obito's capability to traverse time and space was such that unless confronted by elite ninjas like Senju Tobarama or Namake's Minato, even Madara, regardless of his strength, would struggle to capture Obito, who bore much of his memories. Hashirama reassured Madara, suggesting that he might seek counsel from Tobarama regarding space-time ninjutsu. Madara's expression darkened. He would never deign to ask Tobarama. His Sharingan could replicate any jutsu, yet aside from unique bloodline abilities, Tobarama's Flying Thunder God technique was his only failure. Tobarama had relentlessly mocked him, taunting, "Why not steal all my techniques if you're able?" Did he truly believe he possessed jutsu worthy of Madara's emulation? Unable to confront Tobarama for the time being, Madara's ire shifted toward the masked man, vowing to eradicate the Akatsuki organization entirely. Hashirama, let us rest for a few days before seeking out Uchiha Itachi. I would rather deal with our clan's traitor than deal with yours. Madara cracked his knuckles, the crisp sound prompting Hashirama to silently mourn for that individual. Madara held a deep-seated concern for the one responsible for the Uchiha massacre. Despite his general disdain for the Uchiha clan, Itachi's fratricide rendered any goodwill toward this outstanding junior impossible. Once Hashirama had healed, his charred skin had shed, revealing a new layer still kissed by the sun. Madara pondered, why could Hashirama not darken? Glancing at his own sun-resistant skin, Madara could only lament that the Senju clan was comprised of rugged individuals incapable of producing refined beings. The two departed from their temporary lodging, embarking on the path tread by Jiraiya, in search of the Akatsuki organization. The system observed the transformations within this world with a detached gaze. In a year, Naruto would return to the Hidden Leaf Village in the 63rd year of the village's existence. Whether they could alter the tragic fate of this world depended solely on Hashirama and Madara. This was a parallel timeline of the Naruto universe, and to return home, they too must fulfill 3 tasks. However, preemptively revealing the issues would only result in Madara fixating on the missions rather than uncovering the truths behind this world. It was not Itachi who perpetrated the massacre. Rather, it was someone concealed in the shadows who would prove to be the surprise. After a fortnight of silence, the system finally spoke as they located the Akatsuki's money exchange. Ding. Main quest initiated. Locate the target with a special halo and complete 3 designated tasks. Your camaraderie is truly extraordinary, such a strong bond. Why not consider marriage? Upon task completion, you may depart this world for the next. This time, the system did not prohibit the use of coercive measures. In fact, Madara's previous dealings with Gilgamesh had already bordered on coercion, yet the system refrained from intervening. Partly because Gilgamesh had genuinely expressed his sentiments, and partly because Madara had endured nearly 2 years of Gilgamesh's provocations. Any further suppression might lead to the system being blamed. As a system, it understood the importance of self-preservation. Madara, please proceed cheerfully to find other unfortunate souls to complete these 3 tasks. Madara, astonished, queried, "Can we force the task targets to utter such words?" The system replied affirmatively. It then fell silent, ceasing to respond to any inquiries that might disclose its intentions. Hashirama shouted into the air, "Wait, is the next world our own? If I do not return to the leaf soon, it will perish." The system retorted, "First Hokage, why do you lack faith in your brother and Madara's sibling?" Casting a brief glance at their original world, noticing that the leaf still thrived, the system dismissed Hashirama's outcry. Content to remain a mere observer, the system was acutely aware of Madara's dark thoughts. He intended to employ various means to compel the target to utter profoundly embarrassing statements. But success was the prerequisite for such endeavors. The chosen target was someone who could not be coerced through force. Once the system was no longer present, Hashirama lamented, "How many worlds must we traverse to return home?" Rather than dwell on this, it was wiser to pursue their target. After all, the system's boldness suggested that their opponent was formidable. Madara strode ahead, clutching a fox mask, his Uchiha clan's dark robe now exchanged for a simple kimono. His feet clad in traditional sandals, presenting a less fearsome visage. In fact, this disguise was proposed by Senju Hashirama, suggesting that it would more easily lower the enemy's guard and facilitate the concealment of their identities. Who could imagine that such a figure was a person from a century ago? Uchiha Madara donned his mask, leaving only his eyes visible, and the location of the exchange point was so close that they could infiltrate it without difficulty. Suddenly, Senju Hashirama remarked, "Madara, Gilgamesh's strength was considered top tier in the previous world, wasn't it?" Uchiha Madara replied, "If he remains composed and possesses sufficient magical energy." Gilgamesh's long-range offensive capabilities were formidable, and his Enuma Elish could obliterate an entire city with a single strike. However, his proficiency in close combat was so lacking that it made Uchiha Madara disdainful. He was outmatched even by the lower-tier heroic spirits like spearmen and swordsmen. His muscular physique seemed solely designed to attract women. After a moment of contemplation, Senju Hashirama broke into a bright, boisterous smile that could sweep away the world, and he too donned the rabbit-faced mask he had acquired, exclaiming, "Let us meet the strongest of this era. I am eagerly looking forward to meeting our successors." As he uttered these words, he kicked open the foul-smelling door with a resounding bang, bursting in. The startled man, in the midst of relieving himself, jolted upright, his face a mask of terror at the sudden appearance of the 2 strangers. Senju Hashirama stood momentarily stunned. Uchiha Madara, disgusted, slipped behind him and pinched his nose, saying, "It truly is a restroom. Hashirama, you must quickly find the entrance." Hashirama's face betrayed his embarrassment, yet with the mask obscuring his features, he could only convey his discontent through his eyes. After all, he was the leader of his clan. To search a restroom in such a manner was indeed humiliating. However, no matter how embarrassing it might be, he could not allow Madara to do the searching or to simply obliterate the restroom, for the occupants would likely carry a lifelong trauma regarding public restrooms. Senju Hashirama searched each room, startling numerous individuals who fled with their hands covering their trousers. Some shouting pervert. After much effort, Hashirama finally discovered the correct means to access the exchange point. The 2 entered. Uchiha Madara, adorned in a fox mask and traditional wooden sandals, exuded an air of nobility, resembling a young gentleman from a prestigious family. When he wasn't in a rage, he could indeed be quite intimidating. Hashirama, with his striking long black hair now neatly tied up and his face concealed by a mask, wore a loose and elegant kimono. Even though he was clad in a tight-fitting ninja outfit underneath, he appeared nothing like a ninja on the surface. Both he and Madara had shed the weariness brought about by years of war, and after a period of peace, they could now regard everyone with calm and gentle eyes. Amidst the gathering of rogue ninjas, Senju Hashirama boldly declared, "I seek the individuals behind you," before the leading figure could utter a word of refusal. Hashirama's presence enveloped the room, a heavy pressure constricting every throat. Still wearing his ever-present smile, he sincerely added, "I appreciate your cooperation." Those who faced this imposing aura faltered, nearly collapsing under its weight, a terrifying thought surfacing in their minds. Although the exchange point was linked to the Akatsuki organization at its core, it was merely a place for Kakuzu and Haiden to amass wealth. The only individuals who could be contacted directly were them. The individuals within the exchange point were well aware of the temperaments of the two and dared not disclose any information, only nervously wiping sweat from their brows and stammering. "I need to contact my superiors. I cannot ascertain if the Lord is willing to meet you." Seated in the reception room, Senju Hashirama continued to engage in conversation. Uchiha Madara's gaze wandered, disdainful of the hidden vigilance surrounding them. If not for the purpose of locating members of the Akatsuki, he would not have ventured to this place. This exchange point, merely a door away from the restroom, was deeply despised by Uchiha Madara. The lurking rats in the shadows posed no real threat. As the afternoon wore on, Uchiha Madara's patience began to wane, and just as he felt the overwhelming urge to unleash his killing intent, a warm hand grasped his. A sensation that sent a slight flush to his face beneath the mask. Hashirama. The restless turmoil within him dissipated as Uchiha Madara openly intertwined his fingers with Hashirama's, unperturbed by the notion that a single hand might hinder their combat. The expressions of those within the exchange point shifted to one of incredulity. So they are a pair? When did two powerful ninjas in the ninja world begin to form such bonds? The personnel of the exchange point were assured that their boss was nearby, allowing them to keep the two waiting. When Haiden arrived, his old partner Kakuzu was also present, the duo forming an odd contrast, one tall and exposed, the other conservatively dressed, his face entirely concealed by a mask. The moment these two infamous rogue ninjas entered the exchange point, the others averted their gazes, unwilling to openly scrutinize them. They were notorious figures in the black market. S-rank rogue ninjas, their heads worth an astonishing bounty. Ignoring the surrounding individuals, Haiden and Kakuzu stepped into the adjacent room, taken aback for a moment at the sight of the two masked figures. "Who are they? Enemies of the Akatsuki?" Haiden's partner spoke up. "Are you looking for trouble with the Akatsuki?" Senju Hashirama quickly shook his head. "No. We are peace-loving individuals. We would never engage in such troublesome matters." His words caused Uchiha Madara to tighten his lips, his fingers instinctively wanting to withdraw from Hashirama's grasp, eager to assert that he was the one seeking trouble with the Akatsuki. However, Hashirama held onto his hand firmly, cheerfully stating, "I am here to find Itachi, but I have been unable to reach him. Could you kindly inform me of his whereabouts?" Haiden's interest piqued. "An adversary?" Senju Hashirama hesitated. "Perhaps you could say that." He glanced at Madara and quickly amended, "No, a relative." Haiden exclaimed, "Wait, what? Isn't the Uchiha clan extinct? Where could a relative come from?" Hashirama solemnly pointed to his hair and eye color. "Do you not find it oddly familiar to see us, and then think of Itachi?" Haiden found himself in a state of disbelief, leaning against the wall. "Black hair and black eyes aren't exactly rare. Perhaps you should remove your mask first." After all these years, he had yet to encounter someone as amusing as the man before him. To claim kinship with the Akatsuki's Red Comet was akin to courting death. As Haiden ridiculed the stranger, Kakuzu suddenly interjected with a low voice. "There is indeed a certain familiarity." Haiden looked at Kakuzu in astonishment. "Don't joke around. Where would Itachi find any relatives? He only has his brother left." Kakuzu's brow furrowed, shaking his head, his gaze shifting from the more dangerous-looking Uchiha Madara to the long-haired Senju Hashirama. "Might you remove your mask? If you truly are relatives, I could facilitate contact with Itachi." Haiden's skepticism intensified. Was Kakuzu really going to divulge information about their organization to an outsider? He would surely be reprimanded by their leader. Senju Hashirama assessed Kaku, noting that the man appeared to be a middle-aged individual who would likely not recognize him. With a newfound confidence, Hashirama calmly removed his mask. "Very well. If you wish to see." In that moment, Kakuzu's gaze froze, as if time stood still. Haiden felt a chill run down his spine at the intense look in Kakuzu's eyes. "Hey, what's with you today? Are you actually interested in him?" His initial comment about a heart had transformed into a palpable sense of danger directed at him. Haiden cast a cold glance, spotting the man beside Hashirama, wearing a fox mask, whose hand was held by his companion, indicating that they did not wish to engage in combat. Haiden, intrigued, remarked, "Are you two a couple?" He even playfully hooked his pinky finger. Senju Hashirama's face flushed with embarrassment. Kakuzu abruptly tensed, and upon recognizing the man beside Hashirama, He swiftly divulged the likely whereabouts of Itachi, then excused himself, hoping they would not undertake any actions detrimental to the Akatsuki. Haiden was forcibly dragged out by Kaku, leaving him no opportunity to voice the remaining words that might have angered the two. Inside the room, Senju Hashirama was momentarily taken aback. Was he really that easy to talk to? Uchiha Madara, unable to bear it any longer, withdrew his hand and declared that he wanted to leave immediately. He had no desire to linger in this place. Senju Hashirama repeatedly apologized, readjusting his mask over his face, and the two exited together. In an instant, the air felt rejuvenated. Uchiha Madara turned back, his gaze sharp as he remarked, "That person knows you." Senju Hashirama, puzzled, replied, "I don't know him at all. Nearly a century has passed since his era. Anyone who might recognize him is either teetering on the brink of death or has already crossed over. Besides, there are many who resemble him." Senju Hashirama firmly believed he was an ordinary face. They should seek out Itachi instead, as they had missed an opportunity there and had no idea how long they would have to wait. Chapter 31. Shortly after concluding the shadow clone technique, Uchiha Itachi had reported his location and completed his assignment to Kisame Hashigaki, entering a period of rest lasting half a month. Neither of them were particularly impatient, and as Kisame generally took the lead in matters, Uchiha Itachi took a moment to regroup before heading to a nearby town to part ways. In this town, which was almost devoid of ninja presence, Uchiha Itachi's appearance commanded great respect. Not everyone donned a straw hat, wore a rogue ninja forehead protector, and painted their nails, all while dressed in a black cloak adorned with red clouds. The young waitress serving them trembled, seemingly terrified that these two intimidating outsiders might harm her. A man with a shark-like face chuckled beside him. Even Mr. Itachi has moments of unpopularity. Uchiha Itachi paid no mind to Kisame's jest. After all, they would soon part ways following this meal, and it was Kisame, with his formidable Samahata, who truly frightened the young girl away. As his fingers grazed the edge of his straw hat, preparing to remove it, the metal pendant hanging above swayed. Uchiha Itachi paused, his dark eyes emerging from beneath the hat, betraying not a hint of his youthfulness. Cold and unyielding, no one would dare underestimate him, even if he appeared as handsome as a scion of a noble family. He placed the hat on the table and murmured, "The wind has risen." A gust blew through the door, causing the curtain to flutter, accompanied by the sound of two approaching footsteps. Kisame, still clutching his chopsticks and awaiting his meal, felt a shiver at the sound, and his right hand instinctively gripped Samahata, his muscles tensing. "How slow? I want mushroom mixed rice. I wonder if they have it here. If you want to eat, hurry up. Who insists on fighting midway, wasting precious time? Hey, someone's really impatient." A low, irritated voice came from outside, followed by the sound of another person laughing triumphantly. Hearing that cheerful laughter, Kisame unconsciously relaxed his grip, but recalling the possibility that they might be enemies, he resumed his alertness, unwilling to trust those who were only now becoming detectable within 10 meters of their vicinity. The curtain was pulled back, revealing two young men clad in kimonos. As they entered the small establishment, the young girl hiding by the counter brightened at the sight. Two older brothers who aren't ninjas. Senju Hashirama scanned the modest space, observing Uchiha Itachi's calm demeanor despite his youth, and couldn't help but silently admire the Uchiha clan's admirable lineage. He then turned to Uchiha Madara and quietly inquired, "Do you think he might be directly related to you by blood?" He omitted addressing Madara by name, lest it frighten him away. Uchiha Madara, with a hint of amusement, replied, "So, you're genuinely concerned about whether I've married and had children?" Senju Hashirama shook his head with a forlorn expression. "No, I'm simply curious about which woman would be brave enough to bear your child." Casting a sharp glare at him, Uchiha Madara brushed aside Hashirama's musings about his romantic prospects and approached Itachi's table. Uchiha Madara appeared imposing, his demeanor far from gentle, prompting Kisame to instinctively prepare for a confrontation. However, as Uchiha Madara reached them, he pulled out a chair and sat beside them, his expression devoid of hostility, exuding an unsettling calm that concealed his true nature. "Uchiha Itachi, it seems I have not come to the wrong place." Uchiha Itachi, his face impassive, queried, "Who leaked my whereabouts?" Kisame shuddered and quickly defended himself. "Not me. I've been right by Mr. Itachi's side." Uchiha Itachi paid no heed to Kisame's explanation, knowing it was unlikely to be him. His gaze fixated on the dark-haired man before him, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washing over him. Uchiha Madara, as if reading his thoughts, remarked, "Do I seem familiar to you?" With a smile, he added, "I find you familiar as well." Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but scrutinize the man further. His slightly unruly black hair bore a resemblance to his brother Sasuke. The man's stern visage and dark eyes reflected Itachi's own, sharp and confident. As Uchiha Itachi assessed Uchiha Madara, The latter evaluated the audacity of this descendant who had annihilated their clan, his initial rage gradually subsiding. Faced with a worthy clansman, Uchiha Madara was generous with his demeanor, fearing that a moment's carelessness might lead to the extinction of their lineage, leaving only himself and Uchiha Sasuke. The sound of another chair sliding across the floor broke the silence. "Ah, so you two have already struck up a conversation," Senju Hashirama chimed in, taking a seat next to Madara, transforming the tension-laden atmosphere into one reminiscent of a friendly gathering. Uchiha Itachi could not help but glance at Senju Hashirama, a sense of surprise washing over him as he found him oddly familiar, as if he were someone he encountered frequently in life. Yet he could not place who it might be. Could it be that the Sharingan's vision deterioration also affected his memory? Uchiha Itachi. A cold voice brought Itachi back from his rare moment of distraction. His brow furrowed ever so slightly as he raised his gaze, locking eyes with the dark-haired man, and his body tensed in response. Not only that, but Kisame also inhaled sharply. Another Uchiha. The three Tomo appeared within the man's crimson pupils, making his cold countenance appear even more menacing. Uchiha Itachi quickly filtered through his memories of distant relatives, pondering whether any had been on missions away from the village and had not returned on the day of the massacre. This man appeared several years older than him. Logically, if he had lived in Konoha, he would have encountered him. After exhausting his thoughts, he couldn't recall. Uchiha Itachi remembered every clan member who had perished at his hands, yet he could not grasp the identity of the man before him, as if enshrouded in a fog. "Who are you?" "Your elder." After Uchiha Madara uttered this statement, he frowned and turned to Senju Hashirama, saying, "I'm hungry. Go fetch something for them." Yes. Senju Hashirama resignedly stepped away from their conversation. Uchiha Itachi then addressed Kisame. "Kisame, you should go." Kisame glanced around, feeling disgruntled at the thought of leaving without having eaten, knowing that this family reunion was not his affair. Nevertheless, he contemplated whether he should report this development to the one orchestrating events behind the scenes. After all, the emergence of another Uchiha was significant. 10 minutes later, Senju Hashirama emerged from the kitchen, astonished to find the establishment still intact. In his mind, he considered Uchiha Madara to be akin to a modern-day bomber. Two Uchiha together would surely be a demolition crew. "Come, the food is ready." Senju Hashirama rolled up his sleeves and began serving dishes, his smile warm and amiable, treating Uchiha Itachi as though he were an ordinary junior. Before the matter was fully clarified, he and Uchiha Madara had discussed the annihilation of clans. Uchiha Itachi was merely 13 years old when he executed the massacre. Unless he possessed extraordinary talent that allowed him to transcend to a level nearing that of the Sage of Six Paths, it would have been impossible for him to obliterate the Uchiha clan in a single night. One can easily surmise that despite the prolonged conflict between the Senju and Uchiha clans, which produced generations of elite shinobi, neither side managed to completely eradicate the other, revealing the profound heritage of both clans. Uchiha Itachi was far too young. With such power, he could soar to great heights. Why would he choose to remain in the Uchiha clan, burdened by resentment? At the table, Uchiha Itachi silently observed the two individuals seated across from him as they nonchalantly enjoyed their meal. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he inquired, "Is that person one of the Uchiha clan?" Uchiha Madara mocked his junior's fanciful notions. "Do you think every individual with black hair and black eyes is an Uchiha?" His visage is hardly up to standard. Senju Hashirama, who was eating, was choked by Madara's words and coughed violently. Cough, cough. After a moment's consideration, Uchiha Madara leaned on his chin and remarked, "But it matters not. He will eventually become a member of the Uchiha clan." Senju Hashirama coughed even more forcefully. Cough, cough. "Don't speak nonsense." Uchiha Itachi felt an inexplicable sense of understanding. Upon witnessing the other party pouring a cup of water for the long-haired man and patting his back, Itachi began to grasp the situation. Even with a powerful relative now added to the mix, Uchiha Itachi felt no warmth in his heart. After finishing his meal, he stood up to leave. The Uchiha clan no longer existed in this world, and pursuing the glories of the past was nothing short of ludicrous. Uchiha Madara sipped his tea and said indifferently, "Did I permit you to leave?" Uchiha Itachi's pupils constricted. The surrounding scenery shifted, no longer the dining area, but a vast, boundless forest. The three of them stood atop a cliff. Senju Hashirama sighed in exasperation. "I haven't finished eating. Why drag me in here?" Uchiha Madara disregarded his complaint, stepping forward to confront Uchiha Itachi's killing intent. The tomo in his eyes transformed into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. "Uchiha Itachi, out there you may say whatever you please. But here, I demand the truth. Why did you annihilate the Uchiha clan? Was it merely for the sake of your so-called magnanimity?" Upon seeing the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Itachi realized the gravity of the situation. Where had this clan member emerged from? Unfortunately, There was no time for Uchiha Itachi to regret seeing him silent. Uchiha Madara adhered to the tradition of educating his juniors. The sound of clashing echoed in his ears, and Senju Hashirama, sitting cross-legged, gazed at the unchanging beautiful scenery, exclaiming, "It's still so beautiful." A shuriken accidentally flew in his direction. Senju Hashirama remained still, and the vines emerging from the ground swatted the shuriken away. Oblivious, the thick-skinned Senju Hashirama addressed the astonished Uchiha Itachi, "Why are they attacking my side?" At that moment, Uchiha Itachi finally recognized why this man looked familiar. Wasn't he the first Hokage, whose face was carved into the Hokage rock, someone he saw daily in Konohagakure? Chapter 32. This ancestral lesson for the junior ultimately met an untimely end, as Uchiha Itachi coughed up blood in reality and fainted. The spiritual entity trapped within the Mangekyo naturally dissipated, prompting Senju Hashirama to ponder a method of escape. The fact that the body in the outside world could fall into a coma allowed for evasion from the control of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Madara shot him a sidelong glance, irritated. "Did you think that was easy? Time within the Mangekyo differs greatly from the outside world. If it weren't for Uchiha Itachi's body being unable to endure, this situation would never have arisen." Senju Hashirama, surprised, asked, "Does he have an injury?" "A wound severe enough to cause instant unconsciousness is no trivial matter. How did I not notice?" Speaking thus, the two figures, one standing and one seated, vanished from the summit of the dense forest. In reality, Uchiha Itachi lay slumped on the table, unconscious. Senju Hashirama busied himself checking Itachi's condition, examining his eyes for the Sharingan and feeling for a pulse in his neck, preoccupied with concern. Noticing the rogue ninja's forehead protector, Senju Hashirama decisively removed it and tossed it into the trash bin. Finally, he hoisted Itachi up, his expression grave as a healer, declaring, "He has significant issues. We must discuss this outside." Uchiha Madara said nothing, nodded, and was about to stride out, but after taking a few steps, he was halted by Hashirama. Unable to free his hands, Hashirama signaled to him for money. Uchiha Madara's forehead tightened with veins, and, unable to contain himself, he punched the wall, creating a hole. "You went to the casino again." Senju Hashirama chuckled sheepishly, avoiding Madara's furious gaze. Uchiha Madara grimly stated that he would settle Hashirama's debts, his expression dark as if ready to wage war against anyone. Hashirama, feeling wronged, trailed behind, absorbing the full brunt of Madara's murderous aura and anger. It was merely a small hobby of gambling. Spending money was unavoidable. Unbeknownst to him, Uchiha Madara was troubled by thoughts of the future. Izuna's understanding of Hashirama was still too superficial, largely blinded by his title as the god of shinobi. If he were to learn of Hashirama's true nature, would he not harbor thoughts of dismantling their relationship? One Senju was already troublesome enough. With an additional younger brother, Uchiha Madara felt he would be caught between two worlds. Reflecting on his brother's naive smile, Madara sighed inwardly. Indeed, Hashirama needed to maintain a respectable exterior. Such foolishness should be kept behind closed doors. At some point, Senju Hashirama had walked ahead, quietly inquiring, "Madara, what are you thinking so deeply about?" Uchiha Madara simply responded with silence. How had his guard against Hashirama lowered so significantly? With the unconscious Akatsuki member, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama ventured into the wilderness, where Madara leaned against a tree, awaiting Hashirama to construct a dwelling. Would release, 4 pillars house. Hashirama's palms came together, and 4 massive wooden structures erupted from the earth, rising to form a wooden-style house. His wood release technique, in comparison to fire release, required astonishingly minimal hand seals, forever igniting envy in Uchiha Madara, an avid fire user. Fire release was suited for burning wood, but the number of seals was excessively cumbersome. As he opened the door, Hashirama excitedly exclaimed, "Come see. I've improved this technique." Uchiha Madara, expressionless, retorted, "What do you mean by improved? Do ninjutsu have names like that?" Hashirama's penchant for naming was notoriously simplistic, oscillating between two extremes of simplistic and poetically absurd. For instance, the technique Kakuan Nitten Suishu left Madara needing to reference texts at home to decipher the exact characters of Hashirama's new move. Unabashed, Hashirama proudly declared that he had read countless battle manga and occasionally triumphed over Gilgamesh in fighting games. Uchiha Madara could no longer bear to witness how Hashirama had squandered nearly 2 precious years on manga, his eye twitching before he followed him to inspect the house. The interior of the house was spacious, and its chosen location allowed ample natural light. It featured 2 bedrooms, a living area, a wooden bed, a wooden table, wooden chairs, and wooden cups, all surrounded by the fresh scents of earth and greenery, with well-ventilated windows. In addition to these basic facilities, the technique also provided a wooden floor with beautiful, clear grain patterns, rivaling the premium flooring of the 21st century. The ceiling was adorned with, wait, were those reliefs and candle holders? Uchiha Madara's eyes widened, discovering that not only that, but Hashirama also produced a scroll, revealing all the life necessities he had purchased. The empty spaces soon filled, and in an instant, the wooden house brimmed with a modern aesthetic, far surpassing the standards of their time. Uchiha Madara murmured in awe. When did you learn such craftsmanship? Senju Hashirama proudly pointed to his chest, exclaiming that he had specifically sought out a carpenter to learn the art of crafting exquisite wooden items. It must be said that the knowledge instilled in the heroic spirits greatly aided him, allowing him to grasp concepts that would take ordinary individuals over a decade to comprehend without needing to learn the fundamentals. He boasted of mastering skills such as racing, surfing the internet, gambling, and even a handful of commonly spoken foreign languages. Uchiha Madara observed the house for a while before stepping outside to set up a barrier, preventing any unwarranted intrusions that might disrupt them. In the secondary bedroom, Uchiha Itachi lay on a wooden bed merely covered with a straw mat, his black ponytail cascading onto the wooden pillow, his complexion pale as if he were gravely ill. He was clad in nothing but a dark ninja outfit, the Akatsuki robe having been discarded by Senju Hashirama as cumbersome, now draped over Itachi as a makeshift blanket. Uchiha Madara furrowed his brow, perplexed by the situation. Senju Hashirama was conducting a thorough examination, his expression increasingly troubled until he unearthed a thumb-sized vial of medicine from Itachi's pocket. After sniffing it, Hashirama remarked, "This is a drug that extracts one's latent potential." Enraged, Uchiha Madara smashed the bedside table, questioning whether Hashirama had lost his sanity. Was he in such a desperate hurry to enhance his strength? No. Hashirama hastily clarified, Itachi's body cannot withstand combat. Without this medication, he will be unable to function as a normal ninja. Gripping Madara's shoulder, Hashirama's gaze turned earnest, hoping Madara would not misconstrue the plight of someone striving to overcome a debilitating affliction and determined to finish his ninja career with his life. Madara, he suffers from a severe bloodline disease, akin to your condition with Izuna. He requires an eye transplant to survive. Hashirama recalled that he had a younger brother with considerable potential. Madara, lacking Hashirama's benevolence, swiftly associated this with Uchiha Sasuke, narrowing his eyes. Hashirama hesitated. I don't believe every Uchiha is a fratricide. After all, that is his own brother. Madara ruthlessly interjected, regardless of whether he exterminated his clan. He even killed his own parents. Hashirama was rendered speechless. For someone like that, no matter how hard Hashirama tried to view the situation positively, he could no longer defend Uchiha Itachi. Madara struck Itachi a few times on his body, dislocating his limbs, and then dragged Hashirama out of the bedroom and into their own. Madara was pleased with Hashirama's perceptiveness. Finally, he would not shy away from sharing a room with him. Hashirama, with a blank expression, replied, because you would destroy the walls, it would be pointless for me to avoid it. Madara disregarded his retort and lay down on the bed. Itachi is not our target. We must seek others. How about starting with the Hokage? Hashirama perked up, particularly curious about the granddaughter from the original story, a direct descendant of the Senju. Thus, he found himself abruptly met with a wooden pillow to the face. Madara's voice suddenly turned so sweet it sent shivers down one's spine. Do not let me encounter your granddaughter. It might inspire me to eliminate Uzumaki Mido upon my return. After uttering this, Madara disdainfully commented, a woman, and a medical ninja at that. Her ascension to Hokage is solely due to the illustrious Senju name. No matter how strong she is, she will never reach the pinnacle of the world, far inferior to Gilgamesh. Hashirama lunged at him, indignant. That is blatant sexism. Madara coldly snorted. Regardless of Hashirama's attempts to pressure him, he remained steadfast in his opinion, firmly fixed on the notion that Tsunade's past blood phobia had solidified this impression. What can you do about it? I will beat you. Hashirama unabashedly chose to let his strength do the talking. However, this time, Madara would not tolerate it. His Sharingan transformed into the Rinnegan, and they both engaged in combat simultaneously, a fist landing on an eye socket, a kick directed at the lower abdomen, narrowly avoiding a critical area. Hashirama, startled, missed his chance, and Madara, with his newfound strength, overpowered him. The pale purple Rinnegan mocked Hashirama with a milestone victory. The corners of Madara's mouth curled upward, revealing a shadow of the proud child he once was. In a moment of impulsiveness, Hashirama managed to free one hand and grasped at Madara's lower back. Madara's body tensed. His back and waist were his most sensitive areas, and Hashirama, knowing his weakness, applied just the right amount of pressure to cause Madara's strength to dissipate slightly. Hashirama shamelessly seized the opportunity to claim victory, pinning Madara beneath him. His hands restrained behind his back. Do not use such methods. Madara bellowed. As long as I win, that is all that matters. Hashirama adhered to the combat philosophy imparted to him by his father. After ceasing their feudal skirmish, the intimate proximity of their bodies became glaringly apparent. Especially with Madara's back facing Hashirama, his face pressed against the bed, his black hair cascading down, revealing his pale neck, his waist arching like a leopard, his rear pressing directly against Hashirama's thigh. Hashirama, as if jolted by electricity, released his grip and retreated to the corner of the bed. Glancing around nervously to change the subject, "Madara, let us cease this. The room will be destroyed." Madara twisted his sore wrist, appearing indifferent. "What are you afraid of?" Hashirama hesitated, leaning closer to Madara, whom he had endeavored to win favor with since childhood. "Let me treat you." The head of the Senju clan was once again transformed into the personal physician of the Uchiha clan. Moreover, it was a lifetime free service. "Fool," Madara retorted. "Stop calling me that, or I might truly become a fool. Be straightforward if you are a man." In response, Hashirama covered his face, utterly at a loss for how to respond to Madara's increasingly audacious remarks. Chapter 33. Upon awakening, Uchiha Itachi remained expressionless. Given his physical resilience, it was impossible for him to remain unconscious for an entire day, after unexpectedly enduring an assault from the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. He had merely dozed off for a few hours before sitting up on the wooden bed. The Akatsuki robe slipped from his body, bringing with it a hint of winter's chill and revealing his already gaunt form clad only in a ninja outfit. Remembering the Sharingan pattern he had seen before losing consciousness, a jolt ran through Itachi as he recalled a certain lantern that had once been quite popular among the Uchiha clan. The pattern was strikingly similar. In his youth, he had asked his father why such an odd design was used, to which his father had replied, "This pattern represents the power that many yearn for. It once held great glory, yet the ancestor who possessed these eyes has passed, and the Uchiha clan has gradually forgotten him." Itachi had thought this was merely a tale from centuries past. Otherwise, his father would not have spoken so sentimentally while ruffling his hair. However, in hindsight, this individual was likely Uchiha Madara. Even with his rationality, Itachi's mind was thrown into disarray, his fingers pressed against his aching forehead. On one side was a man donning a mask, behaving erratically, and on the other was a man dressed in traditional attire, exuding an air of arrogance. If there was only one true Uchiha Madara, the other must be a falsehood. Moreover, in the world of Tsukuyami, the user of wood release bore a striking resemblance to Senju Hashirama. In these times, few individuals chose to keep their hair long. Before Itachi could descend from the bed, he heard sounds coming from next door. The various flirtatious exchanges startled Itachi, prompting memories of other members from the Akatsuki, such as the blonde brat who constantly referred to others as Dana and the sinister duo of Kakuzu and Haiden, who were always counting money. It seemed he and Kisame were the only ones who had never shared such a nauseatingly intimate atmosphere. Suppressing those unverified speculations, he approached the door. His room had no windows, and his immediate priority was to escape this predicament. After taking a few steps, a resounding thud echoed from the adjacent bedroom, a heavy object crashing to the floor, causing his cautious movements to falter. "Obito, you cannot be unreasonable." The voice of the individual whom he suspected to be Uchiha Obito was chillingly devoid of warmth, as though the sweet nothings previously exchanged had evaporated into thin air. The person unceremoniously ejected from the bed stormed out of the room, and upon opening the door, their gaze collided with that of Uchiha Itachi waiting outside. "Itachi," the elder Uchiha greeted, his expression betraying a hint of embarrassment. "Ah, you're awake." He quickly turned back into the room, calling out, "Obito, your junior is awake. If you don't come out soon, he is going to leave." The palpable tension in the room rendered the atmosphere frigid. "Does he dare?" Itachi mused, feeling unjustly caught in the crossfire. This commotion left Itachi with no option but to remain, and at this juncture, he found himself disinclined to leave. Casting a glance at the seemingly innocuous Hashirama Senju, Itachi recalled the latter's illustrious deeds and, with a fair degree of certainty, remarked, "Are you the first Hokage?" Hashirama touched his face in confusion. "How did you recognize me?" "The statue at the Valley of the End bears little resemblance to me." With his identity acknowledged, a flicker of a smile crept onto Itachi's otherwise rigid visage, his eyes shimmering with a glimmer of hope. The will of fire, transcending countless years and myriad souls, had been imparted from Hashirama Senju to Uchiha Itachi. To Itachi, encountering the founder of Konoha symbolized an opportunity to grasp the very essence of the village's significance, to discern whether his actions were just or misguided. When Uchiha Obito emerged from the room, he was taken aback by the cordial atmosphere that seemed to envelop them, so unlike the typical Uchiha disposition towards the Senju clan. Instead, it bore the semblance of a long-lost descendant finally reuniting with his ancestors. Obito, seething with indignation, thought furiously, "I am the ancestor of the Uchiha clan. Why are you fixated on Hashirama Senju? Did he truly think himself inferior to Hashirama? Itachi, oblivious to the potential offense he had caused to his ancestor, felt the weight of Obito's cold demeanor and quickly deduced that Obito was not one to be trifled with. Hashirama stepped between the two to mediate, inviting them to sit at the small round table in the living room. Let us converse amicably. It's a rare occasion for you both to meet. Obito slightly tempered his anger, while Itachi lowered his gaze and bluntly stated, "It is not as it seems. I have encountered another Uchiha Obito." Hashirama's expression shifted, pondering the implications of another Obito, perhaps one from a different realm. Obito's demeanor grew serious. "Where did you encounter me?" Itachi refrained from elaborating, for the forthcoming revelations were cloaked in too many secrets, burdens he had intended to carry throughout his life. Locking eyes with Obito, Itachi activated his Sharingan, questioning, "If you are indeed Obito, why do you exist in this world as if you are but a stranger?" Obito replied, "Because neither Hashirama nor I belong to this world." Hashirama nodded, interjecting with a benevolent tone, "We inadvertently traversed dimensions and found ourselves in this realm. We will find a way back." A shadow of melancholy flickered in Itachi's eyes. "Is this truly so surprising? Fear not, before we depart. We shall endeavor to resolve some troublesome matters." Hashirama's unwavering optimism starkly contrasted with the brooding aura of the Uchiha. "Do tell us about this world's Obito. And what transpired with your clan? What could have driven you to such rebellion?" Hashirama scrutinized the despondent Itachi, muttering, "You do not appear to be of Obito's ilk." Obito, with an air of pride, retorted, "Do I seem like one who would annihilate his clan?" Fueled by a sense of familial duty, Itachi, who had once conspired with another Obito to bring about the clan's downfall, set aside his embarrassment and calmly recounted the events of that fateful day. As he spoke, Obito's countenance became increasingly frozen in disbelief. "He did not perish? He conspired with Uchiha Itachi to annihilate the clan? He is concealed within the Akatsuki? He perpetually dons a mask and once unleashed the Nine Tails to slay the fourth Hokage?" Hashirama, equally bewildered, fixed Obito with a look that conveyed, "Didn't you claim you would not destroy your clan?" Obito, now agitated, exclaimed, "How was I to know?" Upon concluding the lengthy account of events spanning years, Itachi was handed a glass of water by Hashirama. With a grateful smile, he felt an innate fondness for the first Hokage, while Obito's expression soured, an emotion Itachi instinctively disregarded. "This is the situation. I have joined the Akatsuki and become the Akatsuki's phoenix, solely to keep Obito in check. He once assured me that as long as I lived, he would not harm Konoha." Hashirama was moved, expressing his admiration for the young Uchiha, who bore such heavy burdens. "Itachi, you need not feel indebted. Everything I have shouldered was of my own volition," he replied softly, lowering his gaze. As Hashirama wrestled with his anger and frustration over the dark sides of Konoha, Itachi pursed his lips and ventured to ask the question he had only ever posed to the third Hokage, first Hokage. "Could you elucidate the essence of the will of fire?" After a moment of contemplation, Hashirama began recounting the tale of his youthful indiscretions, much to the chagrin of Obito, who covered his face, wishing to avoid further recounting of Hashirama's youthful follies. "Will of fire? Why not simply admit that we both set fire to the forest and learn the hard way that wood and leaves are flammable, where they exist? Even the smallest spark can ignite a great blaze." Itachi appeared dazed, presumably suffering from the aftereffects of the Tsukuyami. "You should rest," Obito said with a hint of sympathy. The following day, after leaving behind his contact information, Itachi departed without notice. Obito scoffed at Hashirama. "Why did you have to bring up those childish stories? You frightened him away." Hashirama wore a frown. The truth was undeniable. He could not fabricate a more noble reason for the founding of Konoha. It was established to protect loved ones, leading to the realization that to safeguard loved ones, one must quell conflict and foster an environment of peace. "Obito, at least we succeeded." He flashed a radiant smile at his brother, who still lived, grateful for the favor of fate. Obito ceased his mocking of Hashirama's naivety, responding lightly, "Indeed, Izuna has not perished. The ones I wish to protect are still alive. What a fortunate circumstance it is." In stark contrast, the Obito of this world appeared tragically forlorn, leaving even Obito himself feeling a twinge of compassion. "Hashirama, we should seek him out. If I am not mistaken, in this realm, you have already perished. Thus, I shall be the strongest." Hashirama retorted, "Have you forgotten about the Edo Tensei?" Obito dismissed him with disdain. "The power of Edo Tensei as depicted in the manga is utterly insufficient. Even 10 of you would be of no use." Hashirama, once more struck by despair, sank into a corner to sulk. With a clear objective in mind, they resolved to locate this world's Obito. To find him, they would need to infiltrate the Akatsuki. The organization only recruited S-rank rogue ninjas, and Obito proposed that they both acquire rogue ninja titles to join the Akatsuki and become Itachi's comrades. Hashirama vehemently shook his head. S-rank rogue ninjas must engage in numerous nefarious deeds. Why should we add to the cycle of bloodshed for no reason? Obito expressed frustration. If you won't go, then I shall. With the Jinjutsu of Uchiha Madara, it was effortless to fabricate scenarios laden with malevolence. A fortnight later, a figure arrived at the village hidden in the rain, seeking to join the Akatsuki organization. This individual proclaimed themselves a relative of Uchiha Itachi, brandishing an S-rank rogue ninja's bounty, intending to gain entry through the back door. The leader of Akatsuki, Pain, remarked, "In this era, can rogue ninja organizations truly employ backdoor dealings?" Chapter 34. The Akatsuki organization places immense value on strength. As long as one possesses sufficient power, past transgressions, be it the annihilation of a hidden village or the betrayal of one's own kin, are overlooked. Beyond the formal members, there exists a cadre of supplementary members within Akatsuki, individuals whose abilities fall short of the standard required to wear the Akatsuki ring. Yet they are still regarded as part of the organization. Had Uchiha Madara's strength been inadequate, he would have found himself relegated to the ranks of the supplementary. For simply bearing the Uchiha name would suffice for qualification. When tested by Akatsuki, Uchiha Madara effortlessly triumphed, encountering the enigmatic figure known as Six Paths Pain that very same day. Gazing into those pale lavender eyes, adorned with concentric circles, a fleeting expression of peculiar intrigue crossed Madara's visage, quickly masked as he realized he had not erred in his arrival. This place was undeniably intertwined with the essence of the Uchiha Madara of this world. The Rinnegan was his. Indifferently, Uchiha Madara listened as Pain expounded on Akatsuki's lofty goal of world peace and the cessation of conflict. Mentioning a divine emissary and the earthly incarnation of the Sage of Six Paths, concepts Pain himself scarcely comprehended. To Madara, such musings were laughably absurd. The man before him, his countenance as rigid as a corpse, was patently a pawn in Madara's grand game. "I see," Madara interjected, dismissing the inane drivel, his voice muffled by his mask. "Am I permitted to join the Akatsuki?" Six Paths Pain paused momentarily before responding, "I must see your Sharingan." In the next instant, the three-tomo Sharingan manifested within Madara's pupils, its formidable ocular prowess subtly challenging the Rinnegan. Alas, Pain was oblivious to the nuances of ocular power among bloodlines. This Rinnegan was not his prized possession, and thus he faced Madara with unwavering confidence. Merely three-tomo? Even Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan would not intimidate him. He was, after all, a god. Pain tossed a long Akatsuki cloak to Madara, coldly inquiring, "What is your name?" "Uchiha Hashirama," Madara replied. Pain nodded, offering no further comment as he proceeded deeper into the base, with Madara leisurely trailing behind. Throughout the journey, Madara remained vigilant, his eyes occasionally flashing the scarlet of the Sharingan. He sensed an unusual substance within the walls and floor, akin to living organisms. Yet his perceptive abilities fell short of identifying its nature. If Hashirama were here, he would surely discern it. Wearing a blank mask, Madara instinctively toyed with the braid cascading down the back of his head, a rather clumsy result of Hashirama's 10-minute effort that morning, claiming that once fully armed, he would no longer be recognized. On this day, few members of Akatsuki were present at the base. Familiar figures such as Uchiha Itachi, Haiden, and Kakazu were absent, leaving only a golden-haired youth seated on a chair, seemingly awaiting something. Upon hearing footsteps, he brightened with excitement. "New member?" Pain's voice remained calm as he declared. "Commenced the holographic body technique. Inform the others of the new member's addition. He will replace Akatsuki's Koken." Deidara, his eyes glimmering, exclaimed, "I recall Koken's ring is still with Orochimaru." His unfinished thought lingered in the air, unacknowledged by Pain, who proceeded to his position as leader. "TCH," Deidara muttered, refraining from approaching the masked youth, instead casting glances toward the entrance, wondering why he had yet to arrive. Deidara's partner, the enigmatic Conan, gradually appeared at the doorway, looming like a large shadow. The duo had merely come to report in, planning to depart by afternoon. Encountering the new member, Scorpion glanced at the tall, masked Uchiha Madara, briefly assessing his ninja type. He then emitted a low, gravelly chuckle, dragging his form toward Conan's position, while Deidara eagerly pressed him for the snack he had requested. "I want the Odin," Scorpion replied. "Wait until after the meeting." Deidara, disheartened, glanced at Pain, realizing he was a potential chatterbox. As the holographic body technique was executed, several indistinct figures clad in Akatsuki robes materialized in the open space. Pain cleared his throat and began to speak. Uchiha Madara felt as though he was once again under the barrage of incessant chatter akin to that of Senju Hashirama. Among the holographic bodies, Uchiha Itachi cast a glance at the masked figure, instantly recognizing Uchiha Madara, comprehending his purpose for joining Akatsuki. The thought of no longer fighting alone alleviated a significant weight from Itachi's heart. This ancestor was unlike anyone he had encountered before, at times erratic, at times solemn. However, this sense of relief and trust waned when Six Paths Pain introduced the new companion, Uchiha Hashirama. In that instant, Itachi's holographic body technique nearly severed its connection. Swaying momentarily in disarray, Pain regarded Itachi expressionlessly. "Do you have any objections to his joining, Suzaku?" Itachi silently shook his head, merely feeling a sense of perplexity regarding the inclusion of Hashirama in their family lineage. Scorpion suddenly murmured, "Hashirama? That name sounds somewhat familiar." Deidara interjected, "Isn't that the name of Senju Hashirama? Does your Uchiha clan name their adversaries?" Itachi remained silent. Uchiha Madara accepted the banter with equanimity. As they deliberated over the name of the first Hokage, only Haiden noticed Kakuzu's silhouette flickering, glancing curiously at his partner. Kakuzu gestured for him to remain silent, and Haiden swallowed his myriad questions. During this round of introductions, many were left in a state of bewilderment. "Uchiha Hashirama, are you not concerned that the legendary Senju Hashirama, who allegedly killed Uchiha Madara, might rise from his grave in a fury?" In addition to their curiosity regarding the newcomer, another member of Akatsuki was intently observing Uchiha Madara. This individual, with an odd physique resembling a flowering reed, appeared far from ordinary. His face, one half grinning eerily and the other half expressionless, fixated his gaze on Madara, as if attempting to peer through the mask to unveil his true appearance. The introduction meeting was prolonged by Six Paths Pain, lasting over an hour. In certain areas, rain began to fall, drenching several Akatsuki members, their expressions sour as they were rendered soaked. Alas, such techniques do not allow for easy mobility. As the meeting concluded, Uchiha Madara received a task from Six Paths Pain. Previously, with insufficient numbers, he had delayed retrieving the Koken ring. Now that he had obtained the identity of Akatsuki's Koken, his first mission was to reclaim the ring from the defector Orochimaru, and if convenient, to also eliminate the traitor. Understood, Uchiha Madara responded with decisive clarity. "Orochimaru? Just the junior that Hashirama wished to teach a lesson." As Pain turned to leave, he paused momentarily, adding, "Orochimaru has long coveted the Sharingan. Do not underestimate him." Uchiha Madara was slightly taken aback. Pain, appearing so cold, was unexpectedly a leader concerned for his comrades. Departing from the Akatsuki organization, Uchiha Madara donned the conical hat provided by Akatsuki to shield himself from the rain and made his way toward the outskirts of the village. Senju Hashirama was utterly unwilling to step into the rain village, for he believed that the very raindrops were infused with the pulsations of chakra. Entering such a place would signify his being under surveillance, an agonizing predicament for any sensory ninja. Outside the village, a figure engrossed in mushroom cultivation caught his eye. Uchiha Madara naturally veered past him, unwilling to share in such humiliation. After taking just a few steps, Senju Hashirama caught up, inquiring, "So, has anyone recognized your identity today?" Uchiha Madara replied, "Their gaze is predominantly fixed upon me. They are momentarily unable to discern." Perplexed, Senju Hashirama asked, "Have you done something particularly attention-grabbing?" Uchiha Madara merely smiled in silence. "Let us proceed to capture Orochimaru, your former apprentice." "Absolutely," Senju Hashirama exclaimed, filled with enthusiasm. Having longed to deliver a thrashing to Orochimaru since reading the manga, for two extraordinarily powerful beings to apprehend a weakened Orochimaru, who was on the brink of body switching, would undoubtedly pose little challenge. Even though the wily rabbit has 3 burrows, Senju Hashirama's enhanced sensory abilities would allow him to track the signature of an elite chakra, enabling them to locate the village hidden in the sound, where Orochimaru, the village leader, could be found. Orochimaru, utterly bewildered, tentatively provoked, "With your level of power, why do you conceal your identities and work for the Akatsuki?" Senju Hashirama delivered a punch, intending to incapacitate him first. "Regrettably, I am not working for the Akatsuki. I am here to deliver a beating on behalf of your teacher." "Cough, teacher?" Orochimaru wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, constantly shifting within the confines of the narrow underground space. However, his physique could scarcely withstand the onslaught of taijutsu. In mere moments, he shed his male disguise, revealing his soft and voluptuous feminine form. Senju Hashirama's fist came to an abrupt halt before connecting with his chest. Yet, he inadvertently brushed against something soft. According to modern vernacular in the FZ world, Orochimaru's bosom was at least a D cup. Senju Hashirama's face flushed crimson as he hurriedly banished any inappropriate thoughts from his mind. Not only that, but he also cast a guilty glance at Uchiha Madara upon retracting his fist. Uchiha Madara, observing the pair with a bemused expression, remarked, "Keep going." Unless you intend to spare this treacherous scoundrel simply because she is a woman? Senju Hashirama's fury ignited instantly. Orochimaru, you will not escape accountability for the monkey's death. I shall never forgive you. Orochimaru was bewildered. Who is this monkey? I have only one teacher in my life, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Fortunately, amidst their exchange, Orochimaru's keen ears began to detect the underlying nuances. Your voice sounds somewhat familiar. Senju Hashirama roared. Do not attempt to cozy up to me. You dared to desecrate my ashes, and now you speak of familiarity? Orochimaru. Chapter 35. A conversation revolving around the topic of a slain monkey, and another concerning who are you was destined to culminate in tragedy, particularly for the beleaguered Orochimaru. Naturally, Kabuto was well aware of the upheaval occurring within the base. However, upon witnessing the intensity of the blows being exchanged, he adjusted his glasses and cautiously emerged from the shadows, addressing the two formidable figures. Lord Orochimaru has but one teacher. Might the monkey refer to the third Hokage of Konoha? He prudently inquired of the seemingly rational masked man. Uchiha Madara casually responded, who else could it be? You, my assistant, are far more astute than Orochimaru. As Orochimaru endured the beating, he seized the opportunity to escape using ninjutsu, retreating to a safe distance. He lashed out. How am I to know who he means by monkey? Kabuto's eye twitched. Lord Orochimaru. The pressing matter at hand is not the monkey, but the possibility that your adversary is a resurrected enemy brought forth by your own Edo Tensei technique. In a fit of rage, Senju Hashirama removed his mask and proclaimed with great intensity, I see you've committed numerous nefarious deeds if you cannot even recognize me. Orochimaru froze. Kabuto couldn't help but adjust his glasses, scrutinizing whether this figure was alive or dead. Very well then. You are not in a state of Edo Tensei. Safe travels. Lord Orochimaru. Having been aware of Orochimaru's past deeds, Kabuto took a step back, leaving his master in the forefront. Orochimaru's serpentine eyes fixated on Senju Hashirama, his anger dissipating as he muttered, if you are not a deceased being, then are you a resurrected one? Who has brought you back? And what jutsu possesses such power to defy life and death? If Gilgamesh's vertical pupils served as a form of intimidation, then Orochimaru's gaze undoubtedly indicated a fervent curiosity akin to that of a researcher. Senju Hashirama turned to Uchiha Madara and remarked, he resembles my brother in some ways. Uchiha Madara scoffed, your brother is far more dangerous than he. Orochimaru, at most, was merely developing new techniques, while Tobirama Senju was the one who pioneered various forbidden arts, leaving countless potential hazards for the future. The thought that both Hashirama and his own corpse could be exploited ignited a fiery rage within Uchiha Madara. The descendants, incapable of utilizing their own power, resorting instead to disturb their deceased ancestors, was an embarrassment that transcended worlds. As Uchiha Madara ventured deeper into the base, his resonant voice echoed through the corridor, your exceptionally gifted student has produced an equally remarkable grand student. Instinctively, Senju Hashirama retorted loudly, in the future, they will also be your students and grandchildren. Uchiha Madara halted momentarily. He turned, removing the mask from his face with elongated fingers. Under the sudden vigilance of Orochimaru, he revealed his true visage. Bearing the notorious name of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara jested, given your self-awareness, I shall reluctantly acknowledge that disciple in advance. If they were to be together, then Hashirama's disciple would indeed also be his. Sarutobi Hiruzen, is it? I shall ensure he receives proper guidance, lest he be outmatched even by his own students. Upon realizing the implication behind those words, Senju Hashirama nearly wished to burrow into the earth. No, that is not what I meant. Orochimaru and Kabuto listened with expressions of intrigue, sensing they had ventured into perilous territory. Yet, regardless of their extensive experiences, they remained oblivious to the nuances of emotional affairs. Having failed to comprehend the underlying reasons, Orochimaru decided to dismiss the matter entirely, subtly gesturing to Kabuto. Kabuto promptly complied, tapping the wall before swiftly escaping through an opening. They needed to hasten and ensure Sasuke's departure from the base. An ancestor of the Uchiha clan had arrived. Orochimaru, remaining in place to confront Senju Hashirama, felt a flicker of interest despite his weakened demeanor. Lord First Hokage, I stand before you. Regardless of whether you seek my life or wish to obtain something from me, we can engage in a discussion. Senju Hashirama looked at him with a furrowed brow. Why are you so pleased? Orochimaru bore no grudge regarding the earlier assault, his voice raspy as he replied, my aspiration is to transcend life and death. Yet, in reality, I have yet to encounter such a phenomenon. Even in my own endeavors, I am merely experimenting. Senju Hashirama glared at him, sternly admonishing, the inevitability of aging, illness, and death is a part of the human experience. To escape it, one must pay a price more dreadful than death itself. Consider the conditions under which heroic spirits are formed. They devote their lives to Araya or Gaia, eternally residing in the interstices of time upon the throne of heroes. Having pursued his ideals for so long, Orochimaru was not easily swayed by a few words. He merely smiled. Are you not going to seek out Uchiha Madara? Senju Hashirama, like the wind, dashed after someone, yet did not forget to grasp the delicate Orochimaru. If we are to leave, let us depart together. From the base to the outside world, Uchiha Madara managed to locate the juniors remaining with Orochimaru. The enigmatic Yakushi Kabuto stood beside Sasuke, grappling with the notion that, despite Orochimaru's abduction of a child from the Uchiha clan, he was nonetheless aiding Sasuke in his quest for strength. They were not adversaries. After indulging in this self-deception, Yakushi Kabuto smiled at the perplexed Uchiha Sasuke and declared, Lord Sasuke, this is an ancestor of your Uchiha lineage. Suddenly, the dark depths of Sasuke's eyes sparkled with intrigue. An ancestor? Yet, the thought of the massacre and the years of silence dimmed his initial delight. With a stern expression, he inquired, what is your name? Uchiha Madara did not take offense at this rudeness. Instead, his gaze swept over the amiable Yakushi Kabuto. Remove yourself from my sight. I have no desire to witness an outsider intrude upon our conversation. After a moment's hesitation, Yakushi Kabuto withdrew. Sasuke was further astonished. Kabuto had always been a figure of surveillance in his life, and the mere utterance of a single command had sent him away. Did this mean that the man, with his similar black hair and eyes, was someone whom even Yakushi Kabuto or Orochimaru dared not offend? The Akatsuki, indeed, held great power. Uchiha Madara introduced himself. You should have heard of my name and seen my visage. I am Uchiha Madara. Sasuke's immediate reaction to this name was one of disbelief. The almost 15-year-old boy scrutinized Madara's Sharingan, focusing on his face, the long hair styled into braids, and the crimson-clouded black robe. Forgive my frankness, but while I have seen the statue from the Valley of the End, I truly cannot recognize you. This left Uchiha Madara momentarily speechless. It was a perplexing conundrum. Why could others identify Hashirama Senju from the statue, yet remain oblivious to him? Who had crafted that statue? Just then, Hashirama Senju arrived, using his visage as the Hokage to affirm Madara's identity. Madara, have you finished your conversation with him? We should take him along. There is little of value to be learned in this den of snakes, and he may very well become a vessel for Orochimaru. The surprise flickered across Orochimaru's face. How could an outsider be privy to such information? Hashirama thought confidently. The manga has spoiled the plot. However, Uchiha Madara had no intention of bringing Sasuke along. After all, he and Hashirama had only just begun to rekindle their bond, and adding Sasuke would only serve as a rather large third wheel. Unbeknownst to him, Sasuke was indifferent to the presence of his ancestor, firmly stating, Do not presume to decide my fate. I am no longer a member of Konoha. Hashirama turned to Madara, who, rather than showing anger, smiled and said, Not a member of Konoha? Do you realize that your teacher, Orochimaru, is merely a disciple of Hashirama? The late Hiruzen Sarutobi was also one of Hashirama's students. Do you still believe remaining here will enhance your strength? Sasuke, having not been aware of this information, gazed at Orochimaru in confusion. With a laugh that bore no fear of such blatant undermining, Orochimaru replied, Sasuke-kun, following them will indeed grant you much. But do not forget your desire for vengeance against Itachi Uchiha. They may not permit it. Suddenly, Sasuke came to a realization, I will not go. A figure renowned for his benevolence, the first Hokage, and a revered ancestor. Neither would consent to him taking the life of his elder brother. Hashirama released his grip on Orochimaru's collar, sending him tumbling to the ground. Sasuke, Hashirama, do not forget what you promised. A heavy sigh escaped Hashirama's lips. Itachi had wished for them to keep the massacre a secret, precisely to protect Sasuke. It was only in this manner that Sasuke could be spared from harboring hatred towards Konoha. Ultimately, they lingered not long in that place, having acquired Orochimaru's empty ring before departing the base. As for Hashirama's earlier intentions to clear the air, they lost significance in the face of Orochimaru's unwavering demeanor. The past grievances between master and disciple could only be resolved by them. Hashirama was but a remnant of the deceased in this world. Aside from the ring, unbeknownst to Hashirama, Uchiha Madara had managed to extract the reanimation jutsu from Orochimaru. This technique, which toyed with the dead, was something Hashirama would never consider utilizing. But his reluctance did not imply that Madara shared the same sentiment. In pursuit of the 3 tasks to escape this world, Madara had begun mentally cataloging the names of powerful figures throughout history, the strongest undoubtedly being the Sage of 6 Paths, followed by the lesser-known ancestors of the Uchiha and Senju clans, along with other bloodline families. To encounter them, the reanimation jutsu was an essential technique. Standing by the roadside, Hashirama pondered the direction to take. Which way shall we go? Madara replied, having met with Orochimaru, We can also meet the members of Akatsuki at any time. Let us first seek out the other two of the legendary three Sannin, as well as the various Kage of the ninja villages. Hashirama exclaimed with delight. Are you finally allowing me to meet Tsunade? Humph, we will find her last. Madara held little interest in Tsunade and did not believe she would meet the selection criteria of their system. He guided Hashirama, who was eager to see his granddaughter, skillfully avoiding the route to Konoha and instead choosing a path toward the hidden cloud village, embarking on a new journey. Chapter 36. The masked man, Obito, had been experiencing quite a dismal existence of late. Anyone's ancestor suddenly rising from the dead and disregarding all plans and agreements while traversing the continent would naturally evoke a sense of melancholy. The most irksome aspect was that after Black Zetsu gathered intelligence, the ever-animated White Zetsu would incessantly chatter in his ear. Obito, can you believe it? Madara is sharing a room with Hashirama. Are they really that close? Obito. Goodness, Madara actually ate spicy food. Obito, Madara, he kissed Hashirama. The shrillness of White Zetsu's voice twisted into an incredulous terror. Black Zetsu, with a stony expression, endured the continuous auditory assault. Be silent. Obito Uchiha removed his mask, grinding his teeth as he revised his plans. Madara, this is not what we agreed upon. This existence persisted for nearly a year, during which time Uchiha Madara and Hashirama Senju traversed the 5 great nations and several smaller ones, observing all the village leaders and Kage-level figures of the ninja villages. As long as one lived in this world and had interacted with others, no secrets could truly remain hidden. The third Tsuchikage had encountered Uchiha Madara in his youth and, fortunate to have been young, had narrowly escaped with his life. Inoki still bore the trauma of that encounter, making him one of the few to instantly recognize the unmasked Uchiha Madara. Before long, whispers of Madara's companionship with a man resembling Hashirama began circulating among certain high-ranking officials, classified as top secret. Naturally, this intelligence was not shared with Konoha. Are you foolish? 2 super Kage-level powerhouses. Who would dare push them into opposing factions? They can frolic as long as they wish, and the village leaders would gladly provide funding for them to enjoy themselves indefinitely, never to return to Konoha for assistance. Contrary to their anxious speculations, neither Uchiha Madara nor Hashirama Senju had any grand intentions of returning to Konoha. This was not their world. They could offer assistance for a moment, but not for eternity. After exhausting their search for the Kage-level figures without discovering their target, Hashirama waved his hand, declaring, Madara, our final stop is quietly returning to Konoha. It seemed as if flames ignited behind him at this proclamation, illuminating the path ahead. Uchiha Madara sat beneath a snow-sheltering awning, his demeanor weary, indifferent to Hashirama's fervor. It was winter once more. The biting cold enveloped the world in a frozen embrace. Suddenly, a hand waved in front of him. Uchiha Madara raised an eyebrow and said, rather disinterestedly, let us wait until after the snow falls. You are clearly of the fire element. Why are you so afraid of the cold? Senju Hashirama seated himself beside him, pulling a pair of black gloves from his pocket to offer to him. Madara's fingers were somewhat pale. Although ninjas could maintain a constant body temperature, he detested the cold, and his constitution was not as resilient to heat, cold, or impact as that of Hashirama. In the desolate mountain gorge, the two sat facing each other, with Akatsuki's black cloak serving as a makeshift cushion beneath them. Madara carefully donned the gloves and inquired, are you in such a hurry to meet Tsunade? Hashirama nodded nonchalantly. Aside from my brother, I have no other immediate family left. It is a rare joy to meet him in this alternate world. Sensing Madara's discontent, Hashirama seemingly remarked casually, aren't you happy to see Sasuke and Itachi? The Uchiha clan has new promising successors. Madara fell silent, his indifferent gaze fixed on his fingers, his dark eyes inscrutable. Hashirama felt a twinge of apprehension. Even Madara's ire was preferable to his current quietude. All right, as long as Tsunade doesn't recognize me, I shall keep my identity concealed. Hashirama pinched his nose in submission. Madara cast a gentle sidelong glance at him, evidently choosing not to pursue the matter further, and instead stated, I am feeling cold. Let us descend the mountain to find a place to stay. We will head to Konoha tomorrow. That evening, nestled in the warmth of their blankets, Hashirama awkwardly embraced his friend. Madara's icy hand slipped beneath his clothing, seeking the warmth of his skin, content to have found a living furnace for slumber. Madara. I assure you there is nothing untoward between Mito and me. Let us return and make decisions then. Madara regarded his turtle-like demeanor with habitual indifference, stifling a small yawn. Once he confirmed that Hashirama had fallen asleep, he quietly retrieved a scroll from within Hashirama's clothing, a year after their last encounter. As the scroll unfurled, 2 crimson-covered books tumbled out. Upon opening one, Madara was taken aback. It bore a photo of himself and Hashirama, both clad in red armor and black ninja attire. Hashirama had a large weapon scroll hanging from his waist, while Madara sported the Uchiha clan's ancestral fan, a black chain winding from its base to his waist. They stood in close proximity, familiar smiles adorning their faces. A bold red seal stamped at the bottom, marriage certificate management special seal. Madara stared at it, speechless, finally understanding why Hashirama had kept it hidden so carefully. He opened the second book, and indeed, its contents mirrored the first, one for each spouse. If one were to scrutinize the bottom corner, Madara could even discern a minuscule inscription from Jinjiang Literature City congratulating them on their union. After pocketing one book, Madara returned only one to Hashirama. The following day, Hashirama suddenly burst out from the restroom, exclaiming, "Madara, you stole my things." Madara, who was enjoying breakfast, chuckled at his disheveled appearance. The system's reward was for two, naturally. One portion belongs to me. You should be grateful. At least the system covered the cost of our marriage certificate in Gilgamesh's world, so we need not arrange another. Hashirama's face fell in despair. Does completing a single task truly yield a marriage certificate from an entire world? In the void, the Jinjiang system was surprised to hear Hashirama's thoughts, realizing that Madara had not even guessed what this straightforward first Hokage had deduced. Indeed, it intended to issue a marriage certificate in every world, fulfilling the grievances of countless other timelines. With such a close relationship, why not marry? Marriage would eliminate wars, runaway lovers, and the cycle of love and hate. Why did Indra and Ashura fight? Because you two hadn't married and born children. Produce another reincarnation eye-wielding sage of six paths, and what is there to quarrel about? Bearing the weight of world peace. The Jinjiang system resolved to generously cover the costs to grant the desires of those resentful voices. When it revealed this delightful news to the two of them, Hashirama had already grown numb to the absurdity. "It seems you still have some usefulness," Madara remarked cheerfully. Upon entering the land of fire, the likelihood of encountering Konoha ninjas significantly increased. On the bustling main street, Madara casually glanced around and spotted the protagonist of Naruto, the long-lost Uzumaki Naruto, whom they had searched for a year without success. Jiraiya was beside him. The old sage and the young boy squatted beside a lottery machine, their faces wrought with concern. The golden-haired youth held up his deflated frog wallet, lamenting, "Perverted sage, we're out of travel money." Jiraiya replied seriously, "My royalties have yet to arrive. For now, we must rely on your luck, Naruto." An invisible weight descended upon Naruto as he inserted his last coin into the automatic lottery machine, his finger poised to pull the lever. Just then, he felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he was puzzled to see a young man in a mask. "Is there something you need?" Hashirama's voice radiated warmth and enthusiasm, nearly bursting forth from beneath his mask. "Are you two playing the lottery? Such machines are prone to cheating. If you wish to earn money, I suggest trying your luck at the casino instead." Naruto replied forlornly, "But I'm not of age yet." And as for the perverted sage's luck, it was likely only slightly better than Tsunade's. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Naruto felt no wariness toward this stranger. And after a few exchanges, they struck up a conversation. Upon mentioning their financial woes, an instant bond formed between them. Jiraiya, however, was not so naive as Naruto. He raised a skeptical eyebrow and asked, "You often frequent casinos?" Hashirama cheerfully admitted, "A little gambling is merely for amusement." After some coaxing, Naruto retrieved his money, excitedly following Hashirama to the casino to make a profit. Jiraiya facepalmed, resigned to follow them. Madara silently observed this scene, already envisioning the outcome. Hashirama, that fool, could have chosen a better way to build connections than through gambling. Half an hour later, the casino erupted with excitement. Has the big fish arrived? A throng of eager gamblers crowded around their table, eager to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Hashirama huddled in the corner, his face shrouded in shadows. Upon seeing Naruto dejectedly hand him the last coin from his wallet, he felt a pang of compassion. "This is my last coin. Please make it count." Jiraiya banged his head against the wall, lamenting how he always found himself paired with such unreliable allies. "Tsunade, at last, you have a kindred spirit in misfortune." Hashirama beamed with joy. Just as he was about to accept the coin, a slender hand snatched it away, sparkling like gold. "Let me gamble. It's better if you do it yourself." The coin swiftly returned to Naruto's pitiful frog wallet, which then closed its mouth, swallowing the coin. Madara seized the scruff of Hashirama's neck, forcing him to stand and speak. "How dare you take his money? Besides, what can you gamble with a single coin?" With a sigh, Madara exchanged a knowing glance with Jiraiya, striding forward to occupy Hashirama's previous seat. "I shall take on the gamble." The money was converted into chips, piling high upon the table. If Jiraiya felt an overwhelming heartache upon witnessing Senju Hashirama, as if he were seeing a second Tsunade beyond salvation. Then the sight of Uchiha Madara swiftly regaining a substantial fortune ignited a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, akin to spotting the legendary god of wealth. Impressive, Jiraiya exclaimed, his hands swiftly extracting a portion of the chips from the pile. Hashirama had certainly lost his fair share. Uchiha Madara, indifferent to such trifles, reclaimed the money that Hashirama had squandered and, masquerading as a money bag, approached his companion, brazenly stuffing the pouch into Hashirama's sleeve pocket. Flustered, Hashirama hastily adjusted the money. His face flushed as he awkwardly remarked, "You've come to assist me in gambling again. If Azuna finds out, he will surely kill me." Madara, recalling his younger brother, paused momentarily. "Let us just ensure he remains unaware." Hashirama nodded, his heart heavy with understanding. Once the division of spoils was complete, each man's wallet swelled, prompting Hashirama to cheerfully propose, "Let us head to Konoha, young ninja." Naruto Uzumaki, taken aback, inquired, "How did you know I am from Konoha?" Jiraiya playfully rapped Naruto on the head, exclaiming in exasperation, "You fool! You are wearing the forehead protector on your head." Naruto, having roamed with Jiraiya for an extended period, often forgetting to don the protector, had only just resumed wearing the symbol of a Konoha ninja upon arriving in the Land of Fire. In Chapter 37, as Jiraiya was escorting Naruto back to Konoha, he initially planned to make a swift exit. However, upon noticing that Naruto had been trailing him for 2 to 3 years, only to be effortlessly approached by a stranger, he felt a pang of discomfort as he regarded the masked man, who exuded a distinctly nefarious aura. Uchiha Madara found himself unjustly caught in the crossfire. Yet, to dispel any misconceptions about being a trafficker, Madara occasionally removed his mask during meals, reapplying it with calm composure once finished. Given his appearance had been validated by numerous individuals, unless he let down his hair or revealed his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, no one ever suspected he was Uchiha Madara. Such a reality was indeed a profound sorrow. He resolved that upon returning to his own world, he would never allow any ghastly statues to emerge. Through Jiraiya's subtle inquiries, he learned that these two men were once from Konoha, who ventured out for various reasons and, after years, contemplated returning to glimpse their homeland before deciding whether to continue their travels. Observing their tall, robust physiques and the strength they exuded, Jiraiya inwardly cursed, "Ordinary people, my foot. They are clearly ninja." In his relentless pursuit of Naruto's safety over the years, Jiraiya had fretted incessantly. Thankfully, they were nearing Konoha. He intended to shake off Naruto and finally enjoy a well-deserved respite. Sidling up to Hashirama, Jiraiya's smile bore an unspoken camaraderie. "Haven't you played long enough? Could you recommend any noteworthy establishments in the Land of Fire-esque Kabukicho? I'm looking to unwind." Hashirama instinctively opened his mouth to name a few, but a sharp aura of hostility emanated from behind him. He chuckled awkwardly. "I've never been. How would I know?" Jiraiya regarded him with disdain, his white hair swaying with pride as he exclaimed, "How dishonest. A gambling enthusiast would surely know such places. Could it be that you have a wife at home, thus hesitant to visit?" Hashirama longed to counter that he was unmarried, a notorious bachelor in Konoha for over 20 years, yet the visions of 2 crimson tomes flashed through his mind. Consequently, he fell silent. Jiraiya, astonished, remarked, "No way. Did I guess correctly? What wife would tolerate her husband absent for years, indulging in revelry?" Madara leisurely approached, a smirk playing on his lips, and remarked, "He has the marriage certificate but refuses to acknowledge it." Jiraiya's gaze at Hashirama shifted dramatically. A scoundrel? A man who abandoned his family? Hashirama's face flushed with desperation as he desperately attempted to salvage his image. "No, I am not married. I swear I will remain a bachelor for life." With a hearty slap on Hashirama's shoulder, Jiraiya expressed his discontent with Hashirama's evasive attitude. "Don't be foolish. A marriage certificate signifies your union. How can a man not claim it? At worst, return home, cough, divorce, and remarry." Hashirama lamented, "I would be slaughtered." Madara chuckled. Jiraiya found himself increasingly sympathetic towards this man named Hashirama, who bore the same name as the first Hokage yet lacked any semblance of success in marriage or career. It was well known that Senju Hashirama had wed the princess of the Uzumaki clan. Even at an advanced age, Lord Mito maintained her beauty, a testament to her youthful allure. And Tsunade. The thought of Tsunade's impressive lineage made Jiraiya wince. He thought to himself, he must not be caught by Tsunade, or he would be condemned to labor in Konoha. Upon Naruto's return to the village, he joyfully encountered his companions, swiftly forgetting his grievances toward Jiraiya. "I'm back." Hashirama nearly echoed Naruto's exuberance. Madara, with a swift motion, quelled Hashirama's fervor with a palm strike, his expression behind the mask slightly contorted. "Do not act foolishly like him. You are nearly 30. Hashirama rubbed the back of his head, which stung from the strike, and proudly retorted, "What of turning 30? I am still young." Consider Gilgamesh. Even at such an age, he still charms the ladies. And think of Kiritsugu. Though a scoundrel, he is a man with a wife, children, dreams, and aspirations. Madara dryly interjected. If Kiritsugu were to hear you say that, he might very well wish to end your life, Hashirama. Hashirama confidently asserted he would easily overpower Kiritsugu. Armed with false credentials, Hashirama and Madara strolled through the streets. Where Konoha retained the charm of its founding era, modestly proportioned homes, warm-hued paint, and the Hokage rock, now weathered and softened by time, no longer bearing the sharp features of its inception. Hashirama fixated on his likeness for a moment, concluding, the edges have been worn down, rendering it rather unappealing. Madara casually declared, do not even think of having me sculpt that visage. Don't be picky. Hashirama immediately slung an arm over Madara's shoulder. The mask precariously perched atop his head, highlighting the beaming smile beneath. I plan to work on this for a decade. The rest depends on you. You must join forces with Tobirama to advance Konoha. Madara nonchalantly replied, I have lost interest in this village. Hashirama appeared conflicted. Madara, you have indeed been corrupted by Gilgamesh. While discussing which shops were present during their era and which were newly opened, Hashirama's face radiated with a carefree joy, and surprisingly, Madara's mood also brightened. Feeling as though he belonged among the villagers of Konoha, he mused that this version of Uchiha Madara likely held fond memories of Konoha too. Otherwise, why would he care to wait for Hashirama's demise to exact vengeance? Surely, no one could withstand the likes of Senju Tobirama. Shall we visit the Uchiha clan? Suddenly, he heard Hashirama's voice soften, reminiscent of the warm midday sun. All right. Madara grasped Hashirama's hand, and together they walked toward the village's edge. The Naka River gradually coming into view, like a shadow from their childhood, with its currents mirroring the figures they had become. The Uchiha clan's territory was sealed, prohibiting entry. Dilapidated and dusty, these scenes evoked guilt in Hashirama's heart. However, they paid no heed to the seal and crossed into the world beyond the walls. After spending a few hours exploring the decaying remnants of the Uchiha clan, Hashirama's sole reflection was, Madara, let us tear down this wall, in the future. Uchiha Madara spoke expressionlessly. Why don't you mention tearing down the Senju clan's walls? Senju Hashirama chuckled, concealing his earlier thoughts. If the walls of the Senju clan were demolished, Tobirama would undoubtedly pursue his elder brother in a murderous rage. However, compared to the Uchiha clan, which managed to preserve their clan grounds, the Senju clan's territory had vanished without a trace. Yet, Hashirama, through a threadbare hint, located the shrine of the Uzumaki clan, lamenting the fate of another clan that faced extermination. Among the prominent clans in the ninja world, only the most reserved Hyuga clan remained intact. Indeed, leading a low-profile life has its merits. Enough. Uchiha Madara had no intention of living a subdued existence. He held the Hyuga clan's demeanor in utter contempt. You've endured for so long. Are you still going to beat around the bush with me? Once they stepped out of the Uchiha clan's territory, Madara dispelled the illusion that shrouded them both. Upon hearing Madara's words, Hashirama shook his head helplessly. You are always so perceptive. Fine. I sensed Tsunade's whereabouts earlier. Let us go investigate. As for where she might be, as night descended, the fifth Hokage, not being in the Hokage Tower, must be somewhere. Make way. Make way. I have brought enough money today. Big, big, big. Haha. The power of the big fat sheep is truly unparalleled. In the casino, Uchiha Madara felt a profound exhaustion regarding his inexplicable affinity with gambling. To his dismay, he discovered that Hashirama had taken his purse and was merrily off to gamble. That fool. To gamble with such poor luck. In truth, Hashirama's audacity wasn't born from foolishness. It was spurred by the excitement of seeing his granddaughter. In no other guise could he appropriately approach the fifth Hokage, except as a gambler. Besides, it was well known in the comics that Tsunade was a big fat sheep who always lost at gambling. Perhaps he could help Madara win money, thus alleviating Madara's grievances against Tsunade. With renewed confidence, Hashirama squeezed through the crowd to join the gambling table, betting against Tsunade. After placing his bets, a grim scene unfolded at the table. Tsunade stood with her arms crossed, facing a mere stack of her bets, while before her lay a mountain of wagers from her opponent. Even Hashirama couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Tsunade. Minutes later, everyone was astounded. Tsunade, too, was momentarily stunned as she leaned down to carefully examine the dice's numbers. 3 ones, she murmured in disbelief. Is this me? Did I win? She had bet on a high, while her opponent had bet on a low. The outcome was predictable. In an instant, the entire casino erupted in chaos. Impossible. How could we lose to the big fat sheep? I don't believe it. It's an illusion. There must be a ninja among us casting eye-deceiving genjutsu. Hashirama stood frozen in shock. He couldn't believe it. How could they lose? Order was restored in the casino only when Tsunade slammed her palm on the table. Enough. Once you place your bets, you must accept the outcome. What are you doing here if you don't even know the rules of gambling? Her bold proclamation, brimming with confidence and authority, drew a raised eyebrow from Uchiha Madara, who stood nearby, intrigued. She seemed not as weak as he had imagined. Truly, she was a Senju. After exiting the casino, the moon hung high in the night sky, and Hashirama appeared utterly defeated. Uchiha Madara sighed. I am truly at a loss for words. You couldn't even win against your granddaughter. Once again struck down, Hashirama leaned against the wall, dejected. With such abysmal luck, Madara deeply suspected that if he were to place a bet on Gilgamesh, even Gilgamesh might not win. They had seen enough. The Kage of the 5 great nations were not their targets. Where to next? Should they stay in Konoha and await subsequent developments? Hey, are you that disheartened? I'm out of money. Madara, where will we stay tonight? Uchiha Madara took a deep breath and, in a fit of frustration, kicked him into the wall. You spendthrift. Chapter 38. The night was dim, and within the Uchiha clan's territory, 2 figures walked through the former residence of the clan leader. Shadows danced as if ghosts might appear at any moment. Hashirama began to feel a chill, rubbing his arms, and urged, Madara, are you sure you want to stay here? We'd be better off finding a place to sleep in the nearby forest. Ignoring him, Uchiha Madara sought refuge, having lost all his money in the gambling spree. He rummaged through the clan leader's house, only to find the hidden compartments empty, evidently stripped by the people of Konoha. Subsequently, he dragged the visibly uneasy Hashirama to the south shrine. Upon entering the hidden chamber, Uchiha Madara felt the ground, rubbing his fingers through the dust. He noted the stone tablet still stood. Judging by the dust, no one had visited in a year or 2. Madara, let us sleep here, Hashirama remarked, sniffing the air and detecting the faintest trace of lingering death. Uchiha Madara replied, this is the Uchiha clan's place of heritage. Hashirama, already pulling out scrolls and rolling out a straw mat, elicited a twitch from Madara's lips. No one has died here, because those who would die cannot enter. What? Hashirama was taken aback. Uchiha Madara, noticing his bewildered expression, abandoned the formalities and sat on the mat. Use your wood release to make a bed for me. Hashirama, puzzled, asked, aren't you afraid the Konoha people will sense my chakra? Pointing around, Uchiha Madara confidently asserted, the walls and floor here are made of special materials. Outsiders cannot find this place, but those inside can sense the outside. All right. Hashirama beamed, swiftly crafting wooden stools, chairs, tables, and a large bed. The practicality of his ninjutsu left Uchiha Madara speechless. Finally, he handed over a cup of hot tea made of wood. Madara cast a sidelong glance at him, accepting the cup as a gesture of Hashirama's attempt to appease him for losing money. As night fell and the lights were extinguished in the darkness, Hashirama hesitated briefly before wrapping his arms around Madara, who had suffered the tragedy of clan extermination. In our world, the Uchiha will surely endure. I believe in Izuna. Izuna? I cannot have children. I am merely waiting for Izuna's offspring. Cough cough. Well, Hashirama could only hope for Tobarama, otherwise. The elders in his clan would certainly not spare him, the single leader. He vowed that for the sake of the Senju clan, he would return to the village and ensure Tobarama, who had tendencies toward bachelorhood, became a normal man. In another timeline, Tobarama, unable to find his elder brother, suddenly sneezed. Thus passed a remarkably simple night. Though the hidden chamber lacked light, the biological clock dutifully awoke Hashirama. Rubbing his eyes and preparing to rise, he beheld Madara, disheveled, standing before the stone tablet, fingertips brushing its surface, his rinnegan emanating a faint glow in the darkness, mysterious and unsettling, startling Hashirama. Madara, don't be alarmed. I'm merely examining the contents within. What contents? Hashirama donned his kimono as an outer garment, and, stepping into his wooden clogs, approached. Uchiha Madara slowly recited the perilous information. The rinnegan is the power of the Sage of 6 Paths. Gathering the 9-tailed beasts allows one to summon the 10 tails, unleashing the infinite Tsukuyami that envelopes the entire world, ensnaring everyone in an ideal dream, realizing a world of peace devoid of strife and conflict. Hashirama shuddered. Why do I feel like this is the second Holy Grail? Uchiha Madara paused, pondering. The Holy Grail lures mages through the 3rd law. In their pursuit of the root or immortality, they summon 7 heroic spirits, harnessing their powers to bring forth the Holy Grail. Indeed, it bears a remarkable resemblance to summoning the 10 tails. As a result, the Holy Grail brimmed with black sludge, malevolence seeping forth. Enough for anyone to comprehend the true nature of this omnipotent wishing machine. Senju Hashirama nodded repeatedly. They had all felt the power of the 9-tailed beasts, none of which bore goodwill. Who knows what monstrous entity might arise from harnessing their combined strength? Although they could each contend with the beasts individually, Hashirama sensed that their amalgamation would present an unprecedented terror. By the way, where's the Ten Tails? Why have I never heard of it? In the sky. What? Uchiha Madara. Pulling the bewildered Hashirama out of the south, he shrine, pointed to the moon, which had yet to vanish from the heavens. That is the thing. Hashirama tilted his head back, his neck stiffening. Goodness, the moon. After his worldview was refreshed by his dear friend, Hashirama dazedly remarked, isn't the moon a satellite of Earth? Why would it be the Ten Tails? Madara maintained his calm demeanor, stating, we do not refer to it as Earth here. Hashirama sank to his knees. So, all the cosmic knowledge he had learned in the FZ world was in vain. After they concluded their celestial discussions, the sun illuminated the world, prompting a change of topic. Who are the formidable shinobi of Konohagakure? Hashirama counted on his fingers, recalling characters from the manga. He had encountered Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. He had seen Naruto and Sasuke as well. Among the younger generation, aside from the deceased Uchiha Shursui and the defector Uchiha Itachi, there were no shadow-level shinobi in sight. Madara felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction as the Uchiha clan continued to produce prodigies across generations. Clenching his fist in excitement, Hashirama exclaimed, Hatake Kakashi counts as one. He possesses the 3 tomo of the Sharingan. Madara thought to himself, still relying on the augment of Uchiha power, what is there to be proud of? Finding Hatake Kakashi, who was no longer a leading jonin, was no simple task, as he resided in a highly confidential ninja dormitory. The most straightforward method would be to use Genjutsu to interrogate the Chunin or Jonin of Konoha, but this approach was met with Hashirama's refusal, who proposed a method that left Madara in a stupor, waiting for the rabbit by the stump. At the entrance of a bookstore, Hashirama was not the least bit surprised to see the latest issue of Intimate Paradise. Madara's brow furrowed in irritation. How do you know? I inquired with Jiraiya. As soon as the words escaped his lips, Hashirama's laughter dwindled, a sense of guilt washing over him. For a normal man to inquire about the publication date of Intimate Paradise from Jiraiya, it was clear he had perused the preceding series. Madara extended his hand. His gaze icy. Hashirama obediently retrieved the scroll from his pouch, and with a thud, several books tumbled out. A fire jutsu. Madara incinerated them. If you are left wanting, I can fulfill your desires. Madara seized Hashirama's dark locks, his expression grim. Hashirama lamented, I was merely curious. The best-selling book in Naruto. Authored by one of the legendary 3, Jiraiya, how could he not be intrigued? After all, it was the work of his own disciple. The commotion at the bookstore drew attention. The owner, seasoned and observant, noted one man setting ablaze another's Intimate Paradise, while the latter swore to the heavens that he would never stray. He couldn't help but think, with lovers in tow, why read Intimate Paradise? This is a pastime for the single. On a table lay the latest edition of Intimate Paradise, open to an exciting passage. The owner stepped out to attend to customers. Before long, Hatake Kakashi appeared at the bookstore entrance, his distinctive white hair resembling a broom, clad in a black mask that concealed his face, the only visible feature being his listless, dead fish-like eye. He purchased the latest edition with precise timing and slipped the yellow-skinned booklet into the ninja pouch at his rear, departing the store with a cool demeanor. Seated in the adjacent shop, Hashirama rested his chin in his hand, perplexed, pondering how such a person could be regarded as the most handsome Hokage. In his eyes, his brother Tobirama was not inferior to Kakashi in appearance. Moreover, sitting beside him was Madara, whose looks were certainly not unappealing. He would be considered a striking gentleman even in the modern world. Madara, biting into a dumpling, speared another with his hand, raising it to silence Hashirama. Hashirama grimaced, so sweet. Really, we are merely here for sightseeing and to eat. Are we not, Madara? The young jonin bore no halo of prestige. Hashirama mumbled through a mouthful of dumpling. Shall we go find, Danzo? The single sentence sealed their plan to stir up trouble at the root that evening, given that they were both standard ninjas. Their presence elicited no response from the Konoha barrier, a fact that would undoubtedly astonish the leader of Root. Over the years, only Madara possessed such a capability, and even when he appeared in Konoha, his subordinates could still receive signals. Now, shockingly, 2 unknown mysterious figures had emerged. The following day, after being ambushed at midnight, Shimura Danzo appeared with a grim countenance, leaning on his cane as he stormed into the Hokage's office, lambasting the ineffective 5th Hokage with fervor. Tsunade, in turn, was irate and retaliated vocally. She scolded him in return. Danzo wiped his face, making a fierce declaration. You better investigate thoroughly. Such dangerous individuals have emerged during your tenure. Tsunade retorted with a laugh. As if it were all my fault. Danzo, you have no responsibility in this matter. Once Danzo left the Hokage's office, the golden-haired princess of the Senju clan returned to her seat, gulping down a glass of water, which she slammed onto the table. I knew winning would bring trouble. Quickly call in the Konoha barrier squad to adjust the barrier's passwords and ensure no internal traitors slip through. Ino hurriedly exclaimed, right. She clutched a stack of documents and dashed off, followed closely by a chubby little pig. Meanwhile, the culprits causing chaos in the Hokage's office, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, found themselves standing at a grave marked for the second Hokage, exchanging glances. Shall you dig, or shall I? If you are unafraid of Tobirama appearing and confronting me directly, I am indifferent, as if I would not be the one to be struck. Tears in his eyes, Hashirama knelt, hands digging into his brother's grave. Brother, please do not hold it against me. I merely wish for a small portion of your ashes, to summon you for a moment, and see if you possess any special aura. If not, I assure you I shall return you to the blissful realm. Madara crossed his arms, amusement dancing on his face, prepared to witness the unfolding spectacle. Indeed, it was wise not to request ashes from Orochimaru. Soon, a scene of fraternal conflict and betrayal among kin would unfold, a cause for celebration.